Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy Nate, and we have our third and final day of severe weather here, our severe weather outbreak that is ongoing. We currently have a actual tornado warning in progress here with this system, but this is our final day of severe weather. The potential of it to go to a moderate risk, a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale is possible here. So we are really going to want to cover this as much as possible, but I do not see a whole lot from this, but let's just take a look at it to begin with, what this storm. So new tornado warning. This is for Fayette and Tuscaloosa counties. This will be in effect until the top of the hour here, Central Daylight Time. If you guys live here in Fayette and Tuscaloosa County, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. This is more or less north of Tuscaloosa, north of Samantha. This will be heading off into the general vicinities of US 43. So if you guys live along those areas, near Old Fayette Road, if you live near Etica Road, if you live near County Road 12, if you live near the areas of Gorgas Road, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Let's take a look at the reflectivity here. You can see the hook that wraps around the classic tornadic signature that we would see here with supercells, the inflow coming in unimpeded. Right in the middle, right about here is where the tornado would be. And if we take a look at the velocities, you can see that there are some pretty tight velocities with this. The reds are the winds moving away from the radar. The greens and the bright greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation is. So this is definitely something we have to watch out for, especially if you're north and east of Moores Bridge. And if you are more towards the east of Newtonville, this will be heading off towards the north and east. So we really got to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. 100% a pretty serious storm. I do not see a debris signature with this, so the velocities haven't tightened all too intensely, but the threat for tornadoes is still here north of Tuscaloosa. This current tornado warning that is for Fayette and Tuscaloosa counties until the top of the hour. You also have another storm near Tuscaloosa that actually has a little bit of rotation near Cooker. And so if you live over there, you guys need to watch out for these storms as well. The potential of it to have something tornadic is possible. So areas near Tuscaloosa and Northport, as well as Cooker, and areas along State Highway or State Route 171, near the areas along State Route 69 and US Route 43, north of Tuscaloosa. So if you live north of Tuscaloosa, I'd highly advise that you guys seek shelter. That storm might be able to produce something tornadic later along the line, so we really are going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. So let's share this with friends and family and on social media. Let's like the live stream so we can get onto more people's recommended pages. We got to get this information out as quickly as possible to the people here because there is already a couple tornado watches that have been issued across the board here for these storms. So we really have to watch out for this, 100%. We also have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. I actually might have to move this radar over here to Huntsville. Probably the best idea, honestly. KHTX. If this GR2 analyst starts loading, that would be great. There we go. Actually, I can reach it from over here, so it'll be fine. But we also have another severe thunderstorm warning that's north of Birmingham. So if you live north of Birmingham, south of Coleman, near the Arkadelphia areas, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts across the board with that one. So we are really going to have to watch out for that as this continues to unfold here. But we definitely have a tornadic system that is near, well, actually north of Tuscaloosa, near Samantha. I actually might want to use the Columbus radar here. Yeah, the Columbus radar definitely has the best radar here for all of these storms. So you can still see the hook on the reflectivity. This is exactly what we want to look for something that could potentially be tornadic. And so right within here, where the inflow and the rear flank downdraft meet, where the hook actually meets, right about there is where the tornadic rotation would most likely be. And it is now starting to surge on through near areas like State Route 13, near US Highway 43. The highest generation with the $5 super chat says, I don't have cable. You're my go-to whenever there's a bad storm. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Any hail with this? Most likely some spotty hail, but that's probably not the main threat. I'd have to say more or less gusty winds and some the potential for a tornado is possible with this storm. So we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. What radar am I using? This is GR2 Analyst. 21-day free trial, but then after 21 days, if you don't have a key, it shuts off. But if you purchase a key, it costs $250, but you can use it on as many programs as you want to. So, I highly recommend it as a weather enthusiast, and maybe a meteorologist in the future. But what do I think are the chances for a moderate risk of severe weather in the next day one? I think it's highly possible. I think we could potentially have our first moderate risk and potentially our first ever moderate graphic here below. Which, by the way, to all the people who became channel members, as I said, I thank you so much for becoming channel members. And even if you don't have the money, I completely understand. But to all the people who have became channel members, I have updated the graphic down below. So your face, well, not your face, your name is on the graphic down below. And so you'll be able to see you'll be able to see your name and how it thanks you for being a channel member. And I really appreciate all that you guys do. But yeah, we still have this tornado warning here north of Samantha. As I said, if you live south of Barry, if you live north of Samantha, near areas along the old Jasper Road, as well as the Willingham Road areas and the Gorgas Road areas near US 43, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I hope I get above 10,000 subscribers today. That would be amazing. Look at the normalized rotation product sometimes on tornado warning storms. If there's yellow, it's probably a tornado on the ground. Not always. There's even tornadoes that happen in the blues as well. But I don't look at normalized rotation a whole lot, mainly because I feel like I'd be able to determine with it without something extra helping me. You know what I mean? But if I sometimes look at the normalized rotation, and if I ever see like an S-shaped, then I know it's pretty bad. But there's no S-shapes right here right now, so it doesn't seem to be all too organized with this storm. It looks like the rear flank downdraft is surging out, and you have some really strong gusty winds right within here. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was a lot of there could be some reports of wind damage here. Not exactly tornado damage, but some wind damage right within this general vicinity. So we really have to watch out for this storm, 100%. I'm actually going to take a 3D of this storm, see if I can see the inflow notch here. Be able to try and determine as to what all is happening with this system. As I said, if you guys are new to my live stream, please be sure to subscribe, because I do analysis like this whenever severe weather does get bad. Also, be sure to like the live stream so I can get onto more people's recommended feeds, so that we can get this information out to more people who may need it, especially if there's people who live in these areas, or if there are people who know people who lives in these areas. If we can get the information out by any way possible, that would be greatly appreciated. And share this on social media: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, stuff like that. That would be greatly appreciated if you guys would share this live stream so we can get this information out. The inflow notch in itself seems to be relatively tame. You can see that there is one, but it's not a large one. So the good news here is that it's not as a whole intense supercell quite yet. But it does look like it is relatively interesting here. And we'll zoom out and see what the entire supercell actually looks like here structurally. There we go. And look at that. That is a storm and a half right there. I'll cut these two off so you guys will be able to see it a little bit better. Yeah, look at that. That is a strong storm that's producing some heavy rain, maybe even some spotty hail. Not entirely some massively large hail, but you got some hail within this general vicinity. So a lot of activity with these storms that are pushed on through into Alabama. So the potential for severe weather exists, including something tornadic is possible with this storm. So north of Samantha, areas that are getting close towards State Highway 69, north of State Highway 69, south of Berry towards the Oakman area here in Alabama. As I said, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Still some general areas of rotation with this storm. Still some general areas of rotation. So we'll definitely have to be mindful with this as this continues to move on through. But there is some general activity with this, with these storms as this continues to move off towards the north and east. There are some other areas that I'm watching here as well, but I do want to go over real quickly. We'll go back to the tornado warning in a second. I do want to go over what we are expected to see today. And for you, most of you guys who are new, you guys might be thinking, well, severe weather outbreak. Why is it a severe weather outbreak? And it is mainly because of this 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. We've had multiple days of non-stop severe weather, but we have a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale that could potentially be upgraded to a 4 out of 5. And that is mainly because if we look at the wind probabilities, there is, you have your 5% right here, your 15% in yellow, 30% indicated in red, 45 indicated in pink. If this becomes a significant severe risk for weather, this could be upgraded to a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. It'll be the first time we will be seeing this, seeing a moderate with the new graphics down below. And so that'll be pretty interesting to actually have up there for you all. But definitely something we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. Some intense storms that could be pushing off. I just realized something. Oh, crap. Give me a second here, people. Add files. Weather crap. Nine, 10, and 11. Perfect. All right, good enough. But yeah, a lot of strong gusty winds here. 45% chance for some severe wind gusts and upwards of 58 miles per hour and above. If you think of it this way, 45%. 45% risk. That's almost half. Half right within there. Half of the circle could see severe wind gusts and upwards of 58 miles per hour or above within 25 miles of a point. That's really widespread. And if you get a significant severe risk within that, then some of these areas could potentially see some severe wind gusts and upwards of hurricane force. Hurricane force. Lot of things we're going to have to watch out for as time continues to unfold. 100%. We're going to look back at the tornado warning here real quickly. And it's still looking really interesting for the most part. It is doing exactly what I said it was doing, which is surging out its rear flank downdraft, but it's getting really gusty. You can see this kind of arc here with the rain, how it kind of arcs like this and forms a bit of a bow. We call that a bit of a bow echo. Because if you think of it this way, the radar sends radar beams, and they reflect off of rain and all sorts of stuff they find in the sky. And so if you think of it that way, it's kind of like how you yell into a cave and you hear your own echo. And so we call that a bow echo based off of the radar and how it sends the radar beams out into the storms. And so we have ourselves a bow echo. So right within there, some surging gusty winds right within this storm, north of Samantha, but you could potentially have the chance for a tornado just north of that. And we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through to the north and east, 100%. Let's talk about the tornado watches here real quickly. let's talk about the tornado watches. We have 2 of them in effect right now. We have this one over here in Alabama and Georgia. This will be in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So the threat for a few tornadoes possible, as well as widespread damaging winds and isolated significant gusts up to 75 miles per hour possible. Isolated very large hail events to 2 inches in diameter, which is pretty insane. And so you guys really have to watch out for this. If we take a look at the probabilities of this, there's a 50% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes within this tornado watch, and a 20% chance of seeing 1 or more strong tornadoes with this as well. So we really have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Then we're going to also look at the newer tornado watch. We're not going to take a look at the severe thunderstorm watch. We're going to take a look at the new tornado watch here. Practically the same thing, except a little bit more significant severe threats. We have a few tornadoes possible still, but we have widespread damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts up to 80 miles per hour, and then scattered large hail, isolated very large hail events up to 2.5 inches in diameter. So this is in southern Arkansas, northern and central Louisiana, western Mississippi. You can see that's the tornado watch right there. Day 1 moderate. Oh boy. Did it go? Yeah, it did. Day 1 moderate. We got to get the graphics up and ready. Moderate risk has been issued. I would not be surprised if we saw that. Alright, which areas got impacted? Which areas got in the moderate? What did it? IEM bot. Oh wow. Yeah, that's a moderate risk right there. That's what we're worried about. That's the 4 out of 5 for the severe weather scale. That's the 4 out of 5 that we were talking about. And that extends in southern parts of Mississippi into southwestern parts of Alabama. So yeah, that is a moderate risk right there. And some very strong, significant wind gusts that are definitely going to be surging on through here. So we're going to have to give it a second here. We'll actually come back to that in a second. We'll actually come back to this in a second, but very significant wind gusts with the storm expected. And so we really need to watch out for this as this continues to move on through 100%. So now we have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. And yeah, most of these areas here in Mississippi and Alabama are going to be bombarded by severe gusty winds. And I'll show you guys what they mean by this. We'll go back to, we'll go to the models here real quickly. We're going to go to the deep south here, show you all the transgression of this event. The progress of this event and how it starts. So you can see, if you guys want to follow with the time here, it's over on the left side. Now, the thing of it is this is in Eastern Daylight Time. So if it's not, you know, to your liking, you'll have to subtract an hour. So it'll be an hour before if you're in Central. But you can see how these storms really start to form, and they just bubble up across the board. And then all of a sudden, boom, they form into a really strong consolidated line, and they really push on through. All the way through into the evening. Now, the good news about this is that this actually does seem to start to deteriorate as this heads overnight, past the, well, towards the midnight hours. So, these areas here in southwestern parts of Georgia most likely will be the only areas getting significant severe weather, most likely. But some of these other areas, like in Florida, not in western Florida, but like in northern Florida, there is most likely the chance that you guys won't even get a whole lot. But like areas near Pensacola and Tallahassee, you guys could easily see some of the severe winds. And you can see it starts from Louisiana, it goes to the southeast, and it just blows on through here as a massive wind risk. And so we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. There's the new moderate. Hattiesburg, Meridian, Pearl, Brandon, and Laurel. You guys are all under the moderate risk here. So let me actually update this here on the graphic. So this is Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Meridian, Mississippi. Pearl, Mississippi. This will be the first time we ever have shown the red graphic here on stream. There we go. File. Save as. This PC. Bottom bar 3. Save that. Do this here real quickly. I don't know where my thing went. I'm not gonna lie. Still looking for it. I think I might have to resave it. Save as. This PC. Oh, it's because I saved it as a PowerPoint. Of course I did. All slides. Bottom bar 3. Open. There we go. So now you guys are going to see that graphic. This is the first ever moderate we've ever had on the bottom graphic here. So, really intense situation that could unfold here in front of us. A lot of strong gusty winds with these storms are expected. And I'm actually curious here real quickly. Real quickly, let's take a look at the risk more in depth. So you can see the tornado graphic. There is still a 5% chance for tornadoes, a widespread 2% here, even a larger 2% into Maryland and into Pennsylvania. But you still have the 5% chance for tornadoes here. This is the reason why it went moderate, guys. You still have that widespread 45% risk for severe, for gusty winds. You have a 5% here in the brown, a 15% here in the yellow, 30% in the red, and a 45% in the pink. So wherever area you are, you have that probability of seeing damaging wind gusts and upwards of 58 miles per hour and above. But then you also have this hatched risk, and notice how this overlaps over multiple areas. It goes over the 30% and it goes over the 45%. And so right within those areas, right within the significant risk for severe weather, you guys have the threat for damaging wind gusts right around hurricane force winds and above. And that is some intense severe weather right there within some of these areas. So we really have to watch out for this. Your hail risk also is a bit more expansive, but you still have a large 5% chance for hail across the board. So the threat for severe weather is possible. So I highly recommend people take shelter if you're in the areas near the orange and the red, because the chance for some strong severe weather is possible within some of these areas, including some damaging wind gusts and upwards of hurricane force winds, which is 74 miles per hour and above. So that is pretty insane. Melzo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to leave a like on the live stream so that I can get onto more people's recommended pages, so that we can share the information that this stuff is happening here in regards to severe weather. It also would help greatly if you guys were to share this with friends and family and on social media. Share it like on social media, on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, stuff like that. That would be greatly appreciated. And we really have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. 100%. Our server now is in red mode. So if you guys are in my Discord server, it's back onto a no tolerance policy. So if you guys are in my Discord server, just realize that you guys have to follow the rules. Make sure you guys are on topic. Also follow the red mode rules. If you guys are new and you want to join my Discord server, please be sure to do so. Link is in the chat. Let's go back to the actual storms here. We'll close that out. Close that out. Actually, close that out, yeah. Gotta get my daily dose of anime, you know what I mean? So, we don't have a tornado warning anymore, which is the good news. The bad news here is that we still have a lot of these storms across the board, and they are now starting to pop up here in Louisiana, especially just to the east of Shreveport. Look at this. You got some pretty strong storms here for the most part that are firing off on all cylinders. I gotta turn on my fan again, because, jeez, it is hot. Hot in my room. We're still trying to fix the air conditioning, so that's fun. I'm gonna actually direct my fan over here, put it into my general vicinity. There we go. But yeah, a lot of these strong storms that are starting to fire off on all cylinders here. So we really have to watch out for this. But a lot of sporadic hail you can see on the maximum expected hail size. Most of these greens, these bright greens, are hail sizes in upwards of an inch, maybe even an inch and a half. So definitely warranted for some severe thunderstorm warnings. And there's even a couple cells that are producing some very strong damaging wind gusts. Nothing too tornadic as of right now, but these areas are in a tornado watch, so we really are going to have to watch out for this. 100%. Trying to see. I actually have an idea. Get Nate to 10K. We might do it today in today's stream. Might be able to do it. That'd be pretty insane, I'm not gonna lie. 4 days into the month of May and you already smacked your subscriber goal. Jeez. Alright, let's take a look at satellite. I'm really curious as to what all we could be seeing here across the board. So look at this satellite imagery here real quickly. Most of you might be looking at it and be like, oh, it's just clouds. Most of you think it's clouds. But if you look closely at specific stuff, you can see how these are just regular clouds. You see these kind of streaks that are moving off in like lines? These are your normal clouds. These ones that look like fluffy pillows, those are not fluffy pillows. They are supercells that are trying to develop. And with the amount of energy we have here, in the atmosphere, there is a lot of activity for the most part that could be pushing on through into the tornado watched areas. As I said, there's a couple tornado watches right now that we're going to have to monitor. But you also have some supercells over here in northern parts of Alabama and Mississippi. So we're really going to have to watch out for this as well. But one thing that I am going to try and look out for is this gap right within here. The threat for severe weather is possible, and with daytime heating, which basically heats the ground and makes it so that the displacement between the warm air at the bottom of the surface and the cold air at the top, once the warm air rises and the cold air sinks, that creates a lot of displacement in the atmosphere, which creates a lot of energy for these thunderstorms, and so there's a lot of activity here that could be happening with these storms. Cool, man, what's up? Is this public? Yes, this is a public satellite thing that you all can look at. It's on College of DuPage Weather. So if you guys want to look at it for yourself, you guys can. I want to take a look at the infrared satellite here real quickly. And what this is looking at is this is looking at the temperatures of the tops of the thunderstorms. So the higher and higher you go up into the atmosphere, the colder the actual temperature is. And so if you can assume that as these thunderstorms continue to grow taller and taller, the cloud tops at the top get colder and colder. And so that's why we look at the infrared satellite here. And we've got a lot of strong thunderstorms. Usually when you start to see thunderstorms that start to blow up and go into these like reds and these dark reds, that's when you know you have some strong supercells that are developing. And a lot of activity across the board here with these thunderstorms, 100%. We also, we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings here. I'm going to move my radar scope over here to the side. A lot of lightning with these storms, my goodness. We actually had our storm chaser last night, and there was so much lightning with the storms. It was crazy. We had we also had a live camera in Dodge City. I believe it was, on Sunday? Yeah, it was on Sunday, and there was, like, lightning. It was real time. You can literally see cars drive by at normal speed, and it was just lightning every single second. It was boom, 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 boom. And that's actually what you can see here with these storms. There is so much lightning with this, it's not even funny. Which this only can mean that these storms are intensifying. So, we're really going to have to watch out for the potential of severe weather going on forward. Especially with these storms, 100%. Not exactly, because if it was that high up in the atmosphere, the condensation would be, well, yeah, condensation still happens there anyways, but when you're that high up, you're looking at infrared satellite, and whenever condensation occurs, it usually cools the atmosphere. That's the reason why after a thunderstorm, it gets relatively cold, or when you're in a thunderstorm, it's relatively cold compared to when you're out in front of it. Kind of makes sense, a little bit, for the most part. So same concept, but on a broader scale, which is what the infrared satellite is looking at. That's exactly what we're looking at here. So, and you can even see, we're going to do product overlay here real quickly. We're going to do a color bar, cloud top height, boom. No, that's not it, actually. Crap. Cloud top temperature. I don't think that's how that works. Yeah, I don't think that's how that works. Well, regardless, some pretty intense thunderstorms that are surging on through here, for the most part. So yeah, this is College of DuPage. If you guys want to go check it out, feel free to do so. Check Hueytown, Alabama. What all is happening over there? Tennis ball sized hail went through Meeker, Oklahoma last night. Would not be surprised, honestly. Would not be surprised at all. Hueytown, Alabama is near Birmingham. Could we get a higher risk for severe storms? Probably not, honestly. I'd say we're going to stay in the 4 out of 5. I would have to say so, honestly. So, Hueytown, you guys are getting some scattered thunderstorms at the moment. But, you guys are really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. So if you're right here north of Brookwood, if you're near North Johns, near Hueytown, you guys are most likely going to see some scattered thunderstorms at the moment, or relatively soon. So, has to do with when water condensates or releases heat, which exhausts out of the top of the clouds. Well, yeah, that's why you have your rising motion. But I'm talking about like the cloud tops, like how a supercell works. Yes, that's true. But like I'm talking about like the cloud tops. Once you get up to the top of the clouds, it cools, and that's what we see on the infrared satellite, is that we see the cooler temperatures. But all that activity you're talking about is right around, right in the core of the supercell, right in the updraft. And the updraft is lofting this all up into the atmosphere. And that's why you have overshooting tops in like hurricanes and in supercells and stuff like that. That's why you have overshooting tops. But I'm talking about like the cloud tops itself. Like what happens afterwards. We're looking at some of the intense... Can you do a forecast for La Porte, Texas? You're in a chemical plant. Just want to know if you need to take precautions. Yeah, real quickly. Let's check that real quick. Just real quickly. Give me 2 seconds. You're near Houston, so there is the chance for some severe weather for you. Albeit it's still a marginal risk for severe weather. You still have that chance. So let's take a look over. Let's use... Part of Texas should we do? Central? Yeah, Central works. Good enough. So, you guys, for today, are going to start seeing some scattered storms at around 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, LaPorte. Well, I don't live there, so I'm sorry for butchering it, but... Houston. If you live near Houston, or if you're near Houston, right there, you guys can see some thunderstorms at around... Right around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And that'll linger all the way through, all the way until the evening. Maybe even to the overnight hours. People are saying there is a new tornado warning. Yes, indeed, there is a new tornado warning. This is down in towards, I gotta find the radar, near Fort Polk. So this is near DeRidder. Right around here near DeRidder. So new tornado warning for Beauregard. That would be, I believe that's Beauregard and Vernon Parish, as well as Noonan County. That'll be in effect until 12:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you live near Knight, Rosefine, near Neam, and DeRidder, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible. You have a little bit of rotation on it. I'm looking at it, and it has some activity with this storm. It has some, but it's lagging a little bit. But we're definitely going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. I'm going to take a 3D of this storm, 100%. It has an inflow notch, so I want to see how wide the inflow notch is. And yep, there's your inflow notch. You can see right here, this is the cave characteristic that we would typically look out for before it typically becomes tornadic. So right within about here is where the supercell actually gets all its energy and pulls it in and feeds the thunderstorm. And so, really got to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. But yeah, we have a pretty pronounced supercell that's moving on through in a decent environment. It's actually moving, well, it's actually not shear-wise. Shear-wise, it's pretty poor. But then again, we saw something tornadic last night, something like a large cone tornado that actually formed, and it formed under some pretty weak shear. So this definitely could do some dents to places near DeRidder if it translates to the ground. So we're really gonna have to watch out for it 100%. So guys, we need to share this with friends and family on social media. Share it, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, stuff like that. We gotta share the information that people near DeRidder need to get into their safe space. Also like the live stream so that we can appear into more people's recommended feeds. That would be greatly appreciated. That way they can spread the word of what all is happening here, especially since we have more severe weather later on tonight with some very strong damaging winds and upwards of hurricane force. So I would highly appreciate it if you guys would help spread the word with me. Felicity Raid with the $2 super chat says, storm east of Reform, Alabama looks super sus. We'll look at that in a second. You guys hear a background noise? I have my window open because it is currently temperature. It is 82 degrees in my room. 82 degrees in my room. So I'm melting, and I'm trying to get some cool air from the outdoors into my room. The good news with this storm is that structurally, it looks like it's gusting out a bit more. It looks like it's a bit more of a gusty wind threat, but if it wraps around its rear flank downdraft a lot more, then we'll definitely have to monitor it. But as of me just looking at this, it seems as if it hasn't really gotten its act together a whole lot, and it might have to recycle before it produces another tornado, but we really are going to have to watch out for this. Already liked and subbed. Well, thank you. I really do appreciate that. And to all the people who have liked the live stream, subscribed to my channel, stuff like that, you guys are amazing. We have over 9,700 subscribers now. We have that much now. So we are that close to getting to the goal of the what was supposed to be end of May. You guys are absolutely crazy. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, as I said, DeRitter in Louisiana. If you live near the general vicinity of State Highway 3226, you guys really need to watch out for this storm, as this could easily become tornadic and move on through. Rosefine and Neam and Ludington, you guys really have to watch out for this storm as well. There's a lot of CAPE with this storm too. For most of you weather enthusiasts, CAPE numbers are in upwards of 3,300 joules per kilogram, and that's not even at the peak of daytime heating, so Nate needs a window unit air conditioner. See, my AC right now is broken, and we are getting people here today to try and fix it. So, yeah. We're gonna pray that it fixes itself soon, but it looks like we're gonna need a new air conditioning unit, because ours is pretty out of date. It's the air conditioning unit that they used prior to 2009, for any of you guys who know what that stuff is. So, yeah, that's my dilemma at the moment. Let's take a look back at the giant view of the risk here today. So the convective outlook, as I said, 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in southern Mississippi, southwestern parts of Alabama. Very strong storms here that can move on through here. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, I would highly advise them to tell them to monitor these storms 100% and get to a sturdy building. I'd highly recommend getting to a sturdy building, because if you live in any of these mobile homes and stuff like that, the strong gusty winds with these storms could easily push over some of these mobile homes. And some of these strong gusty winds are in upwards of almost... Did someone just ring the doorbell? What? Oh. That's one of the people checking in on the air conditioning. So we might have someone come into the room here soon. But some of these gusty winds could really get into the hurricane force wind vicinity. And that is some strong winds that could easily topple trees, topple power lines, could easily do massive wind damage. And so we really have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Someone asked about El Dorado in southern parts of Arkansas. So I'll take a look at that here real quickly. Looks like you guys have a lot of just scattered storms, nothing too severe at the moment, so that is the good news. Maybe some spotty hail, but nothing too intense, especially compared to the stuff that's off to your east near Bastrop, north of Monroe. But it definitely looks like there's a lot of strong gusty winds and spotty hail here within most of this area. So as I said, if you live in the orange area, if you know anyone who lives in this orange area right here, in this red area, this is the first moderate that we've ever had with the new graphics down below. So you've seen that the red area is kind of scrolled on through. And, yeah. This is a pretty interesting situation here. New mesoscale discussion with a new watch possible. This is for northern Mississippi, southern Tennessee. Severe thunderstorms capable of large hail, strong wind is possible within that general vicinity. So maybe a new severe thunderstorm watch here in southwestern Tennessee, northern Mississippi. in the general vicinity of Memphis. So just to look through it here again, massive wind risk here. 45% chance for strong winds and upwards of 48 miles per hour. Well, not 40, 58 miles per hour. That's a severe status. And then above that, this significant risk, this black circle with the dotted lines, that actually overlaps some of the 30% areas here in the red. That is your 10% chance or greater probability of seeing gusty winds over hurricane force strength. 74 miles per hour and above. Pretty intense right there. So areas outside of it, if you're in the 15%, you still have a chance for some severe weather, but it's not going to be as significant. It's not going to be as significant as these areas down here. So if there's anybody who asks, hey, is anything going to happen, you know, in the Northeast, in the Ohio River Valley, in the Carolinas and stuff like that, you have a chance for severe weather. You definitely have a chance for severe weather, but it's not going to be as bad as the Deep South. Let's check back up on the tornado warning here. Let's see what it has done. And it hasn't done a whole lot. That is the good news here. The rotation continues to struggle. It continues to struggle trying to root into the atmosphere. And it's really having a difficult time trying to sustain. But you have a lot of this rotation right within here, this general spin in the atmosphere. You clearly see this is a supercell right within this general vicinity. The inflow notch right within here. So the storm is definitely intaking energy. All the moisture in the atmosphere, it is seeping into the supercell. So you definitely have energy here. And it's definitely taking in that energy, but it doesn't seem to be all super intense at the moment. We're going to take another 3D of the storm. We're going to take another 3D imagery. I'm looking at moderate rain right now and channeling it to only moderate rain. New update just got here. Watch just got canceled for 1:43. Where is this one? Oh, that's severe thunderstorm watch. Okay, that makes sense. If you guys hear that ding, by the way, that's just my IEM bot updating me of what the Storm Prediction Center gives me. So that little ding, that little jingle that I just showed you all, that's exactly what that is. So you clearly have your inflow notch here where the supercell takes in its energy. You can see right within here, this cave is where the storm starts to take it in. So all this empty air, that's literally where the energy is being channeled into and is able to fuel the thunderstorm. So the potential for strong supercells with large hail, gusty winds, even the chance for tornadoes is possible. Noonan, Georgia is fine. They're not in the main risk here for today. Do I think lightning will be a problem? It always is a problem, honestly. Lightning is always an unforeseen risk. But there is a lot of lightning with these storms. So yeah, I would not be surprised if that was the case. Mesoscale discussion concerning a watch probability at 80%. This is in eastern West Virginia, North Carolina, into Virginia. Broken line of thunderstorms expected to develop and will cause some damaging winds as they move on through. Watch likely in the next 1 to 2 hours. So West Virginia and Virginia, as well as North Carolina. The potential for some severe weather is possible over the next, will start to come around within the next couple of hours. So we're definitely going to have to watch out for that as this continues to progress, 100%. New severe thunderstorm warning here. A very large severe thunderstorm warning. Just basically is just to the south and west of Shreveport. I'll actually mention the count of the parishes, I should say here. DeSoto, Red River, Natchitoches, Bienville, and Sabine parishes. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail, but this is a very large severe thunderstorm warning right here. If you live in any of these areas, I highly recommend getting into a sturdy building. And if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning in general, I highly recommend getting into a sturdy building. 100%. I'm gonna take a sip of my lemonade. How's the severe thunderstorm in northern Georgia looking? Let's actually find out. Let's go to Huntsville's radar here. And, yeah, the storms over here near Jasper and Cartersville, they seem to be relatively tame at the moment. I'll actually switch over my other radar just to see what all is happening. Yeah, a lot of strong gusty winds for the most part. I think that's the main threat. I don't see a whole lot of hail with these storms. Maybe below quarter size, so not exactly all too severe. But yeah, that's a lot of strong gusty winds that are moving on through here near Cartersville, near Jasper, along the I-575 areas and the I-75 areas. That's unfortunate, Bradley. Sorry to hear you have scoliosis. And I hope you can work around that. I hope you can. Pray for you, my friend. I pray for you. There's some of these other storms that are north of Birmingham that are really starting to kind of consolidate. This is the line that I was talking about. That is really going to start to fire off, so we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. But yeah. There's also this severe thunderstorm warning north of Jackson. So this is definitely something we're going to have to watch out for. It doesn't seem to be all too significant. I think this is just one of those preliminary warnings. They just warned out ahead of time. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail with this. These storms have actually been exploding across the board here. So a lot of activity here within these storms. And I think we'll be able to see that with the satellite imagery here real quickly. Take a look at this. Boom. Do that away. Put that away. There we go. Okay, so that's the temperature line right here. It's right in my face, actually. And you'll be able to see it for the most part. So this is in Celsius right here. You guys may not be able to see it all too well because, you know, it's all in black lettering. But anything in the red is a negative 63 degrees Celsius. Anything into the dark red is negative 70 degrees Celsius. And once you start to get into the blacks all the way up, that's negative 80 degrees Celsius. And that is some pretty intense convection that is right within these strong thunderstorms that are surging on through. So a lot of activity with these storms, and this is just starting to fire off across the board here. You can also see some new thunderstorms that are beginning to develop right within this area, and that's what I was talking about earlier, guys. If you guys are with me with the channel, not with the channel, with the live stream earlier on today, I said I was watching this area right here in particular, and this is definitely really something we're gonna have to watch out for. As soon as this line starts to congeal, that's when it will really start to gain a lot of forcing behind most of these lines of storms. And then once that continues to move on through, then you're going to have your massive wind risk as this continues to move on through. And as I said, hurricane force winds is possible with these storms. Hurricane force. You know, if you think of it this way, it's all just a line of storms that are producing massive widespread gusty winds. And that's the reason why we need to be concerned a little bit later into the afternoon and even into the evening hours further on. Ryan Hall, y'all, with the appearance on the channel. Hello, my friend. Thank you for coming out to the live stream with the $10 super chat. Says, here's a preliminary congrats onto 10K subs. Keep up the good work. Thank you, my friend. Keep up the good work for yourself as well. You know, the way your channel has grown over the past, couple of months is nothing like I've ever seen before. So keep up the good work, my friend. Keep up the great content. And I really do appreciate all the support. But yeah, this is the reason right here why I'm a bit concerned, is because as soon as these storms start to congeal, it's not even the tornado risk that's the main issue here today. It's the massive wind risk that's going to be pushing on through. And so we really need to be mindful. We really need to watch out for this as this continues to move on through later on tonight. Let's take a look at the models for that specifically. Get some timings out here for most of you all. So we'll go down to the deep south here. I can't read, apparently. I can't read. But let's get some timings out here for most of you all. And you can see you already have your scattered storms. Oh, I'm using the wrong color of Epic Pen. That is beautiful. You can see right within these areas, a lot of scattered storms already ongoing. And if we go back to the radar here, just for a brief second, in Birmingham, you can see those are these severe storms that are really moving on through. A lot of severe storms that are pushing off. And so that's what we're currently seeing live. So this model right here is somewhat valid. It's not accurate. It's not like super precise. Saying, okay, this storm right here in particular, we'll say right about here, is right here at this specific time. But it has a general idea as to what all is happening. So when you see how these lines of storms start to consolidate, this is the threat here that I was talking about later on tonight. And as I said, if you want to follow on through, the time is over here on the left-hand side. It's in Eastern Daylight Time, so you're going to have to subtract 1 hour, unfortunately. But the threat for severe weather still exists here, and as this grows into the late afternoon into the early evening hours, look at how widespread these storms are across Louisiana and Mississippi, even into Alabama. The parameters are here for some very strong gusty winds, and even some sporadic hail. Not as large of a hail threat, but still a very sporadic threat for severe weather here. And even the chance for tornadoes. The 5% chance for tornadoes is there. It is widespread. You could easily see it within these storms. There's a bit of veering in the atmosphere, and I'll get into that in regards to soundings here in a second. But there is a lot of activity here that is forecasted within these models. And look at this massive line that really starts to form on through. Massive line that extends from South Carolina all the way down into Texas. Just a very intense line of storms that are moving on through here. Walker Patrick with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Love, Peace, and Harmony with the $2 super chat says, listen to some Alan Watts if you want to relax. I know, right? I might need some of that afterwards, after the live stream. We're going to have a little bit of a break for the next couple of days before something to potentially, kind of fire up again on Friday or Saturday, maybe Sunday, something like that. I'm watching that. We're also watching, this is pretty interesting too, and you guys are going to want to hear this. Tropical season might be starting, not for the Atlantic, but specifically for the Pacific. And usually the Pacific starts a little earlier than the Atlantic, so we're going to have to watch out for that as well. I'll talk about that after we look at soundings and stuff like that, what the environment is like within this atmosphere. But lot of strong gusty winds that are forecasted within this event. And we're really going to have to watch out for these storms, especially as they move off towards the evening hours and towards midnight. But the good news is that once it heads off towards midnight, you can see how the thunderstorms start to deteriorate as they head further east. There's still some lingering showers here in Mississippi and Alabama, which could mean some localized flooding as possible. But the threat for severe weather will most likely be with this gigantic line of storms that'll push on through and create some damaging winds across places of Louisiana, southern Mississippi, mainly central and southern parts of Alabama, into southwestern parts of Georgia. Let's take a look at the environment that we're dealing with here, guys. From a sounding perspective, most of you guys might not know what soundings are, and that's completely fine. But oh wait, what? No way the HRRR just picked up on that. Supercell in northern Mississippi. All right, I'm going to have to watch out for that because the HRRR does really good with deep south events. Not really too well with plains events. That's the reason why I use the NAM 3 kilometers sometimes on some of my videos. But let's take a look back at the the type of environment we're dealing with. And we'll take a sounding right in front of the line of storms. And look at this. Very interesting setup here for the most part. You can see our 0 to 3 kilometer shear is very much so linear. It does veer off to the right, though. Whenever you see... actually, let me explain it to you guys this way. Imagine you have a radar. You let go of a weather balloon and you're tracking it with your radar. And you're right here, right at this red dot. And you're tracking your weather balloon as it goes up further and further away into the atmosphere. This is almost the identical track that you would see as this gets further and further away from you. So, what we want to look for is this red line right here specifically. This is the lower part of the atmosphere from 1,000 millibars all the way up to about, I'd say, 850 to 700 millibars right within that. I think 700 millibars is actually probably better. So right within there, you can see how the winds start to veer off to the right. And what that does is that creates the general spin into the atmosphere and gets your classic supercellular characteristics. And so right within some of those areas, you could definitely see the chances for some supercells developing within the line of storms. And the threat for, as I said, the threat for tornadoes, it's not non-zero, guys. There is definitely a chance for tornadoes here within this general vicinity. But, you know, the reason why I'm concerned about the severe damaging winds is how consolidated the line is forecasted to be. And once you get a consolidated line like that, that could create some widespread damage throughout most parts that could be impacted. So, really interesting to say the least. CAPE, or convective available potential energy, as I said in my videos, it's the warm air rising and the cold air sinking. So the displacement between the two gives you the amount of energy that's in the atmosphere. The more energy you have, the stronger the thunderstorms typically are. Usually you want about 2,000 joules per kilogram and above. 2,000 give or take. It could be less, it could be more, but it depends upon the environment it's in. And so we have about 4,000 joules per kilogram CAPE. I think that's all you guys need to know. Have a nice day. Anyways, but we have a lot of CAPE here. We have a lot of energy. The one thing that I do notice is that we don't have a lot of a limiting factor, which tells me that there is going to be a lot of these storms that are just going to bubble up freely. It's not going to be discrete. It's all just going to be this giant messy mode that we saw, similar to how yesterday's live stream was. So, that's something that we really are going to have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. And that could potentially hint to the fact that there could be some strong linear segments, either a QLCS, a squall line, or maybe individual bow echoes within the line that could be possible within some of these areas. Derek Bond with the $5 super chat says severe storms and hail and Gluckstadt, Mississippi right now. Thanks for all the warnings and info over the last few months. You're my go-to nowadays. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. As I said, I appreciate all the people who come out to my channel. You know, whether you share the live stream, you like it, you know, you subscribe, you help fund the channel and stuff like that. You know, without you guys, I wouldn't be doing stuff like this. Although I would still be doing it in my free time anyways, just by looking at storms, because that's kind of my nature. I really enjoy tracking storms. And so, without you guys, I wouldn't be able to continue to do the stuff that I do here on YouTube. And thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. Now, I want to talk about the tropical system here real quickly, because a lot of you guys probably in the chat were like, what? Hurricanes? Tropical storms? Tropical season? Hold up, I gotta look at my watch. It's May 4th. What do you mean tropical storms? Well, the Pacific starts a lot earlier than most areas in the Atlantic, so we gotta consider that. But the threat for some tropical activity, it's starting to increase a bit, and once we get closer and closer, we're really gonna have to watch out for this. The GFS is picking up a tropical system that could form here on Friday into Saturday, and that could potentially impact the coastline of Mexico. So we're really gonna have to watch out for this, a potential tropical storm or hurricane that could form along here and kind of just, you know, lay around. So we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. I'm actually curious if the National Hurricane Center is picking up on this yet. And not yet. They're probably going to start doing outlooks here relatively soon. They said that they were going to do outlooks, what, May 14th? Isn't that what they said? So, yeah, we're definitely going to have to watch out for this these systems here in the Pacific, especially since I know I have viewers in Hawaii. And so I try to cater to you all if there's anything that's going to be impacting you all as well. Love, peace, and harmony with the $2 super chat says, I agree, dude. You really are my go-to. Love you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate all the support you guys give me. And Love, Peace, and Harmony has become an official weather enthusiast here on the Hockey Boy and Nate. I said Hockey Boy and Nate. Jeez, that's so out of date. The Nate Snyder YouTube channel. Thank you so much. They get exclusive emotes that they can put in chat. They also have a badge. You can also look at bloopers. Actually, you know what? I feel like I should show you all one of the bloopers. I haven't posted this, but I should show you all one of the bloopers that I had here this morning recording my video. It was pretty funny. And I was pretty rushed to make my video this morning, but it still ended up going pretty well. And so this is how it turned out. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate, and I'm not doing this correctly. My name is Nate, and I'm not doing this correctly. Well, thank you, Nate, for not doing it correctly. You guys couldn't see my face in it, but it was just, my face was really just, I'm not starting this video out pretty well. So you get more bloopers and stuff like that I upload, and who knows, we might be doing members only live streams whenever we get more people. All right, I want to talk about one more time before we go back to the live analysis of the severe weather. As I said, massive risk for severe weather here. A 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in this orange area. And then you have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather risk here in the orange. Red! My goodness! My brain is about to explode. I need a sip of lemonade. There we are. But 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in this red right here. So if you live over in this general vicinity, I highly recommend you guys get into a sturdy structure. I highly recommend it. Especially since you guys have a massive risk for winds, a 45% chance for gusty winds above 58 miles per hour indicated in that 45% chance, that pink area. And then you also have a significant risk for damaging winds in upwards of hurricane force strength, 74 mile per hour winds or greater. That is absolutely insane right there. Brandon Doot with the membership, the official sponsorship. So he's become an official member of the Nate Snyder YouTube channel. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I also should mention that you guys also get mentioned at the end of my videos, and you also get put in the scroll text at the bottom of my videos. So, yeah. I really do appreciate all the support you guys have been giving me, and thank you so much. It's actually mind-blowing as to what all you guys have been doing. Member rate? I hope not. But yeah, significant risk for gusty winds here in southern parts of Mississippi into southwestern parts of Alabama. Right within that general area, you could definitely see some massive severe wind gusts and upwards of a hurricane force. And that is not something you want to be through. Trust me, I've storm chased high-end tropical storms, and it smacked the crap out of me when I was on the beach. Which, by the way, I want to announce here that if I actually get my weather station on my car and stuff like that, we can take that to wherever we storm chase hurricanes and stuff like that, and we'll be able to have, you know, as I said, we'll be able to live stream here on YouTube our storm chases as we have done before, and it's pretty crazy. But that's my plan. I'm going to be purchasing another weather station because I bought one here for my house. That you guys, I would have been able to get it. It's actually that thing right there. It's connected to a weather station outside. So yeah. I know I said I was going to go back to the live analysis, but I actually want to go over the timings here one more time. One more time. My bad. So most of these storms here are really going to start firing up across the board here. Within the next couple hours, it'll start to consolidate, and you can see this massive line of storms that are here from near Tupelo, just to the south and east of Tupelo, actually, all the way over, just to the south of Chattanooga, all the way into North Carolina. So that line of storms will begin to consolidate, and then these lines of storms right here near Monroe, you'll be able to see these storms start to consolidate. And look at this, a massive line of storms that will begin to form. This will create your strong gusty winds. The thing that I'm actually concerned about here is that on the model radar, we can actually see this bowing characteristic. This is your bow echo right here. And right at the top of the bow echo, you could potentially see some very significant wind gusts. And you know, as I said, I know people who live in Laurel. I have viewers who live in Laurel and stuff like that. When I covered the Bassfield So-So tornado last year, a lot of people were near Laurel who tuned into my live stream. So I'll be covering this all for you all again. As I said, I typically cover live events, live severe weather events when I think it'll get bad. And even though there's a subpar tornado risk for the most part, what it looks like, the wind risk is rather intense, and that's basically equivalent to a tropical storm or a hurricane landfall. So we really can't, derive from our traditions here on this channel. A lot of these storms here in Louisiana and Arkansas. Look at how many severe thunderstorm warnings are here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, all within a line already. And some of these storms are actually some pretty tall ones. Look at that. We have some echo tops. What the enhanced echo tops does is it looks at thunderstorms the tops of the thunderstorms, and so as it goes up higher and higher in the sky, that typically indicates stronger thunderstorms for the most part. And we have some in upwards of 52, almost 53,000 feet. Actually, we just got a latest scan here. And this says almost 58,000 feet up in the sky. That is tall. That is pretty intense. We might be able to actually see that with our satellite imagery here if we go back to the go back over there in a bit. But some pretty intense areas here that we got to watch out for. That is heading on through. How high are we looking this up? 11,000 feet. I can't do a 3D of this. I would love to do a 3D of that storm, but unfortunately, we're looking up 8,000 feet. We might actually be able to. I'm going to do a 3D of these storms here, and I'm going to be able to show you all. Look at these supercells right within here. I'm actually going to take this off and then make that a little spike. There we go. So look at these supercells right within here. Look at all the rain, and look at all of the... look at all the clouds that are literally spanning on through here. We have some massive thunderstorms with some overshooting tops right about here. You can see how they bump up a little bit, just like that. And so you have a lot of convection that's building up within these thunderstorms that are shooting straight up because of the strong updraft. And so with warm air, as it continues to rise, it could even overpower where the ventilation of the supercells actually are at, which is right about here. And so that's why we have overshooting tops, and that's what tells us that we have some very strong supercells that are going to be moving on through with some damaging hail and some very gusting winds. You're supposed to leave Lake Charles at 4 a.m., drive through Miami. Do I think it'll be safe to drive through northern Florida? Honestly, I think it's... These storms are going to be moving really fast. And they're going to be moving right through your area right around that time frame. So, if you could, I would try and monitor it as much as possible. I wouldn't drive through it, honestly. I wouldn't. But the threat for severe weather still is there. So we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Yeah, if you could leave earlier, if you can leave a lot earlier, actually, that would be amazing. Or if you could just wait until tomorrow. Waiting until tomorrow is actually probably the better idea. I'd highly recommend that. But yeah, this is the 3D of the supercell right within here. You can actually see the hail core right within this general vicinity. The hail core actually extends to about almost 40,000 feet within these storms. Maybe some over that, but that's how high the hail is actually forming within these storms, and it's starting to just dump excessive amounts of hail right within these areas. So a lot of activity with these storms here, and a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. Let's check out some of these storms up in northern Alabama here real quickly, as well as in Georgia, because we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's heading towards Atlanta here relatively soon. But let's check out these storms here north of Interstate, I believe this is what, Interstate 20? Yeah, Interstate 20. So north of Interstate 20, north of Pell City, Lincoln, and Oxford. You guys have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, spotty hail, but there is some strong damaging wind gusts within this storm. Near Ragland and Lincoln, as well as Wattsville, you guys could definitely see some strong severe weather within these areas. Yeah, this is really something we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. Not some super, like, overly excessive strong storms that are happening, or that are going to be happening later on tonight. But, you know, right... It's still a severe storm, and it still can produce, you know, wind damage, trees and power lines with damage and siding and stuff like that. There is the potential for some severe weather right within that. Cape bomb storms, yeah, that's what I was talking about yesterday with the low shear, heavy amounts of cape. You can get into these situations to where a lot of cape could build up, and when there's no limiting factors, well, there was some limiting factors yesterday, which caused some discrete cells. But with that much amount of cape and with no shear, it basically just dumps excessive amounts of rain, becomes really rain wrapped, and that's the reason why we had a lot of these messy modes yesterday. A lot of these scattered storms that produced some damaging winds, large hail, and maybe even the chance for tornadoes for the most part. But we had a cape bomb set up yesterday. We have a slight cape bomb set up today, especially with no limiting factors and some shear. Well, still not really a whole lot. There's some shear. That's I think it's a little bit better than yesterday, but there is still a lot of storms, a lot of energy. So we still have a slight cape bomb set up. CAPE, Convective Available Potential Energy Cape Bomb set up within that general vicinity. And it literally looks like, you know, as you watch it on radar, you see these thunderstorms form out of nowhere, and they dump excessive amounts of rain and hail over and over and over again. And it almost looks like as if a bomb of water went off, and boom. So that's the reason why I refer to it as a cape bomb setup, and this is kind of similar to what we are anticipating. Kind of similar to how it was yesterday as well. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to leave a like, as well as subscribe and turn on notifications, because I do live analysis whenever severe weather does get bad. We typically try and start at the beginning of the event, make it all the way towards the end. Luckily, we don't have to live stream to midnight here today. Hopefully. Possibly. So it doesn't seem to be that intense of a live stream here. Intense of a span of storms here today. That will continue to go overnight. But yeah, I do live analysis for severe weather whenever weather gets bad, and I don't discriminate to just Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Georgia. I do other areas too, so whenever severe weather gets bad, I'll live stream it for the most part. My requirements is I need a 5% chance for tornadoes by the Storm Prediction Center in order to do so. But even then, it's more or less up to my discretion, because I feel like the 5% isn't going to do a whole lot, then I won't live stream. But, you know, we had an event on Sunday that had a 5% chance for tornadoes, and that produced a massive tornado outbreak, including a tornado emergency for Tupelo. But the good news is at least the grill wasn't on fire. Most of you who were in that live stream, you guys will get that reference. At least the grill wasn't on fire. That was definitely a lighter moment of that stream. It was so concerning with what happened with that, with the city. But yeah, at least the grill wasn't on fire. So these storms are looking like they are going to impact the northern parts of Atlanta. So Marietta, Mackland, Powder Springs, Villa Rica, Douglasville. I know I have a couple people who live in Marietta and Douglasville. So a lot of these people need to go ahead and get indoors, most likely. I'd highly recommend getting indoors for the most part. You guys will most likely get 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this. Maybe some spotty hail, but still. A lot of activity within these cells moving on through into Atlanta. So, as I said, highly recommend you guys get indoors. Yeah, yeah, if you guys don't get that reference, I don't blame you. But there was, we were listening to the police scanner, and there was a report of a fire with the debris in Tupelo. But then the person called back in, literally, we heard it live, and they literally said, hey, you don't have to come anymore. It was just the grill. The grill is on fire, and we'll take care of it. And it was just... It was a lighter moment within the live stream. I don't think... a lot of people on that scanner said that houses were gone. But by looking at the damage in the past, it didn't seem like they actually did. Like it was gone. But, yeah. It was definitely the best case scenario for us watching and listening. Especially with those intense storms that moved on through. Vasily with the $5 super chat says, can you see if the cell near Greer, South Carolina is intensifying or anything serious? Let's go to Radar Omega and see this. Let's go to Radar Omega. Sam Krauser with the $3 super chat says, sheesh, you gained almost 100,000 views in one day. There's a lot of activity yesterday. I mean, with that many tornado warnings across the board, what do you expect? So much activity within that general vicinity. And, yeah. Lot of stuff that, kind of just formed on through. So I'm looking along through here in, general. And, oh, geez, where did the radar go? There's radar. So I'm looking through here near, near South Carolina for all these storms. And the cell near Greer specifically doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot. I was looking up and down just to see if there was anything interesting, but it was just this actual cell. Velocities aren't actually all too interesting for the most part, which is the good news here. I'm going to take a look at the enhanced echo tops. And it looks like you have something that is around 40,000 feet, so you might have something there. There is the threat for severe weather possible later on this evening. But I think you guys most likely will be spared from this for the most part. I think the main risk will be more or less into Georgia, if anything. Jeez, look at these severe thunderstorm warnings. Actually, what I want to do here, I know I'm risking it for the biscuit. But do I care? No, I do not. So we're gonna actually look at the experimental radar here in Monroe. And geez, there's so many satellite rapid analysis signatures here. Strong gusty winds, some hail. Lot of strong gusty winds and hail across here, actually, according to rapid satellite analysis. Okay, so the Monroe radar is having a whale of a time because we can clearly see these thunderstorms in high definition. Look at this. Lot of strong gusty winds surging on through here with these storms. Echo tops, we can't tell because it only looks at specific heights in the sky. But yeah, that is some pretty strong storms that are surging on through here. And Monroe, I highly advise you guys seek cover for the most part. Yeah, we're trying to use this experimental radar as much as possible here. And yeah, we're getting some pretty good data for the most part. We got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings here with some hail and upwards of quarters, especially in northern parts of Louisiana. Sam Krauser with the $3 super chat says, can't believe you're about to hit 10K subs and 1 million total views. Yeah, I can't believe it either, honestly. But thank you for the $3 super chat, and I thank everyone who's came to the live stream to watch the analysis here. Even if you've supported the channel, I really do appreciate it in any way, shape, or form. The only issue with these storms right here, you guys, is that we can only use the experimental radar to give us an idea as to what all is happening. The other two radars here in the northwestern parts of Louisiana, other known as Shreveport, and the other radar in central Mississippi in Jackson, they are really far away from these storms. We're actually looking up too high to be able to determine as to what all is happening at the surface. And so we have to try and use this experimental radar, even if it might not give us, you know, exact qualities as to what all is happening. This is the radar that the college here in Monroe, I can't remember what the college is off the top of my head, but they do have an experimental radar over there. So a lot of activity with these storms. So if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, as I said, I highly recommend you guys get into a sturdy structure because some strong gusty winds could definitely be impacting your general vicinity here today. Speaking of which, I want to go over this area of these risks again because I need to try and stretch the narrative that this is pretty serious. Areas in the dark green, you guys have a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. 1 out of 5. So marginal risk. Areas in the yellow, you are in a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. Slight risk. So you're getting further up. This is areas that we need to watch out for. Areas in the orange is in an enhanced risk, which is a 3 out of 5. And areas in the red, which is a 4 out of 5. So enhanced and a moderate risk. And specifically right here, in the moderate risk, this is southern parts of Mississippi into southwestern parts of Alabama. Maybe a little bit of Louisiana here. Maybe the eastern parts of Louisiana to maybe the southeastern parts of Louisiana. Not extreme southeastern parts, but like the areas that are near Hattiesburg. Hattiesburg is in Mississippi, but like right along that general vicinity north of Baton Rouge, even in Baton Rouge, you guys have the potential of some very strong wind gusts. And, you know, we'll take a look at the wind risk here for you all. Zoom it in here. And you can see there's a massive 45% chance of damaging winds and upwards of 58 miles per hour. But then you also have this significant risk for severe weather right here. And this is what I'm most concerned about. This significant risk with this black circle with the dotted lines in the middle, this indicates that you guys could have a 10% chance or greater of seeing hurricane-force wind gusts. You heard me correctly, hurricane-force wind gusts. 74 miles per hour or greater. And that is what I'm the most concerned about here today, especially with how widespread this event is supposed to be according to the models. So, if you guys haven't already figured out, right below is a scrolling screen. It tells you all as to which areas have are in those risks for severe weather. And so I would highly pay attention. I'd highly advise that you all pay attention to that down there as to the major populous areas. And if you live around those areas, you can make adjustments as to what all you could be expecting that day and take proper precautions. As I said, I'd highly recommend you get into a sturdy structure, especially if you live in areas. I'll actually call it out here real quickly. Hattiesburg, Meridian, Pearl, Brandon, and Laurel, all in Mississippi. I highly advise you guys get into a sturdy structure because a mobile home will most likely could be toppled here. This right here, a lot of people are asking what software I use. This is called GR2 Analyst. So GR2 Analyst is a program that I highly recommend if you're a weather enthusiast. Costs $250. It's only a one-time purchase, but you can use it on as many programs as you want to. Gives you 3D analysis. You can customize it however way you want. You can create custom color tables. You can add-ons, so you can add on wrap and satellite analysis. That's what these little circles are, these pink circles. This just tells me the environment of what's all in these areas, which, by the way, according to wrap and satellite analysis for this storm that's approaching Monroe, this storm is in an environment with 5,000 joules per kilogram, most unstable CAPE. That is a lot of energy. That is a lot of energy. 100%. So, yeah. I don't think I need to say much more if you know what convective available potential energy is, or CAPE. Love, Peace, and Harmony with the $5 super chat says, quick fun, are you ready? A skunk sat on the stump. The stump trunk. Jeez, tongue twisters. I can't. The stump thunk. The skunk stunk, and the skunk thought the stump stunk. Oh my goodness. Hats off to you for the most irritating donation message I have ever read. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Sound like I was beatboxing. So yeah, Monroe, I said before, I highly advise you all to get indoors. And yeah, I still think you guys need to get indoors. Because these storms are absolutely, they're right on your doorstep here for the most part. I don't see anything too tornadic with this storm. But we're really going to have to watch out for this as this moves on through. The potential for it to become tornadic later on is possible. So we're really going to have to, people in Monroe, you're really going to have to watch out for this. 100%. David Robinson with the $2 super chat says, you're in West Monroe right now and it's bad. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if if it got pretty bad. You got a lot of strong storms that are surging on through your area. A lot of strong gusty winds. Maybe even some spotty hail. I can't actually tell if there's any hail according to this radar, but there is the chance for it to be there. University of Louisiana at Monroe is the name of the college. Okay. Yeah, David, please stay safe. Because these are some pretty strong storms that are moving on through here in Monroe. And so please stay safe. If you know anyone else who lives in Monroe, I would tell them to try and stay indoors. I'll tell you around which time could potentially be the best time for you to get out. But as of right now, you're getting a lot of strong storms. And I don't foresee you guys to be getting out of it anytime soon. Love, Peace, and Harmony with the $2 super chat says, oh my god, bro, I beat Brox at Smoky Beats. Seems legit. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of these storms here in northern parts of Louisiana. I'll just say northern parts of Louisiana because, does this technically count as northeastern parts of Louisiana? Seems how there's also this stuff here north of Baton Rouge. Like, Louisiana is such a weirdly shaped state. So do you call it northern Louisiana, people who live here? Or do you call it northeastern parts of Louisiana? I think it's northern parts of Louisiana. I think that's probably the best thing for me to call it. Here's a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings across the board here. North of Jackson and south of Jackson. One near Hazelhurst. Another off towards Canton. So if you live in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, I highly advise you all to get indoors. Because these could easily be producing some strong gusty winds and some sporadic hail. There's even, if we take a look at the maximum expected hail size, there's some in upwards of, I'd say about an inch. Maybe a little bit less than that. But there is still the chance for that there. Severe thunderstorm watch just got issued. I'm assuming that's for oh no, that's in Virginia and in Maryland. Storms are starting to bubble off over there. So as I said, I know people who live in these areas. I've lived there for most of my life. I also love how I am not in the severe thunderstorm watch. Very unfortunate. You guys would have been able to hear my weather radio, but it's actually currently dead. I should probably put some more batteries in there. Probably should. There we go. Weather radio is back online. And so, yeah, giant severe thunderstorm watch in Virginia, Maryland, and the eastern panhandle of West Virginia. A lot of people want me to talk about Maryland now. Okay, well, fine. I'll talk about Maryland. I think we have a severe thunderstorm warning in West Virginia. This is West Virginia. This is south of Romney. This is heading towards Moorfield. Actually, it's a bit further south of Moorfield. I actually played tennis over there. Fun fact. Used to play tennis back in my days. Used to play hockey back in my days. But yeah, a lot of activity here that is heading on through south of Moorfield. And if you live further out towards Front Royal, I also played in Front Royal as well. I definitely monitor the storm. But as of right now, the good news about this part of West Virginia, all right, south of Moorfield, there really isn't a lot. You have one mountain right here, which is a pain to drive over or through. You have another mountain just to the west of that near Whitmer, heading off towards Elkins. It's pretty flat within this general vicinity, but it's mainly farmland for the most part. So it's a decent severe thunderstorm warning for the most part. As I said, if you live near Brake, Peru, Milam, south of Moorfield in general, I'd highly advise you to get into a sturdy structure. Highly advise you all to do that. That is a really interesting area to watch out for. So I'll talk about that in a second. Security guard with the 5-pound super chat says, working again, doing another overnight shift, but this time store is closed. Nate, you are my favorite U.S. weather station on YouTube. Keep it up, bud. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, as I said, cover severe weather whenever I think it gets bad. So if you guys want to stay tuned, please be sure to do so. Like the live stream so I can get onto more people's recommended pages so that we can continue to get the word out of this severe weather. Share this with friends and family and on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, stuff like that. That would be greatly appreciated. And subscribe if you're new, because I do analysis for severe weather, not just in these areas that I've been talking about. There's some other areas that I'll be doing severe weather analysis for as time continues to progress. Someone wants me to check Douglasville. I remember that from earlier. That's near Atlanta. Douglasville right now is getting a lot of strong, severe winds. Actually, there's been reports of damage here in Dallas, Georgia. Train spotter reported severe wind gusts with a couple of downed trees and tree limbs near Merchants Drive and East Memorial Drive in Dallas, Georgia. So if you live in these areas north of Atlanta, especially along near Sugar Hill, along Interstate 85 for the most part, if you live near Interstate 85, north and east of Atlanta in Georgia, I highly advise you all to get indoors or into a sturdy structure. 100%. Do I have an Instagram? Yes, I do. Same thing as my YouTube channel. What radar app am I using? This is called GR2 Analyst. 21-day free trial to anyone who wants to test it out on computer, but then afterwards it shuts down unless if you want to purchase a key, which by all means go ahead. It does cost $250, but you can use it on as many computers as you want to as long as you have that key. So yeah, I think this is the best program in all of weather programs, honestly. And let me show you why I think that. Let's go over to Birmingham's radar. First off, this storm here that's causing some severe winds, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 100% with this storm. But the reason why I think these storms are why I actually love this radar the most is if we go over to Jackson, take a look at some of these other storms. All right, they look pretty insane. This storm actually has echo tops over 52,000 feet, which that's how high the Thunderstorm actually is. But what we can do is we can actually take a 3D signature. We can take a 3D scan of this storm here and look at it as to what it looks like. And look at this. This looks absolutely insane for the most part. I'll cut this off here. There's still some rain that's being channeled up into the atmosphere, so there is some activity here. But look at this supercell, guys. You can see how high it goes up into the atmosphere. I'm not sure if you guys are able to tell, but this actually says 50,000 feet. This says 60,000 feet. And this is a tall thunderstorm right here with some overshooting tops. And we can see different characteristics within the storm just by looking at specific stuff. This thing, just by me looking at it, is trying to develop an inflow notch. And I'll go into more as to what an inflow notch looks like once it starts to get a lot more pronounced. But this storm could even be tornadic later on, and that's definitely something we're going to have to watch out for. But we can take 3Ds of storms with this particular program, and it's absolutely phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. I can look at so many specific characteristics, be able to determine as to what all is happening. And speaking of characteristics, this thing is actually starting to look a bit tornadic. Right there, you can see there's the appendage, the classic arcing characteristic that I would look for a supercell to be tornadic. It's already developing some low-level rotation. And it's in pretty good helicity values as well. So there is actually a tornadic supercell here that is just to the north and east of Jackson. So some of these areas that got hammered by some of these tornadoes on Sunday, you guys are not out of the risk, unfortunately, because you have some more storms that could potentially even be tornadic, and that could be moving on through your general vicinity. So Carthage, Redwater, watch out. The potential for some severe weather, maybe even something that could be tornadic, is possible, and it's heading straight your way in about a little over a half an hour. I actually want to take one more 3D of this storm, and I want to see if I can see it. And if I can see it, I'll be able to point it out to you all, but I might be shooting from the hip here. Might be shooting from the hip. Nope, we can see it. We can see it. This storm is already developing rotation within decent parts of the upper atmosphere within the storm. Look at this. What I'm looking at right now is the normalized rotation, and this puts it in an algorithm which shows you areas of rotation. So the blue is the rotation that we're going to want to look for. The green is the clockwise rotation or the anticyclonic rotation for the most part. And so that basically is not all too favorable for tornadoes. We want to look for the counterclockwise rotation within some of these storms. And this is what we're looking at right here. This blue, as it goes up into the atmosphere, this is the rotation as it spans up into the upper parts of the storm. And so we really are going to want to look out for how this develops further on. You can see how it's cut off from this, so it's more or less something like this. The rotation spans up into the atmosphere. And so we really are going to want to watch out for this as this continues to unfold here. Potentially tornadic supercell that is moving on through to the north and east, or potentially tornadic. That's all right, Shanta. All the people, if people want to, come and go within the live stream, that's fine. I'm still going to try and do a service to people, Going to try and cover as much as possible to as many as they may need. As many as people may need it. People want me to check Atlanta again, Douglasville. Give me a second. As I said, a lot of scattered storms here in Douglasville. So you guys should be fine as of right now, but a lot later tonight, a lot later this evening, or afternoon, I should say, you guys could see a strong storm that could produce some damaging wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So I'd watch out for that. Potentially a severe thunderstorm warning that got issued for your general vicinity. But as of right now, it definitely seems like there is a storm that's marching on through, and is that a Hold up. I'll have to look out for this. There's a little general area of rotation. It's very weak. Very weak, to say the least. So we're going to have to watch out for this. But yeah, near Atlanta, some strong gusty winds and upwards of 40 miles per hour is possible. But some severe winds near Sugar Hill, near Swanee areas, near Interstate 85 and Interstate 985. Highly recommend you guys get indoors, get into a sturdy structure. Highly recommend if you're near Norcross, near Lawrenceville, Lilburn, Braselton. Right within those areas, I'd highly advise you all to get indoors into a sturdy structure. That's a fire outlook that just got issued by the Storm Prediction Center. As I said, if you guys ever hear that little ding, that little jingle, that is my IEM bot that's alerting me that something is happening with the Storm Prediction Center, something they released. So, but yeah, north of Atlanta, I highly advise you guys to stay indoors. Spotty hail, but definitely some strong gusty winds for the most part within these storms. It's 100% possible. If you are in western parts of Atlanta, I'd highly advise you all to stay indoors, but it's not going to be like all super severe, in my honest opinion. So you guys should be good on that note. I want to check these storms here near Monroe, and the radar is updated, and that is potentially a tornadic rotation that could be trying to develop south of Monroe. Now, granted, this is an experimental radar, so we're going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. But we're looking up 4,000 feet up in the sky, and it's showing a little bit of rotation here north of Bosco, south of Richwood. So, would not be surprised if something got issued for the storm. Definitely some strong damaging winds. You can see the rear flank or the inflow for the most part. The forward flank downdraft surge into the storm. Well, the rear flank downdraft would be right about here. So it's pretty decent for the most part. I'm actually going to do a storm motion from warning and do storm relative velocities. And yeah, there's a little bit of rotation here. Rear flank downdraft definitely surging into this storm. But you have definitely something that could be tornadic south of Monroe near Richwood and Bosco. 100%. So we're going to have to watch out for this as this heads off towards the north. Eventually towards I-20. Now, it's not near Vicksburg yet. Vicksburg is still out in front of the storm, but we're really going to have to watch out for it as this continues to move on through. I want to look back at the storm here near to the north and east of Jackson. I want to look back at it. And this actually, according to rapid satellite analysis, is starting to show that it might be starting to become a tornadic supercell. So we're really going to have to watch out for that as well, 100%. We also have a cell down here that's near Crystal Springs. This is producing some larger amounts of hail. In these yellows, it actually indicates, well, greens and yellows, it actually indicates 1 to almost 1.5 inch size hail according to the maximum expected hail size. So Crystal Springs could be experiencing some larger amounts of hail. And even Terry further along, areas basically along US 51 and Interstate 55 south of Jackson, near Crystal Springs, Gallman, Gatesville, up to Terry. I'd highly advise you all to go ahead and get indoors. Some large hail, well, decently large hail could be falling within some of these storms. Yeah, that storm might be trying to form an inflow notch, all right. We're definitely, oh yeah, I think it did form an inflow notch. Hold up. Let's take another 3D of this storm here, the potentially tornadic storm that's heading towards Carthage. We're going to channel out, specifically look for heavy amounts of rain. And yeah, there's your inflow notch that's starting to develop. So what's happening right now here in Mississippi, north and east of Jackson, is there's this supercell that's starting to develop. And usually when a supercell starts to develop, it starts to form a hook characteristic on the southern end of the storm. Most cases, it does that. There's some abnormalities, but we can see right within here, there's this a little bit of a cave, little bit of a nook and cranny that we would look out for. So right within that general vicinity is where the supercell actually takes in energy, and it feeds the supercell, so it allows it to strengthen, maybe even intensify further. So we are going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. But the potential for this to become tornadic is possible. And we're going to have to continue to monitor the cell as this progresses with its lifespan. But you can easily see that this has an inflow notch right within here. Pretty interesting supercell for the most part that is moving on through. And we're going to go to the Elite volume to see the supercell in all of its glory. And look at that. That is a pretty interesting supercell to say the least. Yep, look at that. That is an interesting supercell, and that's where all the inflow goes in. You guys notice how the clouds kind of fan out like this to where you have a lot of your rain over here, but then you have some clouds that jut out just like this. I'll move my 3D around for you to be able to see. Notice how there's a lot of clouds up here. There's a lot of rain up in this general vicinity, but no rain down here. No rain down here whatsoever. That's where your inflow comes in. That's how the storm is going to feed itself. And so we have a big area of inflow that's surging into the supercell, and we really need to watch out for the storm. It could potentially turn tornadic later on. And yeah, there's definitely some rotation in the upper parts of the atmosphere with this. Definitely some rotation, and we're going to have to watch out for this. 100%. What kind of software am I using? This is GR2 Analyst. This is, in my opinion, the best product that you can get for the money and the activity. But it's a 21-day free trial. 21-day free trial. After the free trial, it shuts down, but then you'll have to purchase a key, which is $250. But you can use it on as many computers as you want. You can use it for 3D. You can add on stuff. You can add on more roads. You can add on models or even convective outlooks and stuff like that across the board. So basically, it does what WSV3 does for the most part. If you really wanted to work hard for it, but this is the only product, to my knowledge, that does a 3D like this. You know, you have Radar Omega that says, "Oh, well, we have a 3D here. All you have to do is press this, and boom, apparently it's a 3D." This is not a 3D, guys. All right, this just picks out the heaviest amount of rain and puts it at the top of the storms. Although this will be pretty cool to use for hurricanes. This will be really cool to use for hurricanes, and I'm going to fully intend using this for landfalls and stuff like that. Doesn't do futurecasts. Nope. This is that's a radar. But in my honest opinion, if you want to look at models and stuff like that, you go to a website like Pivotal Weather or Tropical Tidbits or College of DuPage. You can easily do that. Like, I do that now. And I'm actually more content with using that more or less because we can actually take soundings with stuff like that. Here. You know, you can see the environment with these, what these storms are in and stuff like that. So, you know, that's just what I do. I think it's a lot more efficient than spending $250 a year on a program that looks special, but it really isn't. Potential tornado cell, Northern Virginia, west of Front Royal. Yeah, I know. There's the cell. We had a tornado that was near Frederick yesterday. It's pretty insane. I had a couple friends. I actually had a friend that storm chased that. You know, my buddy of mine that I storm chased with. He actually went down and chased it and caught a tornado, which was pretty insane. That's the reason why we were covering it so much, because we were like, this thing is producing a tornado, and it's near areas that I know personally. So, but we have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here that are heading off towards Front Royal. It's south of Moorfield. It's actually getting further and further away from Moorfield, West Virginia. But yeah, it's heading towards Front Royal, and it looks like it's going to be keep going to the east northeast. So the current trajectory takes it into like Leesburg and stuff like that. But you could get some more storms that form off to the north, even to the south, across the board. That's a giant cold front. I'm hoping for it to get a lot colder, because you can see, this is right around where I live. I don't live in Hagerstown. I live north of this, but it's 81 degrees outside. 81. Not enjoyable, especially with broken air conditioning. Not enjoyable whatsoever. Quick forecast for Charlotte. Sure, why not? Charlotte, North Carolina. We'll get some scattered storms here later on this evening at around 4 o'clock. And could potentially see some more later on. And then they'll see some more thunderstorms tomorrow. Same thing with South Carolina. You guys will see some scattered storms here this evening. 4 o'clock all the way through, depending upon where you live in South Carolina. So upstate South Carolina will get the action first, and it'll progress all the way through into central parts of South Carolina, all the way through towards the coastal Carolinas. So if you live in North or South Carolina, you guys will get scattered storms. They could be severe, but it's very, very, very small chance of you guys getting some significant severe weather, in my honest opinion. I want to go over towards the cell here in Jackson again. And this thing is really starting to wrap around. It's really starting to wrap around and show its rotation in the upper parts of the atmosphere. So, yeah, this thing is really starting to become tornadic, huh? Potential tornadic supercell that could potentially form here. Oh, yeah. The threat is real, so we're gonna have to watch out for this, especially as it unfolds. Should you get GR2 Analyst or GR Level 3 for tornado hunting? GR Level 3. Downloads data way quicker, and that's what I use for storm chasing. That's what I use for storm chasing. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe as well as turn on notifications, because I do severe weather analysis for whenever severe weather does get bad. I also upload videos in the morning to update everyone as to what the severe weather is, or actually, scratch that, what weather is going to be happening in the United States for the most part. I uploaded a video this morning updating you all as to what the severe weather could possibly be like here today. I'm going to be uploading a video tomorrow updating everyone as to what all is happening. And so if you guys want to pay attention, I usually upload videos at around 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time, 10 p.m. well, not p.m. a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So yeah, if you guys want to pay attention to that, feel free to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay up to date with all the content that I provide. 3% chance, 4% chance. Yeah, that storm near Carthage looks the worst. Echo Top's still blowing up over 50,000 feet. That's how tall these thunderstorms are. This red area here is 50,000 feet. That's how tall the thunderstorms are, 50,000 feet and above. And so some of these are up to 51,000 feet. And it's still continuously blowing up more and more. So we really got to watch out for these storms as this continues to progress further towards Wiggins, further towards Redwater, further towards Carthage. 100% really got to watch out. Southwest of Jackson, starting to look tornadic. I'll have to look in the upper parts of the atmosphere. Yeah, it looks like the supercell's starting to try and drag its rear flank downdraft. Looks like it's trying. The helicity is very poor in that area, so I'd probably, I'd probably say not as much, but there's still some activity. Is Atlanta on your map? Yeah, Atlanta is on my map. Let me go over to Atlanta. Look at these thunderstorms that are moving through Atlanta right now. You have the severe thunderstorm up near Sugar Hill and Lawrenceville. I told you all that you guys most likely should be indoors, but the areas near Atlanta, just some decent gusty winds and upwards of 40 miles per hour for the most part. A lot of activity here across the board, but you also have another set of severe storms that most likely will be marching on through your general vicinity. If I were to get a timing out here for you all, a rough estimate, I would say northern Atlanta to maybe, just Atlanta Metro, about an hour and a half. About an hour and a half is when you guys could start seeing these severe storms. So I would continue to watch it. I would watch it with the utmost care. And if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, I highly advise you all to get into a sturdy structure. Highly advise you all to get into a sturdy structure. We are at 9,830 subscribers. We are so close to 10,000 subscribers, guys. That's that was our May goal. Our goal for the amount of subscribers we were supposed to have at the end of May. And when I was making this goal, we were at right around 7,800 subscribers. So the fact that we've grown this much over the span of, say, a couple of days is absolutely mind-blowing, and you guys are insane. So thank you guys so much for all the support that you guys have shown me. New severe thunderstorm warning for southern parts of Birmingham. Already been reports of this is flooding on Cobb Street. So there's also a flash flood warning within this general vicinity. And why is... Oh. Hold up, guys. I can actually see the thunderstorms to my south. I can see the thunderstorms. It's not like, you know, in depth. It's not like I can see it specifically as to what all is happening. A lot of clouds, but the thunderstorm tops are definitely extending above 10,000 feet up in the sky, chat. So there is still some activity. So the potential for severe weather is there. Down south, Winchester, Front Royal. Also someone walking in the middle of the street. He's looking at me pretty funny because I'm yelling in the middle of my I'm yelling out my window, and they think I'm talking to myself. Then again, most of you probably would be like, oh, he's definitely talking to himself anyways. He's crazy. But yeah, there's a lot of flooding here in Cobb Lane in Birmingham. One thing I advise you all is that if you guys do live in Birmingham and you see flooded roadways, turn around and don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways. All right, I've seen some people who have done this, and they are not smart. All right, I'm just gonna say it right now. They are not smart. I'm gonna show you an example of what not to do. I'm gonna try and find it here real quickly. Scrolling down here. But I'm gonna show you an example of what not to do. If I can find it. I don't think I can... I'm having some real difficulty trying to find where this is. Reed, Tammer, let's just actually go over there. He responded to it. He said no. So let's go see if let's go find out where which one is specifically, because this is not a smart thing to do by any stretch of the imagination. Not a smart thing to do. I, for whatever reason, don't think I can find it. I don't know why. It was pretty funny, though, when I saw it. Well, anyways, point being is don't drive through flooded roadways. Do I remember Alexandria? 100%. That was my first ever tornado emergency that I covered. That was a day I probably will never forget. Because that was an insane day there. If you guys have anything that you want to share with me on Twitter, please be sure to follow me there and at me. At Nate_Snyder. That way, I may be able to show you all, show the rest of the stream as to what all could be happening on Twitter. Trying to find it, but I can't. Which is unfortunate. It happened over the past 3 days, but that's just, it is what it is. So as I said, similar to what this person did, at Nate_Snyder, has some pictures of the damage here. And Northumberland County. I have no clue where this is. But that is some damage of tornadoes. Did I cover 2011? No, I was watching it. I was watching the Weather Channel and stuff like that. That's some pretty interesting damage right there within that general vicinity. So, not something I wanted to, not something we all wanted to see, but it happens. We just gotta try and prepare for it. That's the only thing we can do. More reports of damage coming out of Dallas, Georgia. Emergency management reports a couple of trees down on Davis Mill Road near Renfro Road, Mustang Drive. Other power lines and roads hazards also reported down around the Dallas area. So you guys really need to sit there and watch out for this. Then there's also some more damage here near the Beltway of Atlanta, near Smyrna. Tree and additional limbs reported down in the intersection of Windy Hill and South Park. Those roads there. So I'd highly advise people to like if they're in a severe thunderstorm warning, I highly advise you all to get into a sturdy structure, because these storms have had a history of producing wind damage across the board, and I even had some flooding. There's been reports of this storm here just on the eastern side of Birmingham. Trees down and reported by a spotter. So a lot of activity with these storms here as this continues to surge on through. Let's go back to the cell that's to the north and east of, actually, you know what? Let's go back to Fort Polk, Louisiana. And oh my goodness, look at how these storms have just blew up. Look at the line that's starting to consolidate, chat. This is what we were talking about right here. So the threat is starting to consolidate. The Cape Bomb is really going off, and yeah, there's some of these storms that even have a little bit of tornadic rotation with them. A little bit. Not too much, but they have a little bit. But the one thing they do have is some spotty hail. Look at all these blues and greens. Lot of activity across the board here. 100%. I'm going to check the cell over here near Carthage one more time. There's also a cell here that is right near Pickens. I don't know what this thing just did, but it's trying to wrap around its rear flank downdraft as well, so maybe something tornadic trying to develop with these storms. But a lot of these storms are really starting to fire up across the board, and a massive line of storms that are moving on through here into Mississippi. Look at this. Look at how massive this line is. And there's even thunderstorms that are forming out in front of it, so a lot of activity here across the board with these storms. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, nickel-sized hail. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, nickel-sized hail. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Very intense winds here with these storms. And this is what we were forecasting here, guys. This is what we were talking about with this risk here. This is the severe weather risk indicator for the most part. This indicates as to where the worst areas or the highest probability of severe weather will most likely occur. So, if you are in the dark green, you have a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. If you're in the yellow, you have a 2 out of 5. If you're in the orange right here, you have a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. And if you're in the red, you have a 4 out of 5. That is really intense area of severe weather. Actually, the first time we've ever had that graphic down here, a moderate risk for severe weather, which is what the red is, right within that general vicinity. It's the first time I've ever had to show that risk on stream here with the new graphics. And so the potential for severe weather is possible within this general vicinity. What about Cedar Bluff, Alabama? You're under severe thunderstorm warning? Yeah, give me a second. I'll get to you in a second. So Cedar Bluff, Alabama Oh, you're in that cell. Yeah, you probably should go indoors, honestly. Honestly, I'd say you guys should get indoors. We have a new tornado warning. New tornado warning for the cell here in Cleburne, Alabama. So this is south, I believe, of... This is south of Cedar Bluff. Yeah, this is well south of Cedar Bluff. So Cedar Bluff, in my opinion, you guys are out of the risk as of right now. You guys could get more storms, but a new tornado warning here. This is for Claiborne County in Alabama. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour here, 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The threat for some severe storms is possible. So if you live near Heflin, if you live along Interstate 20, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out here for you all. Just the one thing, an indicator as to where the tornadic rotation would be. You can see how the supercell starts to wrap around with a little hook right here. So right here within this hook is where the tornadic rotation could be. And so as this continues to move on through along areas on Interstate 20, you guys need to go ahead and get in your safe space. This will be crossing over State Highway 46 in Alabama in about 10 to 15 minutes. So if you live over there, you guys don't have a lot of time. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. This will be then crossing over the County Road 59 areas, as well as further along towards trying to get some names of roads here. But they're just showing up County Highway 37 along the border of Alabama and Georgia in about a half an hour. So you guys definitely need to watch out for these storms. But if you live near River Road, if you live near Evans Bridge Road, if you live near Heflin at all, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Let's take a look at the velocities here. Not really all too impressive here just by me looking at this. I took a storm relative velocity from this, and I think I might be not using the right radar for the most part for the best analysis. So I'm going to go over here to Atlanta, and I'm going to get a storm motion from this storm as well. And so you can see there's a little bit of rotation with the storm. It's right near Heflin, right actually almost on top of Heflin. You can see these... You can see the reds are the winds moving away from the radar. The greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. That counterclockwise rotation is where the chance for tornadoes could possibly be. So if you live near Heflin, you definitely need to watch out for this storm as this continues to unfold. There's also another storm right here north of Ranburn, near Bowden, that also has a little bit of rotation. So we also have to watch out for that storm to be tornadic as well. Really need to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Someone asked about Roanoke, Virginia. Roanoke at the moment is getting a lot of scattered storms, a lot of gusty winds with hail in upwards of an inch, and even some gusty winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour. Just these storms across the board here in the severe thunderstorm watch area, you guys could experience that gusty winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. So if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, I highly recommend that you guys get into a sturdy structure, mainly because of where this all is heading off towards. So yeah, Roanoke, if you're in Virginia, if you're in West Virginia, if you're in Maryland, you definitely have to watch out for those storms as this continues to progress. 100%. Let's take a look back at the storm here. Heflin, this is in Heflin, Alabama. If you're in Heflin, Alabama, you need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So this is for Claiborne County in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time, the top of the hour. A tornado warning has been issued in your area. So I highly recommend you guys take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. 100%. How will Tuscaloosa, Alabama look later on today? You guys will most likely start to get some more thunderstorms later on this evening. So I would watch out for this as this continues to move on through. You got hail in Roanoke? Yeah, that makes sense. That actually does make a lot of sense. So I would stay indoors for the most part. Quarter-sized hail and gusty winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour wind gusts, 100%. So yeah, we do have a tornado warning here. This is near the town of Heflin, basically paralleling Interstate 20. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, a sturdy structure. If you live in these areas, you need to tell people to take their proper precautions and get into the safe space. So guys, we need to share this with friends and family and on social media. Share this live stream with on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, TikTok, all sorts of stuff. We need to get the word out that this stuff is happening. As well as like the live stream so we can appear onto more people's recommended feeds. That way, people who don't know what is happening can click on the video, understand what is happening, and be able to spread the word, especially if they live in these areas or if they know anyone who lives in these areas. Definitely a lot of activity with these storms. What happened over the hour? Just joined the stream. Nothing much, honestly. Nothing much. But yeah, this is a storm here near Heflin, Alabama, and is basically paralleling Interstate 20. Can I show you all the storms outside my window? Not really too much to see here, honestly. Not too much to see here. Still 79 degrees outside. Dew points are at 64. But still a lot of activity. How's northern Mississippi right now? Northern Mississippi actually is getting a lot of storms across the board here. I mean, look at this. This cell over here near Abbeville and Hickory Flat. If you guys are in this severe thunderstorm warning, Lafayette, Union, Marshall, Tate, and Benton counties, as well as Panola counties in Mississippi, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. So yeah, basically, dude, we have 21 severe thunderstorm warnings now. That's how active today is supposed to get, guys. I told you all, it's going to be very much so widespread. Very much so widespread. But the type of environment today is it's going to be high precipitation based with the amount of CAPE in the atmosphere and not a lot of shear. So high precipitation based atmosphere here today to where you won't be able to see the storms as this continues to move on through. What's Massachusetts going to get? Absolutely nothing, unfortunately. Northeast isn't going to get anything, at least. You guys are going to stay in this kind of mid-ground weather. Rain, half and half. Can I check the storm near Timberville, Virginia? Yeah, I can. What's happening near Timberville? Isn't that up here in Front Royal? Yeah, it is the one near Front Royal. Let me check it real quickly. So this cell here near Timberville, Virginia, heading off towards the Front Royal vicinity. As I said, I know this area a bit, and that actually has a little bit of rotation as well. So definitely a storm we're going to have to watch out for. 100%. I think it's probably best of me if I move my radar. If I move my radar to Sterling, Virginia. Because this is where this stuff is really going to start moving on through. It's time to move my radar, the radar to my native radar. You and Ryan Hall are the best weather YouTubers I've ever found. I hope you guys continue on what you do to try and save lives, keep people safe from these storms. Yeah, 100%. You know, all of us on YouTube here who are weather YouTubers try and do the same exact thing. We try to inform the public. You know, our ways may be different. Our ways may be very different from each other, but we all have the same narrative in mind. We want to try and help protect people. And that is the, that is, I can't speak for anyone else, actually, when I say that. I can speak for myself. But I'm sure the other YouTubers would agree that that is the purpose of us on YouTube. For the most part. Yeah, this cell here near Mount Jackson is starting to look pretty interesting. Really high precipitation based, I will say that much. So I can't exactly say that this is tornadic. I think it's a lot of strong gusty winds for the most part. Maybe something that's trying to develop near Edinburgh, but nothing really too much here for the most part, in my honest opinion. Let's go back to the cell, the tornado warning here near Heflin. We're actually going to go to Atlanta's radar and see this. And a lot of strong gusty winds with this storm. I think this might have actually tried to gust out for the time being, because the rotation definitely kind of just dissipated. Actually, the rotation went a bit further north. There might be a new area of rotation developing to the south. That is exactly what's happening. Holy crap. Where did you come from? Yeah, so this cell is definitely recycling. So here's the old rotation where it was. It went off to the north near Fruithurst. A new area of rotation that's forming down to the south. As I said, areas along, I believe this is Interstate 20. You need to really watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Because, yeah, this is starting to develop a bit of rotation in the upper levels. We're looking up about, what, 11,000 feet up in the sky? And as it continues to get closer and closer down towards the ground, yeah, we're going to really have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. 100%. It may not be tornadic right now, but it could definitely be tornadic later. So the rotation definitely went off toward the old rotation went to the north towards Edwardsville. New rotation developing off to the south. And we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. So this is about to cross the border into Georgia, guys. Really going to have to watch out for this as this crosses the border. I'm going to go back to the cell here in Jackson. We're going to catch up with our cell over here near Carthage. And starting to lose its tornadic activity just a bit. The supercell has now kind of died. So it was strong for quite some time. And then it died out. So that's the good news. It didn't become tornadic. But still a lot of activity here with these storms. People want me to 3D the tornadic cell? Yeah, why not? I don't see an issue with taking a 3D scan of the Heflin storm. Do I think Virginia can get strong severe storms today? Yeah, I think they could. Not as strong as the stuff down here in the south, but I definitely think they could. Yeah, it's definitely developing an inflow notch. 100%. It's actually jutting around its rear flank downdraft, so if it juts out a bit more, yeah, you could definitely have a new rotation that develops on the southern edge. So yeah, I'd watch out for the storm that's now to the south and west of Heflin. 100%. If you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to like the live stream so I can get onto more people's recommended pages. That would be greatly appreciated because we are going to want to try and spread the word as much as possible. And so the more people that know, the more information that could be spread around. And so if I can get onto more people's recommended pages, then I'll be able to inform as many people as possible by doing so. And this thing just started to intensify further. So guys, I was talking about this. I said that this thing was going to develop a new area of rotation. Here it goes. It just recycled. So if you, as I said, share this with friends and family and on social media. Like the live stream so I can get onto more people's recommended pages. Share this on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all sorts of stuff across the board. That would be greatly appreciated. Lawrenceville, Georgia, you guys actually have a little bit of severe weather that just moved on through. But as of right now, you guys should be fine. You're getting out of the risk for the most part. So yeah, this storm is definitely really starting to ramp up a bit. And there's a bit of rotation with this. You can see the reds are the winds moving away from the radar. The greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Right here, just to the south and east of Heflin. And 100% something that we got to watch out for as this continues to move on through. This rear flank downdraft is really starting to jut out. And a lot of strong rotation with this storm here. That is really starting to unfold in this general vicinity. I do not see any debris. Well, actually, hold up. That's here in Heflin. So it might have been a rear flank downdraft that was near Heflin. Might have been something of a debris signature, possibly. Definitely could have been, but I think it was a bit more of a rear flank downdraft on the northern side. So the area near Heflin, I would say, is a bit more of a, yeah, rear flank downdraft. Let's actually see for sure. Let's go to KDP. And yeah, there's a bit of a KDP drop right within that general vicinity, so yeah, I definitely think it could have been a bit more of a rear flank downdraft motion rather than a tornado. But it could have had a tornado. Definitely could have had a tornado. 100%. Someone's asking about Alpharetta, Georgia. So give me a second here real quickly. You guys live on the northern side of Atlanta. You guys have some scattered storms right now, but nothing too serious. I'll put the radar over, and you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but you guys could definitely get into one later. So I definitely watch out for it. Anywhere in Georgia really is kind of getting a lot of scattered storms. There's a strong storm that's moving through Buchanan. It's about to head towards Draketown, Rockmart, Yorkville, into Dallas again. That actually has had reports of damage and stuff like that from these past storms. So we really got to watch out for this as this continues to move on through into your general vicinities again. 100%. But yeah, northern Georgia, you guys, especially if you're in Atlanta or north of Atlanta, you guys can see some more severe storms later on this evening. South of Atlanta, it's really hard for me to say. But yeah, the potential for severe weather is there. I think you guys south of Atlanta could get something, but it would be a lot later on in the evening. 100%. Ooh, something tornadic might be developing near Newmarket. Might be trying. So we'll have to watch out for it. But Echo Top's above 40,000 feet, almost to 45,000 feet. That is a storm and a half that's surging on through. Can I give a forecast for Maryland? Yeah, Maryland's probably going to most likely get some severe storms later on this evening. So at around the 3:30, well, actually, I'll say 4 o'clock area. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Most of you are in a severe thunderstorm watch. I am not. I'm a little bit north of the severe thunderstorm watch. I could see some of the storms down to my south. I'm actually supposed to get some of this general rain showers here in Pennsylvania. But yeah, Maryland could definitely see some severe storms later on in the afternoon to the evening. And some could produce some larger amounts of hail and some strong gusty winds. But it's typically your typical severe weather setup in the Mid-Atlantic. There is no way there's a tornado confirmed in Pennsylvania. I live here. There ain't nothing going on. I do want to look outside here real quickly. Temperature is not dropped off. It is still 79 degrees. You have a calm little breeze, though. I will say that much. It's also starting to drizzle. I gotta say, the low cloud level here today in our area, we got some really low clouds. Really low clouds. Cumulus clouds are so low to the ground, it's kind of not even funny. Madison Ham with the $5 super chat says, what weather program am I using? This is called GR2 Analyst. Alright, it's a 21-day free trial, but then after the 21 days it shuts off unless if you have a key, into which you'll have to purchase it for $250, but you can use it on as many computers as you want to, as long as you have the key. You can customize it however way you want to. Reflectivity, velocity, all sorts of stuff here. You can do as many things as you want to with it. And, yeah. Now, I love using this program. It's actually my favorite to use. So, I highly recommend it if you're a weather nerd like myself. People are asking about the Carolinas. Carolinas here for today. Most likely we'll see severe weather from 4 o'clock and onwards. So in upstate, it's at 4 o'clock. Central South Carolina, it'll be right around 8 o'clock. And then storms will start to dissipate. But right around midnight is when storms will start to hit the coastal areas. So there is the threat for some severe weather, but it's not significant here today. It's not significant at all. But you still have some stuff with that. Can you do the 3D with that program, GR2 Analyst? Yep, I can. This program right here, yes, you can do 3D scans, and that is still a tornadic area of rotation. Look at that. Yeah, that actually has some pretty decent rotation right within that area. The rotation still spans up into the atmosphere. So let's take a look at this rotation in the atmosphere, shall we? Let's take a 3D of this storm. Let's do it. Here is your supercell. You do have your inflow notch right within there. That's this little cave right within this general vicinity. So we look for that to try and see if we have supercells and to try and figure out if these storms are legitimate. This is legitimate because you have this little cave right here where the supercell can take in all of its energy. So there is the threat for severe weather with this. Let's take a look at the normalized rotation with height. And we'll see if it actually spans up into the atmosphere. And yep, we have a tornadic rotation that goes up into the atmosphere. Look at this. This blue right here is the rotation you want to look for. The greens are the anticyclonic rotations, which is not favorable for tornadoes and stuff like that. I mean, there's been anticyclonic rotation tornadoes, but it's not like the not the ones we're looking for in regards to, you know, the highest probability of producing one. But there is definitely some rotation that span up in the atmosphere with this storm, so we're really going to have to watch out for it. Fishing with Big Mike with the $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Is Panama City looking at having some tornadic activity? Not at the moment, but you guys could potentially see some severe storms later on tonight. So Panama City is like right about here. You got a lot of scattered storms that are moving on through your general vicinity at the moment. But these storms are most likely going to head off into your general vicinity at around midnight tonight. And could have some strong gusty winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour, maybe even higher than that. So the threat is there. The threat is there for severe weather if you live in around those general vicinities. Atlanta will be impacted again, most likely by some more severe weather at around 5 o'clock, 4 or 5 o'clock. I'd say 4 o'clock, actually. 4 o'clock is when you guys could get impacted by some more strong storms. Maybe a little bit before 4 o'clock, but right around Atlanta. And if you live around... live around those general vicinities, you guys are really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. There we go. Done. But, yeah, we've got a lot of storms that are still forecasted to move on through here. And this starts to form into a much larger consolidated line. Look at this, from Atlanta all the way down to New Orleans. Massive line of storms that are forecasted to move on through. And this is the risk for today. Big, strong, gusty winds that could produce even hurricane force wind conditions, even around the areas in southern Mississippi into southwestern parts of Alabama. And that's what we're looking for. That's what we're watching within these storms. Looks like it's taking a lot more of a... Jeez, look at that line, chat. Look at that massive line of storms. Look at this. Massive line of storms. Very much so widespread. Where will the tornado threat be today? Most likely it will be localized right where the major wind threat is, which is here in Mississippi and Alabama. There is a... What? Stop. What? Are you serious? Tornado warning in Pennsylvania. This is too far north, so no, I cannot chase. If you know anyone who lives north of Pennsylvania State University, Penn State University, State College, north into Driftwood, towards Renovo, into Weedville. This has some pretty intense rotation on it. Imagine if this is the tornado of the day. Has a spectrum width drop. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing actually was on the ground. I'm not gonna lie. Weedville. If you live over here, I highly recommend you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Yes, I'm Southern PA, so this stuff isn't going to be impacting me. It'll be just to the north of me. There's these little mini supercells that are forming. Yeah, this thing, I would not be surprised if this thing produces a tornado. So if you know anyone who lives near Weedville, here, let's actually, because I haven't loaded shape files for State College yet, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do that. Pennsylvania. Add. The only shape file we need. Import. Yeah, this is a, there we go. Update. And debris signature. This thing is on the ground. I said this thing most likely was on the ground. There you go. Debris signature. On the ground. About to pass through Bennett's Valley Highway. So if you live north of Weedville, near Bennett's Valley Highway, near Caledonia, as well as near McClintock Road and Old Dodge Road, you need to tell people to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space, because this is a tornado on the ground in northern Pennsylvania. This is in Pennsylvania, guys. There's a clear debris ball right within the storm. You can see the hook right within this, and then the ball that swirls around like this. So you have debris that is swirling within this storm. And so we really have to watch out for this as this continues to move off towards the east, towards Weedville. New tornado warning in Mississippi. That's in Rankin, Scott. I believe that's near Jackson. It is near Jackson. So this is a new tornado warning. This is for Rankin, Smith, and Scott counties. That'll be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you live near Johns, if you live near Star, if you live near Piney Woods, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You can see here in the supercell with the reflectivity, a classic hook signature right where what we would look for with a tornado. The inflow notch right within here. So the threat for tornadoes is possible right here near Star. So if you live near Star, if you live near Piney Woods, if you live near United States Highway 49, you guys really need to get in your safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Henry Canyon Road, get underground or get into your safe space. Rocky Hill, Church Road, get into your safe space. Clara Foot Road, get into your safe space. Bill Hubbard Road, get into your safe space. Strong area of tornadic rotation here with the storm, and so we really need to watch out for this. If we were to take a look at the rotation, the greens are the winds moving towards the radar, reds are the ones moving away. Right in the middle, right about here is where the rotation would be, and so we definitely need to watch out for this storm, and it just consolidated a little bit. So we do have a bit of rotation here with this storm. It's a little bit better organized in the upper parts of the atmosphere. So if we look at it from that perspective, you can see greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. Right in the middle where the brightest areas touch, right here is where the tornadic rotation would be. So definitely need to watch out for this storm as this continues to move towards Piney Woods. Back over towards Pennsylvania, we still have this tornado that is in progress here near Weedville, north of Weedville here. So if you live near Weedville, if you live north of Weedville, along the Bennett's Valley Highway, as well as areas near McClintock area, as the Lintic Road area, the Old Dodge Road area, as well as the Spring Run Road area. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. As I said, a tornado in progress with this storm, still a debris ball with this, and so if you guys live over here, you guys really need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. This will eventually be heading off towards the State Highway 555 area, State Route 555. So if you live over there, you guys got to really monitor the storm. As I said, a tornado in progress. This is that is north of Weedville. So if you live over there, you really got to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. As I said, you know, you have your debris signature right here with this ball. What the correlation coefficient looks for is the density in the atmosphere, and it channels it out as to either rain or not rain. And so these reds are rain, these kind of blues and this scattered blues right here is air. And then this ball right here of blue and green, that is your debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere. So you have a classic storm here that is clearly on the ground, a classic tornado, a classic supercell that is surging on through. So as I said, if you live north of Weedville, if you live anywhere along the Bennett's Valley Highway area, you need to take their proper precautions and get into your safe space. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. We have a new tornado warning off to the west of that. This is a tornado warning for Jefferson County in Pennsylvania. That'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If I knew more about this up here in Pennsylvania as to how this thing would fire off, I probably would have chased all of these storms. But unfortunately, I'm here covering this moderate risk. Well, actually, more or less fortunately, because I feel like I would be doing a lot more service covering a widespread risk rather than just selfishness in Pennsylvania. But a new tornado warning here. If you live anywhere along State Route 28, heading off towards Brockway, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. The cell near Weedville, the debris signature is fanned out a lot more, a much larger debris signature, but I honestly think that right about here is where the tornado would probably be if it was currently on the ground, but a massive fanning of debris with this storm. It definitely could have been on the ground. It definitely is, in my opinion, probably still on the ground. So we really have to watch out for this storm as this continues to move on through. And tornado, as I said, most likely in progress as this moves off to the north of Weedville here in Pennsylvania. So as I said, if you live near Brockway, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. If you live near Weedville, if you live near areas along State Highway, State Route 555 in that general vicinity, if you live along, this would be Mountain Zion Road, if you live near Spring Run Road, if you live near Old Dodge Road, you guys got to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Winslow Hill Road as well, further along, and Somerson Road. I would say you guys need to go ahead and prepare. This tornado most likely could be in progress, and so you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now, because most likely a tornado is here within this storm, and we really have to watch out for it. As I said, clear debris signature here on correlation coefficient. The correlation coefficient is literally, instead of it seeing rain, which is all this red, it's seeing these greens and blues right within this ball as debris, and that is definitely a situation we do not want to see as this unfolds here. So, definitely one thing that we do not want to see with these storms here in Pennsylvania. I live in Pennsylvania. It's a bit too far north of me, but there still is something here. But this is, yeah, still is a lot of activity with these storms across the board. Let's go back to the tornado warning in Mississippi here. This is still a tornado warning that is for, this would be Rankin, Scott, and Smith counties. That'll be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you live near Cato, this will be around you at about 2:10. If you live around Johns, this will be around you at 2:15. White Oak at around 2:30. Pulaski and Burns at about 2:45. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, or if you live in those areas, that's around the time frame in which this storm is going to be heading off into your general vicinity. and I urge you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Tornadic storm right here, 100%. It looks like it's starting to weaken a bit more by looking at the velocities, but you still have some rotation with this storm, so we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. New mesoscale discussion. This is for north central / northeastern Arkansas. A few strong storms are possible as the front moves along, but it would be more or less a severe threat, not a tornado threat. So that is the good news there. Update on the storms in Virginia. A lot of these storms here in Virginia are actually starting to produce some larger amounts of hail. Across the board here, there are so many of these storms, that actually are producing very large amounts of hail in upwards of quarter-sized. Actually, well, not very large amounts, but quarter-sized hail, maybe up to ping-pong ball-sized. So if you live in these areas, I highly urge you all to get indoors. Because you do not want to be pelted by hail, especially if you're outdoors, if you're outside. So, Virginia, it still looks likely that you'll still see these storms as they continue to progress to the east. Depending upon where you live in Virginia, you could anticipate these storms, but for the most part, if you're like near Harrisonburg, you guys won't get anything. If you're near Culpeper, you might get something if something decides to form, but as of right now, doesn't seem to be all too significant. People are telling me to check Georgia real quickly. And a lot of strong gusty winds here. What in the world are you? Yeah, we're going to have to watch out for that storm as it continues to move on through to Temple, Villa Rica, and Douglasville. So I definitely watch out for these storms. Severe weather is inevitable in Georgia, so I just honestly say that you guys are really gonna have to get indoors, get into a sturdy structure. I highly advise it. So take your proper precautions that way. If we take a look at the storm here near Weedville, we have some decent rotation with this. Still the debris signature for the most part. Doesn't exactly look like it's on the ground at the moment. It just changed over to VCP 212, so they just changed their radar and how they look at things. The rotation in itself has died out significantly. The one near Brockway, you guys could easily watch out for these. Well, not watch out for these storms. You guys could easily be hit by these storms. So you really got to watch out for this as this continues to move off towards the north and east. You know, this cell near Weedville definitely had debris earlier. So it was on the ground at one point. This other cell here near Brockway, can't exactly say. I don't think this is on the ground right now. I think this is inflow. So if we circle inflow right here, if we circle all of this, change over to correlation coefficient. If it's in there, it's inflow, and that is exactly it is. Definitely some inflow with this storm here that's near Brockway, but regardless, the threat for tornadoes is possible. If you live near Brockway, if you live near Brockport, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This cell over here near Weedville definitely died out. It definitely died out. It could try and re-strengthen, possibly. We'll have to see. But the rotation in itself definitely died out. So it produced a brief tornado. We're going to have to monitor it for the most part. Let's go back over, let's go to Birmingham, Alabama. A lot of storms across the board here in Alabama, but no severe thunderstorm warnings. So fully anticipate you're going to get some gusty winds and upwards of 50 miles per hour, maybe a little bit less. You also could have some spotty hail, but nothing too significant as of right now. That is the good news. But massive line of storms that are surging on through here south of Birmingham. I mean, look at this. It extends all the way from Atlanta all the way down to Utah. So a lot of strong storms here that are in Alabama. Really gonna have to watch out for it. Atlanta still can be hit by these strong gusty winds as this continues to move on through. So if you live near Atlanta, I'd start watching out for these storms. The potential for it to become tornadic is possible, but it's very unlikely. But yeah, it'll start to get into the Atlanta metro area in about within the hour, I should say. It'll start to cross over the Beltway relatively soon. Well, not relatively soon, but within the hour. So if you live over there, really gotta watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Let's go back to the tornado warning here in Jackson, Mississippi. The rotation in itself has really kind of just died. There is still some rotation in the upper parts of the atmosphere, I will say that much. But in regards to what's happening at the surface, there isn't a whole lot to talk about, so that is the good news. But the bad news here is that, well, here's the line of storms we were talking about. Here's your risk for severe weather. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 80-mile-per-hour wind gust, nickel-sized tail. This is a VDS. So a severe thunderstorm warning here for Carroll, Madison, Carroll and Madison parishes, as well as Warren, Yazoo, Hinds, and Issaquena counties. You guys could potentially see some severe wind gusts over hurricane force winds. And that is insane. Further up north, there's even this severe thunderstorm warning right here. Holmes, Yazoo, Issaquena, Humphreys, and Sharkey counties, you have a very dangerous severe thunderstorm warning, VDS severe thunderstorm warning within this area. Over hurricane force winds is anticipated with these severe storms. So this is definitely what's this is what we've been waiting for. 100%. This is what we've been talking about, and this is the risk for severe weather. And it's widespread, too. Very much so widespread. I can't even rule out the threat for severe weather for something tornadic within this as well, so we're really going to have to watch out for this. But hurricane-forced winds with these storms that are surging on through into Mississippi right now. That's crazy. Let's go back to the tornado warnings up here in Pennsylvania here real quickly. Am I killing it by butchering it, or am I pronouncing it correctly? Because if I'm butchering it, then I would love a correction or something like that, so I can correct it in the future. But if I'm doing it correctly, then yeah. Couple tornado warnings here still. Brockway and Brockport still need to stay in their safe space. The cell that's off near Weedville is kind of dead out. That's correctly nice. See, I may live in the Northeast, but you know, if I can actually if I'm actually getting it correctly, then pretty nice. Bonkers, dude. But yeah, this storm over here near Weedville still has a little bit of rotation with it. It doesn't seem to be all too intense. Actually, there's another storm up here near Emporium. Very weak, I'll say that much. There's just so many cells here in Pennsylvania that we're really going to have to watch out for. I don't see a whole lot with this storm. Don't see a whole lot in general. But yeah, there's definitely some brief rotations that can spin up within these storms. So we're really going to have to watch out for this as time moves along. Jeez. I actually want to do something real quickly. I'm looking at the infrared satellite here. the infrared satellite, which looks at the cloud tops of the thunderstorms. So as you go higher and higher up in the atmosphere, most of you know it gets colder. If you think of it that way, between the temperature of what's happening in a valley to what's happening on the top of a mountain, the temperature differential there is quite, you know, there's a good temperature differential there. So, what we're looking at is these thunderstorm tops, and you'll be able to see if they're really strong and if they're really tall, they'll be colder than some of these other areas. So you can see these other little clouds, gray, blue, and green. But then once you get into the reds and the dark reds into the black, oh yeah, you have some strong, powerful supercells that are surging on through this general vicinity in a very mesmerizing infrared satellite imagery that we have here. Is radar scope still recommended? I find their storm relative velocity actually fairly crappy and low resolution. Well, every mobile radar, their storm relative velocity is really crappy. Whether it's radar omega or radar scope. So just look at this. I mean, absolutely a massive storm here. How did I get the bottom weather warning box? You mean this stuff down here? I implemented it myself. And stuff like that. Let's go back to this tornado warning over here for Rankin, Scott, and Smith counties. That'll still be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The rotation itself has depleted. Thank God. But there still is something that could be tornadic within this cell. Definitely could try and recycle sooner or later. So Johns, Polkville, I'd highly recommend getting into a sturdy building right now. I'd treat this as a severe thunderstorm warning. But it could easily could ramp back up again. So we really have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Anything for Tennessee? Not at the moment. They're expected to get some stuff later on, but not at the moment. Can we cover Virginia? Yeah, Virginia has a lot of severe thunderstorms at the moment. I'll go over to my reflectivity here for you all. And a lot of these strong storms that are surging on through here. There's a couple that's just to the north and east of Roanoke towards Lynchburg, heading off towards the Charlottesville vicinity, maybe eventually in towards Richmond. But that'll be there within, like, I'd say a couple hours, stuff like that. These storms aren't moving, like, all too fast. You still have storms that are moving relatively quickly off to the north and east. So, you do have still some activity with these storms in Virginia, but not too much. It's more or less going to be some scattered wind gusts. Let's go back to the Storm Prediction Center here. We're going to show you all what the risk for severe weather is here today. And you can take a look. All right, this is the convective outlook here for today. This light green is a general thunderstorm risk, not a good chance for severe weather at all. As a matter of fact, it is a 0 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. Areas in the dark green is a 1 out of 5 or a marginal risk. Areas in the slight risk is a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. It is indicated as a slight risk. Areas in the orange is a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. That is an enhanced risk. And areas in the moderate, in this red area, a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. A very concerning situation that we're going to have to monitor later on tonight. But strong gusty winds is possible with these storms. Over hurricane force winds is anticipated with these storms. And there's even some warnings that have 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts along the Mississippi River, even all the way up towards, I believe it's what, Greenville, Mississippi? Yeah, Greenville, Mississippi. Got that correct. So some very strong storms that are extending on through, and we're really going to want to watch out for this as this continues to move on through into the afternoon, into the evening hours. But a lot of activity here with these storms, 100%. More severe thunderstorm warnings across the board And this does include Jackson. So it now has an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust and nickel-sized hail. There we go. So we have a VDS for Jackson, or a very dangerous storm, severe thunderstorm warning. Here, indicated for the city of Jackson. All the tornado warnings have been canceled, or have allowed to expire, I should say. So that is the good news. Let's go to Jackson here. Let's see if we can find a camera. I think I have a couple cameras that might be able to help us out here. And we'll be able to see what all is happening with these storms. So that's Tupelo. You want to go over to Jackson. There's Jackson. It's looking off to the north. It's not exactly what I wanted. What about west? Not helping. Not helping. Not helping. Yeah, trying to get a camera here for you all. Give me a second. Oh, look at that. Whoo! Pretty crazy storms. Let's actually see, does Jackson have a sky cam? Anyone know that? Jackson, Mississippi, sky cam. That's in Natchez. That's in downtown Jackson. Interesting. Trying to find... I don't know where this stuff is looking at. Mesoscale discussion concerning Tornado Watch 114 and 144 and 146. Embedded QLCS tornadoes will continue over the next several hours. Potential exists for gusts over 70 miles per hour at the surface. So they're basically saying that this thing is not quitting anytime soon. Looking at the metro area, which is south of Jackson, so that's looking south. We're not seeing anything with that, so... WLBT in Jackson, biggest TV affiliate, Doppler radar east of town. These storms are not... Georgia has its own dangerous storms, but it's not as significant as this. So Georgia's not in that exact risk. So I'm trying to find these storms here for you all. Let's go back to our radar here in Jackson. I mean, just look at these storms here, chat. I'm actually going to play a radar loop to show you all. I'm going to take all the severe thunderstorm warnings away. I'm going to take the probability of severe out, because it looks kind of pretty bad for this since we know what exactly is happening here. Look at this severe weather event right now. that is now starting to surge on through into Jackson, Mississippi. This is a widespread severe weather event with a lot of strong gusty winds. And most of these severe thunderstorm warnings have VDSs on it. Very dangerous storm indicator. So, very much so, pretty widespread. Is Weedville all right? Hey, so you guys had the tornado warning earlier. Good to know that you are okay. You had a tornado that was on the ground just to the north of Weedville. But Weedville in itself, you guys are getting a lot of scattered storms for the most part. Some could be tornadic again. I will inform you of that. It'll be a weak tornadic for the most part. But you have a lot of storms that are going to be surging on through your general vicinity. And so I'd really want to watch out for these storms as this continues to move on through. But a lot of scattered amounts of spotty hail. Decent wind. Not too severe, but the threat for tornadoes still do exist in your general vicinity. It's not a super high threat, but you still have the chance, 100%. But Weedville, yeah. Weedville in Pennsylvania, you still have the threat for some severe weather. Noah Curry, hello, hello. A lot of people are asking me about Virginia. As I said, you know, these storms are going to continue to move on through into Virginia. We're going to move our radar over here towards Roanoke. But areas near Charlottesville and Lynchburg, you guys probably should stay indoors. Large hail with this. Large hail with these storms for the most part. So you guys are really going to have to... stay indoors with this. I'd have to say so for the most part. $half size hail, $half size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts across the board here. So we really have to watch out for these storms as they move on through. But areas near like Elkton, you got Elkton and Harrisonburg, you guys are out of the risk for the most part. But other areas near like Culpeper, Fredericksburg, Orange, towards like Manassas and the DC metro area, even up into Loudoun County, like Leesburg, you guys could potentially get some severe weather as well. People are saying it's going crazy in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm probably assuming you guys had either a microburst, some form of storm here. I'm going to close radar scope and open it back up again because radar scope is really getting on my nerves. So Charlotte, you're just getting a lot of storms here for the most part. Decent amount of lightning, but some gusty winds is possible. Using the storm, the super res velocity, and there is some gusty winds for the most part. New severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina. This is off to the north and east of Greensboro. So it's for this cell. It's 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. I can definitely see the gusty winds with that 100%. And upwards of 57 miles per hour in some of this. So I would definitely watch out for this storm as this continues to move on through 100%. Someone asked about Bali, Pennsylvania. I looked at it, and I was looking at it for the most part. I still kind of am. You guys will most likely start to see some thunderstorms later on tonight. But it won't be like super significant, if you know what I mean, in my honest opinion. Let's not scream in the chat. That would be greatly appreciated. New tornado warning, a big tornado warning that just got issued here for Yazoo City. Look at this. Big tornado warning that includes Pickens, Vaughn, Way. If you live near Benton, Midway, Ebenezer, Goodman, Pickens, Vaughn, Way, Camden, this general vicinity right here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So if you live in Holmes County, Atala County, Yazoo County, Madison County here in Mississippi, you have a tornado warning until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Some very strong gusty winds. You know, even in... I told you guys that you guys need to get into a sturdy structure, 100%, because this already is producing up to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's over hurricane force. But you even have the threat for tornadoes on top of that here that's possible. So we really have to watch out for these storms across the board. Multiple areas of rotation could form along this line at any second. And so we really have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through to the east. I'm really curious as to the sky cam here. Nothing. Nothing. So let's take a look at the MDOT. That is a camera and a half. That's near what, Canton? Is there a camera that looks to the west as well? Kinda. I think this is the best camera we have, honestly. So let's put a traffic camera right here. Let's switch to west. We'll switch to video. We'll make this go full screen. Actually, we'll pull it off to the side here. We'll make this go full screen. Actually, we'll full screen it up here. So, woo, that lightning strike. That was pretty crazy. So now we're going to go to half and half screen here real quickly. Give me a second. Do that, and boom. We're going to transform this and flip this clockwise. That's not what we wanted. There we go. So perfect. Now we can see the storms that surge on through here with the storm. So we're really going to have to watch out for this. We're going to have more information on that in a second. But some very strong gusty winds here all across the board. We have a camera right there in Canton. We're trying to see if we can find anything for the most part, but a lot of strong storms that are forming along this line. Multiple areas of rotation across the board here. And as I said, you know, VDS, severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. Very dangerous storm. You know, there's even a very dangerous storm, severe thunderstorm warning here in Jackson, the city of Jackson. So, you know, even if you're not in a tornado warning, if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, I highly advise you to get indoors right now. I highly advise you to get indoors due to the fact of all the activity with these gusty winds and how intense they will be as this continues to surge on through. That glare is going to kill me. So we're going to actually do myself a favor. And we're going to put some blinds over it. Done. AN or Ann with the $10 super chat says, do you think these storms tail end will pass Richmond, Virginia, or are they going to come into the Northeast later on today? They could definitely move off into your general vicinity. I think that's a possibility. I would continue to have to watch out for it, honestly. But, yeah, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Look at that wall cloud at the top part of the screen here, chat. Or not wall cloud, a shelf cloud. Look at that massive shelf cloud right there with this storm. This is at Canton. This is the live camera at Canton. We are seeing the shelf cloud that is surging on through here. Pretty intense shelf cloud that is right above me. We'll go full screen to that in a bit once it gets closer, but that is a pretty intense shelf cloud, to say the least, that is surging on through. So, as I said, if you live in any of these areas here in Mississippi, all right, we're going to go from Winona all the way down to Jackson, Mississippi, down to Crystal Springs along Interstate, this would be Interstate 55. If you live in those areas, if you live east, if you live west, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure or building. Because this is a very concerning storm that is producing damaging winds and upwards of almost, if not above, hurricane force winds. So, really intense situation that is unfolding here. To all the people who have subscribed to my channel, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. We're under 100 subscribers away from 10,000. We're at 9,920 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. Can we get to 10,000 subscribers by the end of the stream? I hope so. But yeah, if you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe. That way you guys can get the information you may need whenever there's severe weather in your general vicinity. If it is intense severe weather, I will live stream it most likely. Is Hattiesburg in the path? Hattiesburg is in the path, but it'll take a while. So it'll start to hit you guys at around the 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock hours. In my honest opinion. I'll still be live streaming, so if you want to come back, then feel free to do so. But yeah, not just yet. So guys, let's share this live stream with friends and family and on social media. Share this on Twitter, share this on Facebook, share this on Instagram, share this on Snapchat, TikTok, stuff like that. Try and get the word out as much as possible because this is impacting a lot of people. Lot of people across the board here in Mississippi. As I said, a very dangerous severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and above, which is above hurricane force strength. And so if you think of it this way, a Category 1 hurricane that's covering a wide general vicinity instead of just around the eye wall, hurricane force winds is that expansive as it moves on through. Mark Mulo with the $10 Canadian Super Chat says, "Hey Nate, how are you? My question at the moment is, how common are tornadoes in northeastern United States, particularly Maryland and Pennsylvania? Keep up the good work." Not actually too common, honestly. Not actually too common. It's, I typically would be storm chasing them if they were pretty common, but it's not exactly all too common. And so, not a whole lot of activity for the most part. But, I mean, when you get a couple tornadoes within the past couple of days, like we have, then pretty insane. I'm still bamboozled on it, to be completely honest with you. But thank you for the $10 super chat, Mark. I really do appreciate it. I really do. That wall cloud is starting to get closer and closer. But we can't exactly see it at the moment. So it's kind of half and half. Where's our storm chaser? He's not here. He's currently at work in Texas. He only storm chases if it's in the plains. He doesn't chase Dixie Alley events because there's so many trees and these storms move super fast. Which, by the way, I just gotta say, not only are these producing 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but these storms are moving east at 70 miles per hour. So I just want to say one thing. If you are trying to outrun these storms, good luck. Because these are moving highway speed. Just think about that real quickly. That's the reason why I say get into a sturdy structure or building. Because stuff like that could 100% surge on through your area. Let's go full screen here real quickly, actually. As I said, massive line of storms. Look at these severe thunderstorm warnings across the board here. There's even a severe thunderstorm warning north of Philadelphia. But it's just, look at all of these storms that are surging on through Mississippi. Like, we have 20 severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of which are here in Mississippi. We have a couple in Virginia. We have a couple in North Carolina. We have one in, I believe that's Georgia. But look at all these severe thunderstorm warnings right here in Mississippi. absolutely insane. Was there any hail in Charlotte? Small hail. Nothing too significant. Nothing too significant by any stretch of the imagination, in my honest opinion. Well, here in Germany, one could certainly try to outrun them in the Autobahn. Well, that's true, honestly. That's true. You are not wrong there. But, yeah, no, these storms are really starting to surge into Jackson. Anywhere along Interstate 55, from Brookhaven, actually Macomb and northward, all the way up towards Duck Hill. You guys should be indoors in a sturdy structure. This will not be heading into Tennessee. These main lines of storms will not be heading into Tennessee. Jordan Weather Updates with the $2 super chat says, can you see where the VA storm is heading? Yeah, it's heading off towards the north and east. So it'll eventually head off and towards the DC metro area, as well as Charlottesville, areas near Fredericksburg. Richmond could potentially be impacted by these storms, but it's kind of like half and half. If they do get thunderstorms, be some spotty hail and some gusty winds, but not really like all too much action. There's a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings here across the board. But the common reoccurrence is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Tornado reported in Mississippi. Oh boy. Oh, that's in Jackson. That is a radar confirmed tornado. So yeah, that's a tornado that's heading on right to Jackson. I actually want to see. Hold up. We're gonna get off of this camera here. Can we look west? Let me move this down here. Be a whole lot easier. So if you live in those counties here in Jackson, you guys need to go and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This is a very tornadic storm here. Very tornadic storm. Trying to find a camera here for you all. That is some dark clouds right there that's trucking on through. Pretty insane stuff that we're seeing. I want to see where exactly this is going. If you live here in Pocahontas, Tougaloo, as well as areas near the airport up here, the north and west of Jackson, here in Mississippi, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Potential tornado that was in progress and potentially is still in progress that is moving on through. That's the reason why I said if you live in these areas, you guys need to just get into a sturdy structure now. All right, it's so widespread with this system, so widespread that I'm just warning the entire area. Anything can happen with this line. You can get tornadoes, you can get straight line winds and upwards of hurricane force winds. Get into a sturdy structure. Just get into a sturdy structure, even if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning here in Mississippi. Just, in my opinion, that's what you need to do. Probably the best thing you need to do for these storms. 100%. I'm going to move this over here. I'm going to see if I can try and find... Looks like it still could potentially be in progress. Looks like it still is potentially in progress. Potentially. So we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through 100%. I'm going to try and see if I can get a... If I keep it on this camera, we'll be able to kind of see what's happening. Whew! What in the world is that? Look at this storm right here. That right there is a storm and a half. That's got a wall cloud in there. That has definitely got a wall cloud there. I mean, look at that. This is, yeah, as I said, if you live in Mississippi and you're under severe thunderstorm warning, my advice to you is to get into a sturdy building and get into the innermost part of your building. Innermost part of your building. Bathroom or closet with no windows is preferred, but lowest innermost part of your building. Because these storms are this intense, guys. There's so many people that are being impacted. We gotta share this live stream with friends and family and on social media. We gotta share this on Twitter and on Facebook, because all these people could be impacted by these storms. This is a very concerning situation right here that is unfolding. We really have to watch out for this. So share this with friends and family and on social media. Like the live stream so that we can get onto more people's recommended feeds. So that way we may be able to inform more people as to what all is happening. Because that is a wall cloud right there. That's a pretty intense storm to say the least. Make some more merch that says that's a storm and a half. I know, right? Let's do this actually. So we'll have the camera up at the top of our screen there. This thing had a tornado in progress. Most likely could still be a tornado in progress. Actually, let's see if we can go to a different camera. Can we push our luck? Can we push our luck here? We might be able to push our luck. Trying to see if we can get a camera here that looks north. I think the best camera we might be able to have is this one. So we're going to switch the video with this. And we're going to go back to the storm right there. Yeah, this is a really concerning situation right here. As I said, if you live in Mississippi, you need to just get into a sturdy structure right now. Just get into a sturdy structure. That's my recommendation. Because this storm is producing not only tornadoes, but it's also producing damaging wind gusts above hurricane force strength. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. It's tilted right now, but I'm going to fix it here for you all. Look at this camera. Holy crap. Strong surging gusty winds. Strong surging gusting winds. Strong storm that's heading into Jackson right now. The rotation is about to move right over the area. Look at that. Look at the trees. Camera just went out. Camera just went out. The camera just went out. All the cameras just went out. Cameras just went out. That camera just got absolutely hammered. Holy crap. That's some really strong gusty winds right there. I've been telling you all, I said, if you live anywhere in these areas, you need to just get indoors. All right, there's just no time whatsoever. No time whatsoever to play around. I'm not sure that's a debris signature, but this thing has had a history of producing a tornado. If you live near Jackson, you should be in your safe space. If you live anywhere along here in Mississippi, you need to be underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. If you're in a severe thunderstorm warning here from Grenada all the way down Interstate 55 down to Jackson, some strong gusty winds are on with this storm. Highly advise you all to take your proper precautions. It's looking, it says it's looking south. I don't think it's looking south. Camera is unavailable. It's just absolutely insane storm right now that is firing on through here. Would I call this a derecho? If it continues to go for as long as it does, then yeah, it could potentially become a derecho. We're gonna have another camera on this here in a second. Switch to west. Alright, so I have an idea as to what camera to use here. East is not functioning. What about Pearl? Sheesh! Yeah, I think this is probably the best camera right here to use. Just to the south and east of the international airport. So yeah, as I said, if you live near Jackson, you need to take your proper precautions and just get into a sturdy structure. That's my honest recommendation to all of you. Honest recommendation, if you live in Jackson, if you live anywhere north of Jackson, if you live south of Jackson, Brookhaven down to Canton, Carthage, Durant, Goodman, Winona, Grenada, all the way through, and even further east, you guys need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure. 100%. Very strong storm that surged on through here. And it's it does have a VDS on it. It does have a VDS signature with these storms. So very strong, very dangerous storm. Severe thunderstorm warning. 80-mile-per-hour winds across the board here. This is a pretty elongated risk for these storms, and people need to monitor this as this continues to move on through. And not only there's the risk for, you guys might be saying, oh, well, there's a tornado warning right here for the city of Jackson. Yes, there is a tornado warning. This had a history of producing a tornado. But the only issue here is, first off, my window needs to stop. You know what? I'm risking the biscuit. It's going to get hot. But it is what it is. We shall survive. Even though we have no air conditioning, we're going to be fine. The thing of it is that this entire area is producing very strong gusty winds and upwards of 80 miles per hour, which is over hurricane force, which is that's not good at all, especially if you're not in a sturdy structure. That thing will get knocked out. So you need to get into a sturdy structure right now. That's my recommendation. And if you're trying to drive away from it, good luck, because this is moving to the east at 70 miles per hour. That's interstate speed. So you need to just get into a sturdy structure right now. It's my recommendation. And get into your innermost part of your building as well. That would be highly recommended. I don't think anything is happening in Atlanta. Noonan's just getting some storms. Just general storms. Nothing severe. You guys are fine. Maybe some sporadic hail, but nothing too insane. Same with Atlanta. There's just some scattered storms. We're going to focus on this area here in Mississippi. No offense to the people who live in these other areas, but this is a lot more important and a lot more widespread. Because a very concerning situation, and this is what we've been saying in the beginning of today. Even prior to them upgrading the risk from a 3 out of 5 to a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. we've been saying that this is what most likely will happen. Widespread scale of damaging winds and upwards of hurricane force winds. And this is exactly what we have here. I said it in my video this morning that the potential upgrade was possible. And the upgrade is there. And the potential for severe weather does exist further on later on tonight. So as I said, areas in the orange or in the red, you guys need to watch out for severe weather. 100%. Especially in the red. The red, you guys are going to see the worst conditions. 100%. So just, my advice to you is to get into a sturdy structure. I just looked at Newton, Georgia. Nothing was happening. I mean, you had some storms, but it wasn't severe. Not as significant as Mississippi. I mean, this is just... This is an absolutely insane experience. Something just updated. Day 1 convective outlook. New convective outlook for the from the Storm Prediction Center. Look at these lines of storms, chat. Look at this. Look at these lines of storms. Whew. Absolutely insane. As I said, if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning right now in Mississippi, you should be in a sturdy structure right now, because these storms could easily produce damaging wind gusts in upwards of 80 miles per hour. As a matter of fact, this area near Canton, I would not be surprised if that was the case. There's actually a little appendage here to the north of Brandon. Not sure if I'm seeing that correctly. But that is some insane storms that are moving on through now. I want to see, can we see anything to the north? Yeah, we might have to look at this camera here from Brandon to the north. Probably the best thing to do. Is there any cameras here in Brandon that are looking off to the north? No, they're looking off to the west. Nope, so that's our best camera, I believe. Oh, wow. Never mind, that's your best camera. Look at this. Woo! Yeah, this thing is starting to kind of wrap up again. So the potential of something to be tornadic is possible. We could potentially see something here. I'm seeing a very low base with the clouds in that picture currently. New tornado warning has been issued ahead of this. Confirmed tornado located near Flowood, moving east at 60 miles per hour. So that's another tornado on the ground here. Another tornado on the ground, possibly within this storm. What is this, weather spotters? No, it's radar confirmed tornado. So they're just saying at this point that it's on the ground. Which I would not be surprised. What is that we're getting on our side, the side of our screen right there? Let's go full. What is that over there? We're gonna go full to this screen right here. Might be able to see anything, but everything's like really pixelated for the most part. Can't exactly see a whole lot, but wow. They're saying that this is a tornado on the ground and in progress that is moving on through here. As I said, if you live in Mississippi and you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, you need to get into your safe space now. Like, very sturdy structure. Lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Because these storms, even if you're not in a tornado warning, are still producing damaging wind gusts in excess of hurricane force. That right there is insane. insane conditions for a severe thunderstorm. 100%. Very powerful storm here that's surging on through. Very powerful storm. So as I said, if you live near Brandon, if you live near Pelahatchie, you should specifically be in your safe space right now. Lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I'm going to move my camera over here to this. That right there. Switch to video. And I'm not sure what we have right there, but it definitely looks interesting. I'll say that much. It looks to be a potential funnel cloud, maybe. It's really hard to say with this storm. So we're just, I think the best thing to do, that is a lightning strike and a half that just struck right in front of us. Holy crap. Yeah, no, as I said, if you, just to reiterate, if you know anyone who lives in Mississippi, you need to tell them to get indoors now. 100%, this is a storm that you do not want to be outdoors for. In a sturdy structure, most importantly, because even if you are not seeing anything tornadic, you could potentially see wind gusts in upwards of 80 miles per hour across the board. That's pretty concerning. So guys, we need to share this with friends and family and on social media. Share it on Facebook, share it on Twitter. We need to get the word out to these people because this is a pretty intense storm that is moving on through here. And you're now starting to see it on the screen above us. This is just to the east of Jackson. Also, by liking the live stream, you get me onto more people's recommended feeds. That way we can share this with friends and family. Share this with people who may not know this stuff is happening. That way we can try and get the word out a lot more effectively, and they can spread the word. Because this is a widespread risk here. Widespread risk for damaging winds. 80 miles per hour. 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Possible with these storms. That's how intense we're talking. And just look at this line here. I'll take the severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warnings away. You can see this line and how this has progressed. Look at this. Holy crap. Look at how intense this this line of storms, these lines of storms are. Jeez. We are 10 subscribers away from 10,000. Holy crap. We're about to hit our goal. And it's not even the end of May. Our May goal was at 10,000 and we're about to get to 10,000. So holy crap. But yeah, look at these storms. Massive bow echo that's surging through here. Massive bow echo. You can see right here, this is the arcing characteristic that we look out for. So right about here is where I'd anticipate the strongest winds. The strongest winds with this storm. And as this continues to move on through Forest, Decatur, Meridian, I'd say you guys probably are going to be impacted by the strongest amounts of storms now. These are the strongest wind gusts. 100%. I think you guys could easily see the most intense storms. Let's see. Yep, we have hit 10,000 subscribers. Holy crap. Absolutely insane. Thank you guys so much. The big 10K, that was the goal for the end of May, and well, it's not even the end of May, and we still have we got 10K subscribers. That is absolutely insane. Yeah, this these storms are just absolutely insane right now. I mean, I have no words besides this is an intense line of storms that are surging on through here that are doing widespread wind damage. Widespread wind damage. If this continues, this could potentially be a derecho. I would not be surprised if that was the case. Yeah, this is some really intense storm as this continues to move on through. Any change with the day one outlook? Let's actually see. I'm quite curious. Farmer Matt with the membership. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Farmer Matt has became a sponsor of the channel, a official weather enthusiast of the Nate Snyder YouTube channel, and so he gets a shout out at the bottom part of the screen. You can see down here, there's like the member stuff. Thank you to the individual sponsors and members of the YouTube channel. And so if you actually sponsor the channel, if you don't have money, that's completely understandable. But if you do, it would be absolutely insane. So thank you so much to all the people who have sponsored. They get badges, they get emotes, they get shout outs at the end of videos, they get shout outs in my live streams, the scroll text and stuff like that. They get exclusive content to what is not seen publicly. So whether it's just you know, me doing geez, I can't speak right now. I think you guys have are kind of just realizing that I'm pretty flattered by the amount of subscribers that we have. Becca Lynn has became a weather enthusiast again. Thank you so much for becoming a weather enthusiast. You guys notice how her badge is has an orange badge, so that's what happens when you become a member for, I believe it's what, 3 months, stuff like that. So yeah, no, you get shout out. You get exclusive content like bloopers and stuff like that. And if we get enough members, then we potentially could do members only live streams. So stay tuned to all of that. Another thing we have to stay tuned for is this massive amount of gusty winds that are surging on through here. 100%. Still have a lot of VDS, severe thunderstorm warnings, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So really, really intense across the board here. Missy Smith with the $5 super chat says, you're going to make a great impact on the community. I hope I'm going to make an impact in the community because I really want to try and, you know, help as many people as possible. But thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do. But yeah, it's just a lot of these storms are really starting to surge on through. A lot of activity with this across the board. And so I would highly recommend watching out for these storms. 100%. A lot of strong gusty winds. I actually want to see here. I'm curious. I'm really curious. Can I see the shelf cloud on 3D? There are some instances where I can. So I want to see if I can see the shelf cloud on 3D. We'll go full screen here. Kind of. Actually, yeah, we do see the shelf cloud right here. Look at that. Look at that. We can see the shelf cloud on 3D. Look at this. So you see how this juts down like this and then back around? That's your shelf cloud right there. So we can see the shelf cloud on 3D with this program right here. That is insane. That is insane right within there. Holy crap. Can't believe we can actually see the shelf cloud there on 3D, but that is pretty that's pretty amazing what we got there. Any storms for Houston? Yeah, you could potentially get some storms. Actually, you guys might be seeing some storms here relatively soon. We also have a couple storms out in front of the line that looks to be a bit tornadic. Just a little bit. Here near Lake and Decatur. There's actually some rotation in the upper parts of the atmosphere with both of these storms, so the threat for severe weather is there. We're also a couple subscribers away from, well, not subscribers. We're a couple likes away from 1,000 likes, I should say. So that is absolutely insane. All the people who have supported me here in the video. Or the live stream, thank you so much. I'm putting on slow mode because there's so many people on at the moment. What program am I using? GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst is the program that I use. If you're a weather enthusiast, I highly recommend it to you. It's a 21-day free trial, but then after the free trial, you guys could potentially get some, well, it'll start to, jeez, I'm just overwhelmed right now. Holy crap. Only human being has become a weather enthusiast. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for becoming a sponsor, a official weather enthusiast of the Nate Snyder YouTube channel. You get badges, you get emotes, you get shout out in the live stream on the bottom scroll text. You also get shout out at the end of my videos. And, well, you get your name that appears on the end of my videos. And you get exclusive content. So whether it's live streams or whether it's bloopers and stuff like that, that's all that you guys get. So thank you for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. Anyways, back to GR2 Analyst. 21-day free trial, but then it will shut off if you don't have a key. So, unless if you purchase that key, which is $250, then you won't be able to see it again for the most part. But you can use it on as many programs as you want. You can do 3Ds. You can customize it however way you want. You can make different color tables. You got all the programs that you need. You don't need, honestly, you really don't need... you really don't need, you know, models for, like, radar and stuff like that. You can easily get that here online. Whether it's WeatherBell, although you do have to purchase WeatherBell. Pivotal Weather is a good model site that I recommend to people. So, yeah, back to the severe weather, which just so happens to be creating a lot of severe winds across the board here. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and a nickel-sized hail with these storms. And the velocities on these things are absolutely insane. You feel like it's illegal to watch it for free? Well, I feel uncomfortable with people who donate to, you know, like weather channels in general because, you know, I've been there, done that in the general public. Like, it's the weather, you know? Who would ever thought? Not me. You know what I mean? You know, like, it's not a socially acceptable topic to talk about in public, but, you know, yet still you have all of that there and all of that. So, we just gained another 100 subscribers. What in the... We now have 10,100 subscribers. You guys are absolutely insane. Thank you so much. Another severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, nickel-sized hail. Massive line of storms that are surging on through here. Yeah, this is the main threat here for today. Massive threat for severe weather here across the board, 100%. People asked for me to check Atlanta. I said before that nothing's really happening in Atlanta here near Noonan. Just a lot of scattered storms for the most part. Spotty hail. I guarantee you here in Georgia, you're not getting severe weather right now. You could, but not right now. That's just my honest opinion. Someone asked if I could check Selmer, Tennessee. Well, there's actually a severe thunderstorm that's heading off into your general vicinity. I'd highly recommend getting indoors. Quarter-size hail is possible with this. There is some gusty winds for the most part, but yeah, there's a lot of activity across the board with this. Am I a meteorologist? I'm trying to become a meteorologist. I'm trying to go to college for all that stuff. I took the semester off, but I'm gonna see if I can balance YouTube and that. And if not, well then, I'll try and take it slow with college, because I'll get there eventually. I hope. I'll get to be a meteorologist, hopefully. There, eventually. Pray. Alan Stark has become a member again. You can see now he has the enhanced badge now, so he's been a member for quite some time. But he is became a weather enthusiast on the channel again, so thank you so much. I really do appreciate for coming back and sponsoring the channel again. I really do appreciate it. Check the Birmingham area. There's a lot of flooding over in Birmingham, I know that much. A lot of scattered storms here, so if you live in Birmingham, I highly recommend not driving into flooded roadways. As I said, turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways, because most roads can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. And so that's how people get stuck. Do not want to do it whatsoever. What do I recommend to major in meteorology? There's so many colleges around, but I'm going to try and aim for Penn State. That's the plan, at least. That's the plan. But yeah, there's a lot of weather across the board here in Alabama and in Georgia, but a lot of severe weather here in Mississippi. And this is the threat for severe weather that we were talking about. The thing of it is now is it's starting to get into a dead zone, so an area where there's not as much radar. There is that is an issue here. So covering this may not be as high quality as most of you were expecting for the most part. But still, we're gonna try and do all that. Do undergrad work at a community college. That's actually the plan. I'm trying to get all of my easy stuff out of the way at a cheaper college. That is indeed the plan. There's no cameras out there, so please check South Carolina. You're worried, it's storming bad. It's not severe. You're gonna be fine for the most part. Although, let's take a look just in case. Actually, there is a couple areas of severe weather. Hold up. Depending upon where you are in South Carolina, you might get some stuff. Yep, a lot of these storms are moving on through. Strong gusty winds and some spotty hail, but you need to stay indoors for the most part. I don't foresee anything tornadic except for here near Chapels in Silver Street in Saluda. There's something tornadic that's starting to form off in that general vicinity, so there might be something that forms. We'll keep an eye on it, but everywhere else for the most part seems to be a lot of a gusty wind and hail threat. That's my opinion as to what all is happening, though. Can you keep the severe streams to everyone when there's a lot of severe weather? Well, no, like, when I mean members-only live streams, I mean, like, forecasting stuff. Forecasting live streams and stuff like that. Maybe even me playing video games. That's what I mean. Let's go back to Jackson here. There's no more tornado warnings. Good news. But there are so many warnings across the board here with severe weather. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts across the board. There was actually a VDS in Jackson, 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. A very dangerous storm for the most part, so we really got to watch out for this. What am I expecting in the Hattiesburg area? I'm expecting Hattiesburg to get a piece of this action. Probably not as significant as the counterparts up to the north, but the areas down over here in Hattiesburg could definitely get 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. But there is a lot of activity here across the board. There is so much stuff that's happening. Have I played Storm Chasers? Yeah, I usually play that on Twitch. Here real quickly. Oh, just got pinged for no reason. Seems legit. Seems legit. One thing I do want to do here real quickly, even though there's a lot of strong storms that are surging on through, and there's even some that could be tornadic here relatively soon across the board, I do want to do a shameless plug here real quickly. First off, if you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe because I do analysis for severe weather wherever it happens in the United States. I even do landfalls of hurricanes and stuff like that. So if you would like to stick around for whenever that happens, please be sure to do so. If you want to turn on notifications, I upload videos every morning to inform everyone as to where the severe weather most likely will be and what it's like, or just weather in general, whether it's tropical systems, what it's going to be like outside, you know, like highs and lows and stuff like that. So if you guys want to stay up to date with that, feel free to do so. We also have a Discord server. If you have Discord, the link is in the chat. I highly recommend going into my Discord server. We are in a no tolerance policy at the moment, so make sure you read the rules, read the red mode rules, and listen to the moderators in the server. But we have over 1,000 members in that server, and so if you guys want to communicate with more of these people about weather, about, you know, just stuff in general, feel free to do so. Jordan has became a sponsor. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. He's became an official weather enthusiast here on the Nate Snyder YouTube channel. He has gotten a badge, a time badge. So depending upon how long he's been a member for, he'll get a specific badge. He also gets emotes, exclusive emotes. He also gets exclusive content. He gets shout out in the live stream. He'll have his name actually right there. We've got a couple people that get shout out right there. Individual sponsors right there. And he also gets his name at the end of my videos, in the middle, in the beginning of the day. And as I said, exclusive content posted on the YouTube channel. So if you guys want stuff like that, please be sure to join. So yeah, as I said, if you're in Mississippi, if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, you really need to kind of just get into a sturdy structure. Because most of these storms here in Mississippi are really kind of just pushing on through and creating some intense wind gusts. A mesoscale discussion has been issued for, I don't know where this is, North Carolina and South Carolina. So across the board, there's a lot of activity here for the most part. Yeah, as I said, now if you are in these areas, you need to be indoors, because across the board, I've mentioned before, over and over and over and over again, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, even had 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts at one point. So, you know, if you're new to the stream, and if you're in Mississippi, if you're in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings in Mississippi, as I said, get into a sturdy structure. I highly recommend you get into a sturdy structure. Because most of this is up to hurricane force winds. Georgia is fine. There's not going to be anything happening in Georgia as of right now. But there is a lot of activity here for the most part. You also have severe thunderstorm warnings here in and Louisiana. This is to the north of Baton Rouge. Some strong gusty winds with this. It seems as if the hail threat seems to be a lot more significant as you head further south. There is still some discrete cells that are forming off into Jackson. Out in front of the line, actually. A lot of severe storms. But, new tornado warning. New tornado warning here. Tornado warning for Leake, Neshoba, Newton, and Scott counties here in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You know, this is the other thing. You know, this is going to also produce tornadoes, but if you're in a sturdy structure and you're in the lowest innermost part of your building, then this also can protect you from tornadoes as well. So, you know, that's the reason why I say if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, you need to get into a sturdy structure, because if you're expecting me to cover every single little detail across this entire line of storms, it's practically the exact same thing. Very strong gusty winds with some quick little embedded rotations within the line. A lot of areas that could have some tornadic rotation, even the chance for tornadoes. And we've had multiple storms that done that. We've had multiple storms that have produced tornadoes here before. So that's the reason why I keep saying over and over and over again, if you live in Mississippi and you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, you need to get into a sturdy structure. And stay away from windows preferably. Stay away from windows preferably. So, new tornado warning if you're in Neshoba, if you're in Union, if you're in Sebastopol, if you're in areas near McDonald, Tucker, south of Philadelphia. Actually, if you're near Philadelphia, Mississippi, I'd say get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom-ready closet. Triforce Hunter has become an official weather enthusiast of the channel. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So, thank you so much for becoming a sponsor. I really do. As I said, this entire area across the board here in Mississippi, that's the reason why I'm saying you got to get into a sturdy structure. So really something we gotta watch out for. But as I said, these storms can produce some strong gusty winds and upwards of 70 miles per hour. 70 miles per hour, and even some tornadoes within it. That's the reason why I'm saying across the board here along this line. You really gotta watch out for this. And there's even some storms out in front of this that's just to the south of Interstate 20. Even some discrete cells, as most of you have noticed in the chat, that could potentially try to go tornadic. Actually starting to develop some rotations out around the storms. I believe this is no, it does not have a tornado possible with this, but there is the chance for tornadoes across the board here. So, I mean, it's just 29 severe thunderstorm warnings. 29. It's very expansive. Very expansive risk. I'm going to play the loop here for you all, show you all that this, what it all looks like on radar. Anywhere along the line could potentially rotate, and you're already seeing severe gusty winds in upwards of 70 miles per hour. There could be some that's even above that, that's up to hurricane force winds. So that's the reason why I'm saying, you know, everywhere in the severe thunderstorm warning, you need to get into a sturdy structure or building. You know, if I were to list every single county in Mississippi, we'd never be able to get, you know, never be able to get done with this this segment. But I mean, just look at this. So much activity here surging through in Jackson. And there's just so much so much severe weather that's really occurring with this. Do I think this has the possibility of becoming a derecho? Yeah, I think it possibly could. I think it easily could be derecho if it continues to move on through. So guys, let's share this with friends and family and on social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, on all social media platforms. We gotta try and inform people out in front of this, because it's a massive risk. All right, Philadelphia, Meridian, Quitman, Laurel, Hattiesburg. You guys most likely will be impacted here relatively soon. Philadelphia, no, you need to get in. You need to get into a sturdy structure. Sturdy structure, 100% need to get there, because some strong gusty winds are really surging on through there. 100%. So share this with friends and family and on social media, Facebook, Twitter. By also liking the live stream, you get me onto more people's recommended pages. So that way we may be able to try and inform more people who may not know what all is happening. Our main concern right now is Mississippi. I'm going to take a look at some of these other storms that are popping off into the DC metro area. So Loudoun and Fairfax counties for the most part. If my radar can load, I'll be able to show you also what all is happening there. But a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here south of Leesburg. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for the most part with these storms. New severe thunderstorm warning here for Fairfax. This includes Alexandria and Arlington. So if you live in these areas, you guys really got to watch out for these storms. Very populous area here of the United States. And severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts across the board here for these storms heading into the Washington, D.C. metro area. So if you know anyone who lives in the Washington, D.C. metro area, tell them to get into a sturdy structure as well. That way they may be able to be safe from the oncoming severe conditions. So much activity here that's approaching D.C. Doesn't seem to be a lot of hail. And someone actually was in Manassas in the chat. I hope they're taking cover for the most part inside their building. But a lot of activity here for the most part. Across the board in around DC. Just to talk about what exactly, who exactly is in the risk and stuff like that. The risk for severe weather extends all the way throughout. So if you're in the dark green, that is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. It's not that bad of a risk. It's a marginal risk for severe weather. So you guys should be relatively fine for the most part, but the chances for severe weather is possible. The yellow is a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. You can see the yellow right within there, near DC, south of DC into North Carolina. You can also see it surrounding the areas in orange and red. The orange risk is an enhanced risk. It is a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So if you're in there, you're likely going to see some severe weather within your general vicinity. Probably be some strong severe weather. So if you live in those areas, definitely need to watch out. And then if you're in the red, it's the 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. You guys could most likely see some relatively intense storms that could produce some very strong, damaging winds in upwards of hurricane force. So you guys really need to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. A lot of people are asking about Georgia. There's just scattered storms in Georgia right now. It's not that serious as of this moment, so you guys are fine. The main risk is the storms here in Mississippi. The massive risk for severe weather across the board here, with a chance of some of these discrete cells out in front being tornadic. If you live near Bay Springs, if you live near Maggie or Mage, if you live near Raleigh, if you live near Louisville, if you live near Montrose, I'd say you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space, because some of these supercells are starting to form bounded weak echo regions, or donut holes, if you will. You can see with this supercell the classic arcing motion here within the cell, but you also have a little bit of a hook right within here, and the bounded weak echo region, or the donut hole that I would typically look for tornadoes. The tornadic rotation would be right in that hole there, And so we really need to watch out for these storms as this continues to move on through. But we do have a supercellular development here with some tornadic rotation right within that general vicinity. If we look at the velocities, you can see that it was strong prior till the last update, more or less. But you can see the greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the ones moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And so if you live in any of these areas, as I said, if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, you should be in a sturdy structure anyways. But this is a severe thunderstorm warning on top of a severe thunderstorm warning. And so you guys are really going to have to watch out for these storms as this continues to move on through. People are calling for me to do a 3D on these storms. I'm actually more inclined to do that. So let's take a 3D of this cell. This is a super cell here. And yeah, this thing has an inflow notch and a half. It's trying to develop here, this storm, 100%. Tennessee is going to be fine, guys, for the most part. Tennessee is not in the risk. The main risk, I should say. But right within this supercell, you can easily see the characteristics, the updraft holding up all of the massive amounts of precipitation right about here. So the updraft holding it, you can actually see as to how it curls off. Like it's almost tilted in a way. Kind of like that. That's the reason why storms get so massive and produce as large of hail as there would be. And so the updraft is holding these this rain in place at the tops of these thunderstorms. And you have your inflow notch right where they actually ingest energy to be able to help fuel and sustain these storms. So right about in the hook is where we could potentially see it. And 100% would not be surprised if we saw some more activity from these storms. So this is a 3D of the storm right here. You can see how massive this thing is, how high it suspends up in the atmosphere, which is about 40,000 feet. A lot of activity as this continues to move on through. 100%. To all the people that just subscribed, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Are there any footage of the tornadoes? The ones that have been confirmed today, no new tornado warning for the cell that we were just talking about near Bay Springs. So a tornado warning here for Jasper and Clark counties. That'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. It's one of these cells out in front of the line. You can see all these different cells that are starting to actually hook just like this. And so these could potentially produce brief tornadoes before the line actually envelops it. And so right within about here, just to the west, or actually, I'm sorry, just to the east of Bay Springs, you guys have something that is potentially tornadic. So if you live anywhere near Paulding, if you live along State Highway 18, if you live near the Enterprise areas here in Mississippi, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading across areas near State Highway 503 in Mississippi and paralleling State Highway 18 in Mississippi near Paulding and Pachuta, and will also be heading off into the general vicinity of Interstate 59. So if you know anyone who lives near Interstate 59 or near Enterprise, you need to tell them to really take their proper precautions, monitor these storms, get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So a lot of strong storms that are surging on through here. You still have that rotation with that storm. It has weakened a little bit, which is the good news. I'm actually more concerned about this cell over here near Raleigh, because this actually looks like it might be trying to consolidate a little. And it actually is wrapping around its rear flank downdraft a lot more. So the more you see it hook, the higher chance, most likely it could have a tornado on the ground. That's the rear flank downdraft that we like to call it. So once we start to see it kind of wrap around like a ball like this, that's when we know that something tornadic is ongoing, and that the people in front of those areas near like Montrose and Silva Arena, you guys need to definitely get into your a sturdy structure, 100%. I mean, across the board here, I've been saying that if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi, and I'll even include Louisiana, you guys need to get into a sturdy structure. But well, it's happening across the board on a widespread scale here. Such a widespread scale that it's really just kind of hard to cover every single little thing, which is the reason why I'm saying if you live in a severe thunderstorm warning, if you even live near Meridian in Mississippi, you guys need to really take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure. That's just my honest opinion for you all. So we really have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Lot of strong storms. I'm actually going to move down to the radar here in New Orleans. And we even got some strong storms that are moving on through here near Baton Rouge. And the potential for severe weather still exists. This will head towards Amite and Hammond, all the way up towards Hattiesburg. So we really need to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. 100%. The one supercell that was off near Maggie has been enveloped by the line of storms, the massive QLCS that is trucked on through. So there is a lot of activity for the most part in regards to some strong gusty winds, but you also have those supercells that are out in front of the line that could develop, and so we really need to watch out for that. Totally Aiden with the $5 super chat says, "Hey Nate, by the rate of your YouTube channel, I think you could reach 20K by the end of May. You went from 9 to 10K within 2 days. Nice job." Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate all the support. So thank you for the $5 super chat. And I mean, I could, but we got to continue to work. We got to continue to cover the weather as much as possible. So yeah, Georgia is fine. Trust me. There's not much happening in Georgia. Tornado watch 149. Yeah, this is a new tornado watch here, downstream. So we're gonna take a look at what this means here. So there's the new tornado watch, 200. Tornado watch 149. Primary threats include few tornadoes possible, widespread damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour likely, and large hail and upwards of 1.5 inches. So we really need to watch out for these storms as this continues to unfold here. 100%. So let me just update my graphic here, my scroll text. Almost done here. Forgot to put a comma there. My goodness. There we go. Possible. Jeez. Give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. File. Save. There we go. So yeah, as I said, tornado watch that has been issued out in front of the storms. By the way, thank you for all the congratulations to 10,000 subscribers. We just got there today. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. CC drop east of Meridian or west of Meridian. I don't think so. I think it's just a lot of contamination, honestly. But we're really gonna have to watch out for it. Will Santa Rosa County in Florida get a tornado? Let me see where Santa Rosa County is. I honestly have no clue. As I said, if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi, you need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure. In my honest opinion, that's probably the best thing that for you all to do. So Santa Rosa, you guys could start getting some stuff at around 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, 7, 8 o'clock, something like that. So if you live within that general vicinity, I'd highly recommend preparing for the storm. It's probably not going to be as intense as it currently is right now, but I'd still prepare for it. So some strong storms that are surging on through here across portions of southeastern parts of Mississippi, even southern parts of Mississippi and eastern parts of Mississippi. So yeah, there's so much happening right now. It's not even funny. I'm kind of just I'm kind of at a loss for words. I'm not gonna lie. I know I'm supposed to be up here. I'm supposed to be telling you all what I'm seeing, and yeah, I know I've been saying that these storms have been really firing off through, and that they've been creating some strong gusty winds, but this is just very widespread. Very much so widespread storm here. As I said, strong gusty winds up to 70 miles per hour, and even the chance for tornadoes. You still have the tornado warning here near Paulding. Let's actually get an update as to what all has happened here. Rotation is weakened. That's the good news. Don't see a debris signature on the other one. Someone saw, we all saw that that blue thing right there, but that is not a debris signature, so. I don't think that actually is on the ground. That's the good news. But the areas, if you're near Paulding, I still advise you all to stay in your, stay in a sturdy building. Yeah, this is a significant squall line that is moving on through that's producing up to hurricane force winds. Yeah, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning that included Laurel. So now it's about to get into Laurel here pretty soon. And it's right around that 5 o'clock time frame that I was talking about. So 100% could see something as that continues to move on through. Atlanta weather, what's up? Welcome to the stream. So this is most likely going to start heading into Alabama here really soon. And one thing I want to mention is that this is starting to head into a radar or an area where there's no radar coverage. So if you take a look here, you can see so radar right here, radar right here, radar right here, radar right here, radar up here. And then the nearest radar would be somewhere around these areas. And so this is a massive hole with no radar coverage that's about to head into, which means we're going to not be getting accurate info as to what all is happening at the ground. So all we can do is just say, you know, the areas that are being impacted need to get into a sturdy structure. So as I said, if you are in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, all right, this goes from Hattiesburg all the way up to Laurel and west, all the way to Meridian and west, towards Decatur, Philadelphia, Collins, even Soso, Maggie, areas down to Macomb. You guys need to get into a sturdy structure right now. Strong gusty winds are surging on through your general vicinity. Even with the threat of tornadoes is even possible along the line. So I would highly advise that you all definitely stay in a sturdy structure. That would be my advice. 100%. Will there be any stuff in South Carolina? I mean, there's a lot of strong gusty winds with these storms in South Carolina. Maybe some spotty hail. There's even a severe storm that's over here to the north of Charleston. But for the most part, as of right now, South Carolina seems to be more or less getting some gusty winds and some spotty hail. And it's really hard for me to, cover, like, South Carolina right now. Usually I do cover some of these areas for the most part. But, with a storm like that in Mississippi that's producing almost hurricane force winds across the board, and it's a lot larger of a risk, a lot more people across the board could be impacted. I just decided to stay there in Mississippi and continuously look at it. But I popped over there in South Carolina so you guys have an idea as to what all is happening. So, yeah, spotty hail, damaging winds, no tornadoes for the most part. You guys more or less aren't really going to have a whole lot of tornadic stuff there for the most part. I would check Maryland and Virginia. Well, there is some severe storms here, 100%, that's starting to approach Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is actually most likely going to get some damaging winds. There's actually been reports of poles and wires blown down. A lot of people here near Manassas and Warrenton. So a lot of reports coming in. Trees blown down. So a lot of wind damage with these storms, a history of wind damage, and it's about to go right over Interstate 95. So if you live along Interstate 95, further north towards Washington, D.C., around the I-495 Beltway. 495? Yeah, 495 Beltway. You guys definitely need to get into a sturdy structure. I would have to say, in my honest opinion, that's probably the best thing for you all to do. Let's go back over here to these storms in Mississippi. If you're southeast of DC, you have a little bit of time. It's pronounced muggy. The more I know, honestly. See, now you know I don't live in that area. Darn it. Been foiled again. Is there a way to access a radar like the one I use currently? There is one. There's a couple that are similar to the ones that I use. Obviously, it takes money to purchase radars and stuff like that. But if you want to use a radar similar to mine, Radar Scope is a good option. It looks something like this. So here's Radar Scope. You also have Radar Omega, which looks something similar to this. So depending upon what all you want, it's up to you. But the radar that I have costs $250 and it's on computer. But there's a 21-day free trial and it doesn't bill you after the 21 days. You're just going to have to purchase a key. And if you do purchase the key for $250, you can customize it however way you want. You can put it on as many computers as you want without, purchasing multiple keys. So, a lot of activity for those storms across the board here. Yeah, a lot of strong gusty winds that are approaching Meridian. If you know anyone who lives in Meridian, I would advise them. Oh, VDS warning here for Meridian. VDS warning in Meridian. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you know anyone who lives in Meridian, in Mississippi, tell them to get into a sturdy structure now, because this storm is about to get right on top of them. Right up close and personal. So if you know anyone who lives near Meridian, VDS, a very dangerous storm, VDS severe thunderstorm warning, is about to move on through near Meridian. A very dangerous storm is what the VDS stands for. So this is definitely a situation we do not want to be in, especially with the amount of people that live here near Meridian. 100%. I mean, just look at these gusty winds for the most part. Gusty winds in upwards of almost 80 miles per hour. Actually, almost 90 miles per hour, but we're looking up 4,000 feet up in the sky, so that's not what's happening on the surface. but we have some pretty strong gusty winds here across the board. Very strong gusty winds, actually. So we really need to watch out for this as this continues to unfold. And a VDS, severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Meridian. New severe thunderstorm warning here in Alabama. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts is the warning for this. So out ahead of this, along Interstate 20, they issued a severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll watch out for that as well. As I said, we're starting to get into an area with not as much radar coverage. So in regards to reporting as to what all is happening on the ground, it's gonna have to be limited to what all happens on Twitter. Which, by the way, if you guys want to help me out by going on Twitter, finding stuff, damage and stuff like that, do what these people did. You know, go to a picture or whatever of damage or a tornado or whatever, and just at them, well, at me. So like, put a comment there at me at Nate_Snyder here on Twitter. That'd be greatly appreciated. That's my Twitter account. So if you guys want to help me out and get the word out to some of these people, that'd be greatly appreciated. But yeah, same thing that what Joshua did. This picture of tornado damage right here. He went into the comments, added me. We were able to get the word out. So that would be greatly appreciated. That would be greatly appreciated. What about Quitman? Let me see here real quickly. Quitman, Mississippi. You guys could get impacted here pretty soon. You guys are right in the crosshairs of this strong storm, actually. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, nickel-sized hail. I would 100% watch out for this storm as this heads off into your area. Very strong gusty winds here that could be impacting Quitman. So as I said, if you are in a severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi, in Louisiana, or in Alabama, you need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure now. Because these storms are producing gusty winds in upwards of 80 miles per hour. And that is above hurricane force strength. And so, a lot of activity across the board with these storms. And we need to watch out for it as time moves along. Is Loudoun County going to get hit? Yeah, Loudoun County, if you're on the southern end of Loudoun County, you guys probably could have got hit. Someone was at my door. That's unfortunate. Loudoun County actually got a little bit of storms earlier, but you guys should be out of the risk as of right now. It's just the areas south of you, as well as in Fairfax County and the District of Columbia. Strong gusty winds and some large hail as well. So if you know anyone who lives here in DC and Alexandria and Arlington, even further towards like Andrews Air Force Base, I would recommend them to tell them to get indoors because of some of these strong damaging winds. Let's go back to, let's see. Let's go over to the cells here in South Carolina. Real quickly. A lot of strong gusty winds across the board here in South Carolina. Camden is seeing a lot more hail than some of these other areas. So if you live near Camden, if you live near Bishopville, if you live near Interstate 20, you guys could see gusty winds and hail. But everything else around the across the board, you guys could potentially see some just strong gusty winds and some spotty hail. Not exactly, no massively large amounts of hail. Probably pennies or dimes. So, Tiny Robeck with the $20 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. And then Captain Chris with the $5 super chat says, in Fairfax County, can confirm getting really dark here. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the $5 super chat. You know, and I've driven through these areas. You know, I'm assuming it's you know, starting to get towards rush hour in DC, and you know, we've all experienced that DC traffic on the Beltway. It's terrible. You know, it's pretty terrible at the northern part of the Beltway, like near 270 and 95. But it's still terrible across the board, even into areas near I-66. So, areas near DC, highly recommend getting indoors. And if you're driving, well then I hope you stay in your car. Do not get outside of your car. Probably the best chance at safety. Most likely the best chance at safety. So, if you know anyone who lives near Andrews Air Force Base, near like Marlboro, south of College Park, definitely going to be south of FedEx Field. So if you live like near FedEx Field and stuff like that, I anticipate this to be further south of you. If you live near Bowie, I expect this to be further south of you. This could head off towards the Annapolis vicinity, though. I will say that much. So, Navy College out near Annapolis, you guys might have to watch out for this storm as this continues to move on through. 100%. Cammy Roebuck with the $10 super chat says, thanks for covering Mississippi. My family and I have become obsessed with watching you since the weather has been so crazy here. Your leaps and bounds better than watching the news. Thank you so much. I thank you for tuning into the live stream. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you to all the people who have tuned into the live stream, whether you subscribed, shared the live stream with friends and family and on social media. You know, liked the live stream, donated, became members and stuff like that. All these people who have been supportive of my channel, you guys are absolutely insane. And I wouldn't have been able to get up to 10,200 subscribers without you all, so thank you so much. I actually really do appreciate it. We also have someone who's going to be hopefully trying to fix my air conditioning unit here soon. And so, if he comes into my room, you see like this guy in the background, don't be surprised. Linda, thank you for creating a pin on Pinterest. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Good way to share the live stream. So I appreciate it that much. I really do. Let's go over real quickly. I want to go over the areas that could be impacted here today, because we have a very expansive risk for severe weather, 100%. So here's the Convective Outlook issued by the Storm Prediction Center. You'll see this a lot if you're on my channel, whether you're on my videos that I upload every single morning, or, well, for the most part, every single morning, or on these live streams that I do for severe weather. You're going to see this Convective Outlook very frequently. This dark green area is a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, other known as a marginal risk. This yellow is a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, other known as a slight risk. Areas over here in the orange, that is a 3 out of 5, also known as an enhanced risk. And then this red area right here, this is the first live stream we've done with the new graphics down below. A moderate risk has been issued. That is a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather risk. And if you live in the orange or in the red, you definitely should pay attention towards to this live stream, because we really needed to watch out for this, for these storms as it continues to move on through. That's the reason why I've been saying all the severe thunderstorm warnings in Mississippi. If you're in there, you need to really just, you know, get into a sturdy structure. Because if you're getting gusty winds like this, you're most likely going to get a lot of activity. Here, there's this massive risk for gusty winds, a 45% chance for winds over 58 miles per hour, plus the significant risk for severe weather right within here. So the threat for severe weather is possible within that general vicinity, especially with the significant risk, which means that you're going to have hurricane force winds and above within a 25-mile radius. So we really have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. 100%. People are asking as to how a supercell works. I mean, I can go on and on for days about how a supercell functions, but more or less, you need energy into the atmosphere. You need energy in the atmosphere to be able to have rising motion. And those thunderstorms, as they rise up into the atmosphere, they get bigger and bigger, produce potentially some larger amounts of hail, maybe some gusty winds. And if you have a bit of wind shear with it, you know, just veering with the winds in the upper parts of the atmosphere, then stuff could eventually become tornadic. It'll start to spin around. This is the oversimplification. You know, I can go into much more detail as to how it all works, but that's the general idea. You need a lot of energy in the atmosphere. You need a lot of rising motion in the atmosphere between warm air rising and cold air sinking. If there's a bigger or more displacement between that, then you get a lot of energy, which is what we have today. They actually call that CAPE, or Convective Available Potential Energy. And the event that we had today and yesterday is what I like to call a CAPE bomb, where there's just so much energy in the atmosphere that it just there's nothing really holding it back. There's not enough wind shear to support tornadoes and stuff like that, or like giant supercell tornadoes. And so it just slaps on together, forms this giant congealed line, and that's what we're seeing right here. We're seeing the strong gusty winds with the CAPE bomb event. It almost looks like as if a bomb kind of went off to where you can see the storm starting to push away from where it originally was at. So, yeah, as I said, if you know anyone who lives near Meridian, probably a good idea to tell them to get into a safe structure, a sturdy structure. Same with Quitman. I know there's someone in the chat who is near Quitman. So if you live over there, highly recommend you guys get into a sturdy structure. Highly recommend it. Laurel, you guys are about to be impacted, most likely. This will be within the next, say, 15 minutes, more or less. And so if you live within these areas, you guys really need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure and try and stay away from windows. I highly recommend staying away from windows. Check Birmingham. Birmingham's not getting a whole lot at the moment. They're just getting a lot of scattered storms. As I said, turn around, don't drown. If you're in a flash flood warning, do not risk driving into flooded roadways. Especially since flooded roadways could appear a lot shallower than they actually seem to be. And so that's the reason why people get stuck in it. Oversimplified of a supercell rotating thunderstorm, not exactly true. Not exactly true. Not all supercells rotate. You can get no shear. Well, it's horizontal. There's always horizontal rotation in the atmosphere. So, I mean, if you want to count that as rotation, be my guest. But not all supercells produce tornadoes. Most of it actually just become, if there's like no wind shear, then it becomes a hailmaker. You subscribed? Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Where's this going? Okay, so let's actually talk about the timings here, because most of you all probably have just been seeing these storms move on through, and you're just like, well, you know, this is fine and dandy, but where is this actually heading? And so here's the line of storms here according to the models. You can see a lot of activity here in Birmingham over to Atlanta, but it's not severe. It's just a lot of scattered storms for the most part. Right here is your severe line from Tupelo down towards Lake Charles, which we're seeing there on radar. If you want to keep up with the time, look off to the left-hand side. That's in Eastern Daylight Time. So if you want Central Daylight Time, subtract 1 hour, and you'll be able to see. You'll be able to get your actual time there in Central Daylight Time. And so you can see right here, as this continues to move on through, line really starts to consolidate, and this will move into the general vicinity of Birmingham at around, say, 6 or 7 o'clock. I'd say it's around 7 o'clock, more or less. Latest scan just came in. There we go. Fix that up. So around 7 o'clock, 6 or 7 o'clock is when you guys can see these storms. And as this continues to move on through, this will impact places like Mobile at 8, around Pensacola at 9, Atlanta at around 8 or 9, right around that time frame. And this will continue to move off to the south and east. But the storms do seem to dissipate as this continues to move on through. You can see how there's not as much reds, not as many yellows, and not as much activity. There still is some storms that linger along the coastline here overnight. And so the threat for flooding is possible, but it doesn't seem to be all too significant in my honest opinion. So it'll be more or less areas near Hattiesburg that it's going to get impacted within the next hour. Areas further along, like in Gulfport and Mobile, you guys could definitely be impacted at around, I'd say, 7 o'clock in the evening. And as this continues to move on through, it'll still be there, it'll still be present, but it won't be as significant of a severe wind threat. So that's the good news. Is Arizona safe? Yep, most likely. Unless if there's a flooding or a fire risk, then that's possible that you guys need to monitor that. But most active storms tonight will be around DC. There's a lot of active storms over in DC. As I said, if you live near DC, if you live near the Andrews Air Force Base, you guys probably should seek a sturdy structure, more or less, because a couple band of intense storms with some sporadic hail, not intense hail by any stretch of the imagination, but some hail around a half an inch to maybe 3/4 of an inch could be possible within your general vicinity. So Marlboro, areas down towards White Plains, Mattawoman, over along the Beltway, especially if you're on the the eastern side of the Beltway, southeastern part of the Beltway along Andrews Air Force Base, south of FedEx Field, so south of College Park for the most part, south of Bowie for the most part, you guys could potentially get some severe weather, gusty winds and upwards of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So areas along I-595, I definitely need to watch out for these storms. 100%. Says that this is actually US Highway 50, which I'm more inclined to believe that. US Highway 50 and I-595. But areas there and south of that definitely could be impacted by those storms. When will Eastern Tennessee be hit, and will it be bad? So Eastern Tennessee could be hit later on tonight. You got a lot of scattered storms in the forecast, but it won't be intense. It'll be very marginal, if you will. So I think you guys in Eastern Tennessee most likely will be fine. Chattanooga further north towards Knoxville definitely could see some weather. Could be severe, but it does not seem to be most likely going to be impacted. As I said, on the left-hand side, this is the time frame in Eastern Daylight Time. So subtract 1 hour for Central Daylight Time for more information as to when all this is going to hit you. Florida will most likely be impacted at around 8 or 9, depending upon where you live. Western Florida. But it starts to deteriorate as it gets towards like Tallahassee and stuff. let's go back over to these storms here in Jackson. And there is a lot of activity here across the board. Storms are now starting to approach Quitman and Saundersville. Just passed through So-So. It's about to hit Laurel. So some really strong gusty winds with this. 70-mile-per-hour winds with these storms. Some in upwards of 80. We actually had a report of a 75-mile-per-hour wind gust measured in Philadelphia, Mississippi. So that is hurricane force winds right there that got reported within this line. And we need to watch out for this storm as this continues to move on through. Massive line of storms that are producing some significant wind gusts across the board. What time will Loudoun County be affected? It could get impacted later on tonight, but I just don't foresee a whole lot more action for you all. I think Loudoun County is done for the evening. I would have to say they're done for the evening. A lot of these main lines of storms are pushing on through for the most part. And it's now starting to impact I-95. So if you live along I-95 from DC down to Richmond, highly advise you all to get into a safe structure. Sturdy building. There's a little bit of rotation on the storm down here near Columbia and Macomb. A little bit of rotation here near Macomb. So the potential for something tornadic is possible heading towards Columbia. There is the potential for it of happening. It's in between two radars right now, so it's kind of a toss-up as to what all I need to use. But regardless, if you know anyone who lives in front of these storms and they're in a severe thunderstorm warning, like Columbia, Hattiesburg, Laurel, Waynesboro, Quitman, Livingston in Alabama, up to Utah in Alabama, along Interstate 20, you need to tell them to get into a sturdy structure because these storms are producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and spotty hail. So we really need to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. 100%. That's right. That's the reason why I've been saying, you know, if you live in a severe thunderstorm warning within these areas, you really need to kind of just get into a sturdy structure. Because all of this is the same exact thing. All this is the same exact thing, seeing the exact same thing. Very strong gusty winds that are surging on through here. The massive line of storms just continue to just truck on through. What's the update for the storms in DC? It's moving on the southern part of DC, heading along the Beltway. Southern part of the Beltway. It's heading towards Andrews Air Force Base. So areas near that, near Marlboro, I'd highly recommend getting into a sturdy structure. And this could potentially be heading off towards Annapolis and further south of Annapolis. What's happening in Richmond? Richmond actually is getting some severe storms at the moment. Well, they're not exactly getting severe storms at the moment, but you know, they could be getting some severe storms here soon. But you can see across the board here some strong storms that are moving off towards your north. You have another severe thunderstorm warning that's moving off into your general vicinity. That is forecasted to bring 60 mile per hour wind gusts and spotty hail, not severe hail, spotty hail. So I would continue to watch out for it as this continues to move on through. But yeah, I would get into a sturdy structure if you live in Richmond. And if you know anyone who lives over there, I would warn them to get into a sturdy structure as well. But yeah, a lot of activity here across the board. I mean, there's just so much stuff that's pushing on through here. It's pretty ridiculous. It's pretty insane looking at it, actually. There is so much going on here. Tell me about Chesapeake Beach, Maryland. Isn't that like around near Norfolk? Something like that. No, it's not. It's further up north towards like Owings. Upper Marlboro. You guys might get some storms here pretty soon. Maybe. I would say get into a sturdy structure. Probably. The severe winds look like it's going to be either near you or north of you. So I'd highly recommend getting into a sturdy structure for the most part. So right within these areas near Annapolis down towards, say, Prince Frederick, I'd say get into a sturdy structure. Check Tupelo, Mississippi. I don't think anything is really happening in Tupelo at the moment, and there's just a lot of scattered storms. A lot of scattered storms with sporadic rain here for the most part. So it doesn't seem to be all too insane here for Tupelo. Just a lot of some scattered storms that surged on through here. So there's Tupelo, Mississippi, right here. And these are the main line of storms. So this is the dark red is the heavy rain that's pushing off towards the right. And it looks like the main area is out and away of your general vicinity. St. Louis, Missouri is not being impacted here today. So you guys are going to be fine. Rawls Springs, Mississippi looks dark and air is heavy today. Yeah, anywhere in Mississippi that's in a severe thunderstorm warning, you need to get into a sturdy structure. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts is possible with those storms. So you're near Hattiesburg. Yeah, this is a storm that really has been producing consistent 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Some actually have gotten over hurricane force winds, which is 70 to 75, well, 74 to 75 mile per hour winds. So there's been a lot of activity here for the most part. And I definitely have to watch out for those storms as time continues to move on through. But I'd recommend getting into a sturdy structure. Because if these do produce some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, you know, you do not want to be blown over by any stretch of the imagination. About coastal Carolinas tonight, they're not going to get a whole lot tonight, honestly. They should be fine. They're going to get some severe weather, but it's not going to be, like, intense. It's going to just be, like, sporadic storms. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? If you guys will do me a solid, please be sure to share this live stream with friends and family and on social media like Facebook and Twitter and other areas. That way we can continue to get the word out because there's a lot more people out in front of this line of storms that could be impacted. So that would be greatly appreciated if you guys shared this live stream. And also, by liking the live stream, you help me get onto more people's recommended feeds. So that way, people who may not know what is happening could potentially click on the live stream. And then they'd be able to understand what all is happening, and they could spread the information, especially if they live in these areas or if they know anyone who lives in these areas. So, a lot of activity here across the board, and really want to monitor these storms. Yes, I am using GR2 Analyst. It costs $250, so I understand if you can't purchase it. But if you're like a weather enthusiast like myself, and you're thinking about weather as being your life, you know, your life job, highly recommend it. I think it's the best product on the market. Better than WSV3, better than Radar Omega, better than Radar Scope. I think it is the best product out there. Especially since, I want to do this here real quickly. And I want to show you all the sheer magnitude of these storms. But most of you all might be wondering, well, how may I be... Anyways, so little brief disconnection there, but that's fine. All good. Okay, so you guys might be wondering, how may I be able to show you all the sheer magnitude of this event? Well, what if I told you I can take a 3D of the line of storms, a 3D scan, and be able to show you as to what it looks like? Well, I can. And here is what the storms, here's what they look like. This is the hail core and stuff like that. Look at how tall they suspend up in the atmosphere. I'm not sure if you guys are able to see, but on the left-hand side there, you have indicators that indicate 40,000 feet, 60,000 feet, and stuff like that. All of these lines and stuff like that. So these storms suspend pretty high up in the atmosphere, and most of these that are pretty strong are creating some larger amounts of hail. And so we can clearly see off of here, I mean, 3D scans of these storms that are surging on through this general vicinity. And this will be heading off. You can see here, you know, this is Columbia, this is Hattiesburg, this is Laurel, Franklintown, Poplarville. All these storms that are moving on through. Lot of activity here. And some of these could be tornadic. Now, all of it is severe. All of it is some strong gusty winds that are pushing on through. But there could be some areas along the line where you can get some quick spin ups of the QLCS, or the quasi-linear convective system, or this squall line. And yeah, just a lot of activity here for the most part. A lot of people are like the Discord server. A lot of people are like the Discord server is just for, you know, I know the Discord server is pretty crazy as of right now. And so, you know, I'll fix that for our next event. Anyways, there we go. But there is a lot of storms across the board here. This is a pretty intense 3D scan of this storm. Let's see. Do I think if there was more shear and the tornadic threat was higher in areas similar to yesterday, it would have been a higher risk? Well, if the shear was higher and there was a lot more veering, then yes, we probably could have had a higher risk and stuff like that. But don't really see a whole lot. You know, obviously we didn't have a lot of shear and stuff like that. Alexandria and Arlington, you guys are out of the risk as of right now. You had your main line of storms that just push on through. But if you live near like Marlboro, if you live near like Harwood, Shady Side, south of Annapolis, south of Interstate, I can't remember what this interstate is. To save the life of me. 595. If you live south of 595 all the way to, like, say, the Chesapeake Beach area, half and half, I'd highly advise you all to get into a sturdy structure. Strong storms that just moved on through here. But if you're, like, near Manassas, Fairfax, all the way into Loudoun County, like Leesburg, all the way to, like, Reston, those general vicinities, you guys should be all right. Your risk is starting to end. So that is the good news. It's not an interstate. So it's what? It's US United States, what is the United States route there? It's Highway 50. See, I only drove 97. I only drove 97 because that's how I approached Annapolis whenever I drove there. I always went through Baltimore because I live off towards like Hagerstown. Well, like I don't live in Hagerstown, but like I lived over there into like West Virginia. So I always approached Annapolis via 97 and not Highway 50. Which, in my honest opinion, is probably a good thing because who wants to go through the Beltway? Whoever wants to go through the Beltway is crazy. Let's see. There we go. So yeah, a lot of activity here with these storms across the board. As I said, if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning in either Alabama, Mississippi, or Louisiana, you guys need to really get into a safe structure, a sturdy building. I highly recommend it for you all because the potential for some damaging storms is possible. Damaging winds in upwards of 70 miles per hour. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Hattiesburg now, as well as Columbia, Purvis, and Lumberton. That has a warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. There's a severe thunderstorm warning here that it includes Waynesboro, Sealis, Miltree, and Chatham. That has a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust with this, almost up to hurricane force winds across the board. So we really need to watch out for these storms as this continues to move on through. All the way up through to Utah. So Columbia, Hattiesburg, all the way up to Laurel. You guys need to get into a sturdy structure. In my honest opinion, that's probably the best thing for us to do here. Is to make sure you guys watch out for these storms. 100%. What about, someone say LaGrange, Georgia? I don't know where that is. I have a short-term memory. Just kidding. LaGrange, Georgia is down there. You guys have a lot of storms at the moment. But nothing too intense. You guys could potentially get some stuff later on tonight. I will say that much. Later on tonight, you guys are really going to have to watch out for it. Severe thunderstorm warning in Richmond. Would not be surprised if that was the case. Hold up. Oh, yeah. Hold up. Let's take a look at this severe thunderstorm warning over here in Richmond. Something tells me I'm going towards Sterling and not Norfolk's radar. I did go to Sterling. I need to go to Blackfield. Or is that Blackfield or is it Blackwood? I don't know. I can't remember the names of radars. A lot of damage reported near the Richmond area along Interstate 64. It's Wakefield. Not exactly all too educated, I guess. Wakefield. So these storms are now starting to surge into Richmond. I said if you're in Richmond, I highly recommend you guys stay in a sturdy structure. So if you live over there, as I said, please do so. This has had a history of knocking down trees, and trees could knock down onto cars or houses. So if you get into a sturdy structure, you won't have a problem. And try and stay away from windows. So if you live along Interstate 95, I know it's pretty, vacant from Richmond all the way up towards like Prince George or King George, all the way up to like DC. I know there's like not a whole lot of, populace because it's all like farmland and stuff like that. But if you live in those areas, you really have to, I'd say you guys get into a sturdy structure 100%. Because some strong gusty winds and some large hail is possible with some of these storms. If you're on I-95 southbound through Richmond, If you keep going, depending upon where you are, you might be able to dodge it. Might be able to dodge it. Can I go to Bear, Delaware? I don't think there's any severe weather in Bear at the moment. Yeah, there's no severe weather over there at the moment. Or at least I don't believe so. Hello, Maya fan. Welcome to the live stream. Yeah, I don't think there's any severe weather over in Bear at the moment. I think you guys are fine. I'd have to say so. I wouldn't say so. I mean, it's a long I-95, but that's like Fredericksburg for the most part. Fredericksburg's the only area that's really populated. If you look like in between Fredericksburg and Richmond, you know, that's the reason why I said King George and Richmond originally. Because that's the area that really doesn't have anything. I mean, look at this area. Not a whole lot populous, except for Fredericksburg. But, like, everything else, no. There's not a whole lot. But there's still some stuff there. Still a lot of activity that's surging on through near I-95. What about Baltimore? Baltimore seems to be a bit further, bit too far north of the severe weather, in my honest opinion. We now have 10,200 subscribers. That's absolutely insane. As I said, my the plan was to get 10,000 subscribers by the end of May. We've gained like what, 2,000, 3,000 subscribers in like 2-3 days. So it's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy that what you guys have done for me. So thank you guys so much. South Carolina? You know, I haven't checked South Carolina in a while. So let's just catch up a little bit, shall we? If you live near Bennettsville, south of that towards like Florence and Timmonsville, like Darlington, Hartsville, Patrick, Chesterfield, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts is possible with this storm. But I think it'll be more or less around 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. You do have some chance for some spotty hail, but you know, you do have the chance for some storms to be relatively gusty for the most part. You also have a severe thunderstorm warning down here to the south of Columbia. This will head off eventually towards the Allendale areas. So we really need to watch out for those storms for the most part, but that's the only areas I really see that are severe. So like near Augusta, near Aiken, near New Ellington. Further along to the south and east, basically if you live along State Highway 39, US Highway 278, and US Highway 78, you guys, I really think you guys should get into a sturdy structure, in my honest opinion. I think that's actually more or less advised. More than anything. It's starting to get kind of dark. I don't know why. It's 5:30 in the evening here. Reports out of Meridian now. There's been reports of damage. A lot of reports here coming in from Meridian. So we have trees downed on the actual interstate of I-20. We also have trees and power lines down across the county. Several homes with trees on them. That's in Meridian. We've had a 61-mile-per-hour wind sustained. It lasted for 4 minutes. 61-mile-per-hour winds that lasted straight for 4 minutes. That's not a wind gust. That's a sustained wind. And then we've had reports of damage here in Enterprise. Tree downed on houses at Center Street and Pine Street in Enterprise. Multiple trees downed in the Enterprise and Stonewall area. So these storms have had a history of producing some very strong damaging winds. Is this a derecho? Let's see. place a marker there. How long is this gone for? Not yet. It could possibly be a derecho. It has to travel 250 miles though. Has to travel 250 miles. So far, it's been a widespread, strong QLCS that has moved on through here. But massive damage of trees down for the most part along this line of storms. That's the reason why I've been saying, if you live in Alabama, Mississippi, or in Louisiana, and you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, I highly recommend you get indoors into a sturdy structure. So not a mobile home. What in the world is a derecho? It's a long-lived squall line, a long-lived gusty wind maker. So this right here, this entire line of storms is called a squall line, or a bow echo, or another word for it that we like to mention is QLCS, or quasi-linear convective system. And so what a derecho is it's a QLCS that travels for 250 miles and produces consistent wind damage. So, more reports of trees down across the state in Mississippi. There's even reports of trees down in Alabama. So a lot of activity here across the board. And actually I want to go over towards, let's go over to Birmingham's radar, take a look, see what all is happening here. Skywatcher with the $5 super chat says, thank you for the coverage. Thank you for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. You know, without you guys, I wouldn't be where I am with my severe weather coverage here on YouTube. So thank you so much. As I said, I really do appreciate all the support. I really do. Multiple flash flood warnings across the board here near Birmingham. Multiple flash flood warnings. So there is so much activity that's going on here. But if you do see flooded roadways, turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways. Because flooded roadways can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. And that's how people get stuck in them. So not a situation that you want to be in. If you see a flooded roadway, try and find another way around. You can afford to take some extra time to save your life. Don't be impatient. Don't move on through. What is a convective system? Convection just stands for, yeah, just warm air rising, steam, storms, stuff like that. Think of it, yeah, yeah, it's steam and stuff like that. That's basically what it is. Just so warm water rising up, more or less. That's the actual, just thunderstorms in general. That's what convection is. So you can get some strong convection, weak convection. You know, all these storms out in front of the line is some weak convection, but this line of storms over here, that is some strong convection. But yeah. Kilo 147 has become an official weather enthusiast on the channel, an official server member, well, not server, a channel member. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. He gets emotes. He gets a badge for however long he's been a member for. He gets exclusive content. He also gets mentioned in the scroll texts at the bottom of my streams, which I do them whenever there is significant severe weather. So similar to stuff like today, he gets his name mentioned down below. And he gets his name at the end of my videos that I do every single morning, which I do them. So if you want to be up to date with all the weather in the United States, if they get uploaded at around 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you want to stay tuned to that, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. But yeah, his name will be featured at the end of my videos and in my live streams. Kind of similar to what's happening now. You can see the channel members. I thank the people for doing all of that. And so yeah, Massive supercell. Holy crap. Yeah, someone just mentioned that there was a giant supercell here in Louisiana. I actually want to take a 3D of this. So look at that. That is a storm and a half here on our 3D analysis. You can see the ventilation of the clouds. What happens is with convection, rain, with a lot of activity, thunderstorms typically move up from the ground up. That's your updraft. You get a lot of updraft characteristics that push up into the sky, so that's the reason why you have storms that look like they're pushing out from the tops of the actual main thunderstorm in itself. That's what we call overshooting tops. And we have a couple of those here in Louisiana. Very hard to see right here. But you can see those overshooting tops right within this general vicinity. You can see this little bump right here. And that tells me that there's a lot of convection blowing up within this supercell. A lot of large hail and damaging winds within this storm. And so definitely something we're going to have to monitor as this continues to move on through. A large supercell that is upwards of 50,000 feet up in the sky. Someone mentioned in the chat as to how high this actually was. Close to 60,000 feet. It's getting there. It's around 56,000 feet up in the sky right now. That's how high the thunderstorm actually goes up into the atmosphere. So you have definitely a strong supercell that's surging on through, but it doesn't seem to be super tornadic at the moment. It's trying. It'd be on the southern side near Montpelier, but it's just got so much convection that it's kind of having difficulty intensifying within itself. Update for Richmond. Yeah, why not? So that's not Richmond. There's Richmond. So if you live in Richmond, as I said, need to stay in a sturdy structure. Anywhere along Interstate 95, you need to stay in a sturdy structure, unless if you're like near DC, then you should be fine. DC and further north, you should be fine. You shouldn't have any issues with severe storms. But Richmond, you guys are getting some strong gusty winds. There's actually been reports of trees down. So if you're in a sturdy structure, sturdy structure as well, you know, if trees fall down, they get toppled by these storms, then you most likely could be safe because they'll just fall on the roof and they won't fall through your house. So I highly advise that. What in the world just happened? There we go. Kilo with the $2 super chat says my name will also be featured in this chat. Yep, he'll also have a badge too. So, as I said, if you want to become a channel member, you can. It's not required if you want to watch the channel. But it's kind of like, you know, a little subscription every month to kind of support the channel. So if you do that, I'd be extremely grateful. You have my gratitude if you do that. So, but it's not required. It's very much so not required. Multiple trees down now near Cuba and York. Lot of strong gusty winds here. Go ahead, come on in. Nice. Can you throw this away?
Do you need a drink?
No, I'm fine.
Alright, bye viewers.
It's my little brother giving me food. So, lot of activity across the board here. Will this die down when it hits Georgia? Kind of. It'll get weaker. But it won't be weak to the point where it won't be dead completely. You'll most certainly still see some severe conditions across the board here. New giant severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So this is starting to kind of like ramp down just a little bit. But these storms are still moving on through here near Hattiesburg. So a lot of activity is possible here with these storms. 100%. So anywhere that's in a severe thunderstorm warning in Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, I highly recommend that you guys get into a structure, a sturdy structure, 100%. That's nice. Anyways. Let's take a look. Take a look at the storms that's heading towards Demopolis. And as I said, these storms are starting to head into an area of no coverage for radar. No. Not good. Don't do this. Lot of storms across the board here. But it's starting to get into an area with no coverage. I'm going to circle areas of that have radar. So there's one right here, 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 and here. Notice how there is nothing in the middle of all of that. Notice how there is nothing in the middle of all of that. Do I ever eat or drink? Oh, I drank. I also eat every now and then. Put some of my canned lemonade in the fridge real quickly. Give me a second. You're under a tornado watch? Haven't gotten one in Scambia in a while? Yeah. Lot of activity there. If you're in a severe thunderstorm watch, as I said, I highly advise that you get into a sturdy structure. Will the tornado watch extend to the southeastern parts of Alabama this evening? Probably not. I mean, we could have something that could be extended to southeast, but I think that's more or less going to be a gusty wind threat for you all. So severe thunderstorm watch is most likely possible. New mesoscale discussion on the tornado watch. Widespread damaging wind threat will continue with Boeing line segments. Isolated embedded tornadoes also remain possible. There's still a chance for tornadoes according to the text here, but it's not a massive threat for tornadoes. They're saying it's more of a gusty wind threat due to the lack of helicity, which is just veering in the atmosphere. But, yeah. A lot of activity across the board here, 100%. %. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. I do live analysis for severe weather across the United States. Yeah, as I said, just across the United States. I don't discriminate to just one area. So, if you guys want to see more severe weather analysis like this, you know, my specialty is more or less covering tornadoes. But, if you guys want to see more live analysis, please be sure to subscribe. And turn on notifications if you want to stay up to date with the weather, because I actually upload videos every morning, or for the most part every morning, at around 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you want to be up to date with all that, feel free to do so. You're a truck driver parked at a truck stop at Smith Station, Alabama, curious to see if it's safe. Yeah, give me a second. Give me a second here. I, for whatever reason, cannot type. Common reoccurrence, chat. Common reoccurrence. Something might be, something probably about that. So Columbus, you yourself, you guys aren't going to be hit by the storms just yet. Not just yet. But you guys could definitely see some thunderstorms later on this evening. So I think you're all right as of right now. But I definitely think it could continue to surge on through your areas within the next, well, let's put it this way. It'll be at Montgomery in about an hour and a half to 2 hours tops. So if you feel like you can get to Montgomery within that time, feel free. Set at like a truck stop or something like that while these storms move on through. But just be advised that these damaging winds have caused trees to fall down. And we've had some damaging wind gusts in upwards of 75 miles per hour on some of these storms. So I would approach with caution. If there's like another rest area further closer towards like Montgomery, then I could take it. That's if you think that you can drive to Montgomery in about an hour and a half to 2 hours. But yeah, Columbus in itself is all right. Weather watch. That's the severe thunderstorm watch. That makes sense. Hot and humid in Baton Rouge. Well, you got a couple lingering thunderstorms that are passing on through your area as well. To be fair. But you have a lot of activity here near Lake Hammond. This is the reason why I've been saying, if you are in a severe thunderstorm warning here in Louisiana, eastern Louisiana, southeastern parts of Mississippi, southwestern to western parts of Alabama, you guys need to definitely stay in a sturdy structure. 100%. So you guys really need to watch out for these storms as this continues to move on through. Any power outages in Lafayette? Let me see. I have to pull this up here real quickly on a website. Miscellaneous weather. Where is it? Power outage US. Weather tracker with a $4 super chat says thoughts on Chester, New York, and what time the storms hit. Chester, New York most likely could. Oh wow. Woo! That's pretty crazy. Chester, New York could potentially see some storms, but it won't be severe in my honest opinion, so she should be fine. In regards to the timings of this event in your general vicinity, let me real quickly figure that out for you. So Chester, New York is north of NYC. Definitely an overnight threat for you all. I'd have to say around 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock is when you could start seeing storms, and then as it continues to move on through, you could potentially see something. Are there severe thunderstorms in Columbus? I wouldn't say they would be severe. I think there would be more widespread. What I just saw here in the power outage map here for Mississippi. A lot of you guys might be looking at this and you're like, well, what the heck is this? What I just saw here is 144,000 people are without power here in the state of Mississippi. 144,000 people are without power. That is insane. That's what this storm has done to Mississippi. And look at Lauderdale County here in Mississippi. There's 37,200 people that have been tracked with power. Of those 37,200 people, 22,800 of them do not have power. Really, very much so widespread across this general vicinity here in Mississippi. Lot of power out here across the board. Doesn't look like there's been any power outages. There's a couple in West Feliciana and East Feliciana. But nothing too much. But that is some big time power outages there in Mississippi. And wow. A lot of people without power. Especially this dude. I can't believe that Lauderdale got that many people without power. I'm assuming that's around Meridian. I'm assuming that's around Meridian, but yeah. 22,800 people are without power. Weather Tracker with a $2 super chat says, okay, thank you. I was thinking the same. Good coverage. Yep, thank you. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you for tuning into the live stream. Jeez. And look at Hinds County. Hinds County, I believe, is what, Jackson, Mississippi? There's 110,000 people that live there. Of those 110,000, 31,000 are without power. It's okay, Bradley. It's alright. Yeah, that is a lot of people without power here in Mississippi. You're in Meridian and you don't have power. How long would that last? Unfortunately, I have no clue because the power companies are, you know, they work on their own time to try and they try and get it, you know, done as quick as possible. But yeah. There's even power outages here in Virginia, too. All the way from Roanoke all the way up into areas near Charlottesville. Just to the north and east of, actually just due north of Richmond. So there's a lot of people without power here, guys. You know, Mississippi in total has around 144,000 people without power. Virginia is almost 79,000 people without power. Carolinas in total. You know, South Carolina has about 24,000 people without power. North Carolina with about 15,000 people without power. This is a lot of power outages here. 100%. I mean, that's just crazy. That's what? Over a tenth of people tracked within that general vicinity? Or around a tenth? Without power in Mississippi? That's crazy. Northern Alabama, are you clear or not? I think you guys are fine. Unless if you're like near Coleman. If you're near Coleman, you guys might have a severe thunderstorm warning here soon. You might have something of the sort. But if you're like near Decatur and Huntsville, you guys should be fine. But like if you're Coleman and further west, further east of that, I should say, I'd definitely watch out for those storms. I would, at least. Jeez, that many people without power. Absolutely insane. I can't get over that. That upper level rotation here in the storm or not? It does, but it's kind of meh. A lot of these storms here in Louisiana are producing some larger amounts of hail than some other areas. Especially a storm near Hammond that has some decent surface-based rotation, but just the environment that it is in does not have a lot of shear. So, not too much of chaos. But I don't see a whole lot in regards to stuff being tornadic, honestly. Something could translate here near Hustler, but we'll look at it. We'll continue to watch out for it. As time moves along. How's the storms in Maryland looking? Good question. The storms near Chesapeake Beach just got hit. So I hope the people over there really monitored that storm. That was a marine wind gust of 70 miles per hour, and now that's heading towards Lexington Park. So if you know anyone who lives near Lexington Park, I'd definitely tell them to watch out for these storms. If you know anyone who lives near Easton, I have some bitter feelings for Easton because I lost to them in the CBHO finals in hockey. So that's unfortunate. But if you live near Easton, I'd get into a sturdy structure. Get into a sturdy structure so that you guys could be safe from these gusty winds. If there's any trees that fall down, you'd be able to be protected by a sturdy structure, as I mentioned. So, but everything else, for the most part, like if you're in Washington D.C. and if you're east of D.C., if you're east of 95, like D.C. to Front Royal, Frederick, D.C., Baltimore Metro, you guys are fine. How many tornado reports today? Just tuning in. I'm actually curious about that as well. 2 tornado reports. No, I'm sorry. 1 tornado report. It was near Jackson. Near Jackson, Mississippi. Any alternative programs that are like GR2 Analyst but not paid? No, unless if you want to pay $10. Then I'd highly recommend either Radar Scope or Radar Omega. They both cost $10. Either or is fine. But Radar Scope and Radar Omega, they cost about the same. They give you about the same. So... yeah, that's the stuff here. That's the action across the board. Is Atlanta good for the night? Let me take a look at the models real quickly. Get back to you. I want to say no. I want to say no. I think you guys could start getting some severe weather at around 9 Eastern. More severe weather. Probably some strong gusty winds for the most part, but... yeah, I think that's right around the time in which you guys could do that. Radar scope going up in price, seeing $30 now. That's on computer. I'm talking about like on the phone. If you want on computer, then yeah, it's 30 bucks. But on your phone, radar scope and a radar omega, it's probably the best thing to do, best thing to use. Pensacola's supposed to get severe weather by 6:30. We're gonna go outside with a metal rod get struck. It'll start to get around your area at around 8 o'clock, honestly. Honestly. Alright, so the severe thunderstorm warning in Louisiana just got, I believe, canceled. It did get canceled. Weakened below severe limits. So gusty winds and some decent sized hail, but... radar scope is... no way it's free on Android. No. I had to purchase it. No way. Let's see. What in the world did I just see on my phone? Anyways. Seems legit. Sure you didn't purchase it before? Because you can easily distribute it onto other devices if you've purchased it at least once. Jeez, massive line of storms that are moving on through here. So the app on the phone is called Radar Scope, either Radar Scope or Radar Omega. Either or is fine. I'm starting to lean towards Radar Omega now on phone. But either or is okay. Do you know when the severe weather will end in Atlanta? By midnight tonight. I can say definitively that by midnight everything will be gone. It's still 79 degrees outside, and it's 88 in my room. Lovely. So Antioch, not Louisiana, Alabama. You guys could potentially get some stuff later on this evening. I would want to definitely monitor for these storms. You guys are actually, I believe, in a severe thunderstorm warning. I think. Yeah, you guys are. So if you are in Antioch, I'd highly recommend getting indoors. This severe thunderstorm warning is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and wind damage has been reported consistently. So the threat for some severe weather is possible as this continues to move on through. Everything is 2 to 3 hours behind projected times. Fun. Felicity Raid with the $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Let's take a look. It's about the same. If anything, it's more on schedule. It's ahead of schedule. Yeah, everything's about the same, honestly. About the same. How about Tuscaloosa for the rest of the night? Tuscaloosa just got out of the end of the risk. You still got, you know, rain and thunderstorms for the most part. But you guys should be fine. In my honest opinion. For the rest of the night. There's still gonna be, you know, some tree damage across your area because of the strong thunderstorms that went through there. But for the most part, it's all right. With some of the prob severe stuff out of the way. The danger today also will be flash flooding because the areas are saturated. Oh yeah, 100%. Birmingham has some life-threatening flash flooding here. And so if there's anyone in these flash flood warnings, you guys need to really take your proper precautions. Do not drive into flooded roadways. Turn around, don't drown. Alright? We say it for a reason. Flooded roadways appear a lot shallower than they actually are. And that's how people actually get stuck. So, will there be any severe weather back towards Collin County? Not today. You guys might have something towards the end, towards the weekend. But I can't exactly say for sure because I haven't studied up on that event a whole lot. So I'd advise probably just watching my videos that I upload in the morning for more updates. Kids are stuck at Baltimore Airport, grounded for severe and tornado warnings. Yeah, there's a severe thunderstorm warning that was just to the south of Baltimore. There isn't anything much anymore, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning that's over across the Chesapeake Bay. So, I mean, you know, they could still be stuck there. There isn't really a lot holding them back, to be completely honest with you. But BWI is a good airport. Love flying out of it. It's the airport of choice for me. Because I live around this general vicinity. South Central PA. Felicity Raid with the $5 super chat says, and here's to super chats rather than fixing air conditioning. 80 degrees in my apartment. Cheers with a gallon of water. Cheers with the can of lemonade. Ah, delicious. Let's look back along the line here real quickly. As I said, extending from Louisiana all the way up into Mississippi and Alabama. A lot of strong storms here. Someone just asked me to look at Hattiesburg. You still got some strong storms that are moving on through there. You know, I would highly advise staying indoors. Highly advise it. What if we go to Mobile's radar? There we go. So, Hattiesburg, a lot of strong gusty winds within this storm right now. So, I would just advise, you know, staying in shelter. You can definitely still see some strong gusty winds with this event. 60 mile per hour wind gusts now, so it's not like the 80 mile per hour and 70 mile per hour winds that this once was. But there still is some strong gusty winds with this with these storms as this continues to move on through. Small streams by you now are rushing rivers. Oh yeah, I would not be surprised. Would not be surprised. There we go. Could there still be tornadic activity? Yes, but it's not as strong because of the environment we're currently in. So there's not a lot of wind shear behind this. It's just a lot of energy. That energy's got to go somewhere. And because there's not a lot of like, well, there is decent wind shear, but there's not a lot of veering with height. So you need a lot of veering in order to get like tornadoes and stuff like that. Because there isn't. Yeah. You got just a strong gusty wind right here. So someone asked about if this storm is going to get towards La Place here near New Orleans. You guys definitely have the chance to get some storms. Not significantly severe storms, honestly. Kilo, see ya. Thank you for coming out to the stream. But, you know, there's still some activity here across the board. It's just not going to be severe within your area, honestly. What's veering? Different direction at different altitudes? Yep, that is exactly what veering is. Veering with height. There was a funnel cloud that was reported in Pensacola. What? Stop. How's it looking for the Northeast Alabama tonight? You live in Cedar Bluff. You guys should be all right, honestly. Who keeps ringing the doorbell? I swear. Actually is. Anyways. Let's go over there here real quickly. Might be another person here. Maybe they will fix my air conditioning. Thank God. Yeah, I think northern parts of Alabama is going to be fine. Honestly. I think the severe weather is going to be well to your south. I think the severe weather is going to be well to your south. What about Leakesville, Mississippi? Give me a second. Yeah, you guys still are expecting some severe storms here within your general vicinity soon. It'll be getting towards Leakesville in about half an hour. Half an hour when this is going to go. Right over your area. So definitely something we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. But some strong gusty winds that's surging on through with this this storm. 100%. We are a couple subscribers away from 10,300 subscribers. You guys are absolutely insane. Thank you so much for all the support that you guys have given me. I really do appreciate it. Even though I know the stream is starting to kind of die down a little bit. You know, we definitely did our job in covering the areas from beginning to the end, especially the worst area of severe weather with the 80-mile-per-hour winds in Mississippi. I mean, you know, without that many power outages there, no, that's no scrub storm that pushed on through. You know, that's just really intense gusty winds that just pushed off through Mississippi. And so lot of activity here that we covered today. Lot of activity, 100%. A PDS flood warning, someone mentioned that in the chat. A particularly dangerous situation flood warning has been issued for Birmingham. So there has been reports of significant flash flooding in downtown Birmingham, near the University of Alabama campus, near the intersection of 6th and 12th Street. And so we really need to watch out for these storms 100%. And if you, as I said, if you're in a flash flood warning and if you see a flooded roadway, turn around, don't drown, do not drive into flooded roadways. All right, I'm serious here. Do not drive into flooded roadways. Worst mistake you will ever make. And so yeah, that is, yeah, this is a pretty serious situation right here in Birmingham, right here. Yeah, and here's my reasoning to not drive into flooded roadways. It may seem fun. It may seem nice to, you know, get the water that just flies around your car when you drive through it. Or if you're in a hurry, you know, you might think that's your only option. It's not. Flooded roadways actually seem a lot shallower than it actually is. So, if you're driving through the flooded roadway, not only could it be a lot deeper, but you won't be able to gain traction for the most part due to the rushing water. And that's how people get stuck. That's how people get stuck in massive flooded roadways on the news. That's what you see. That's exactly what happens. And so, it's all the more reason for you not to drive through all of that. So, particularly dangerous situation, flash flood warning here in Birmingham. 3 to 5 inches of rain has already fallen. Emergency management reported thunderstorms producing flooding across the board, with some significant flash flooding in downtown Birmingham. If you guys have any information on this on Twitter, feel free to @ me, similar to what Joshua did right here. This was the Jackson tornado. So, @ me, @Nate_Snyder, if there's like any flooding, any damage, any pictures of weather. That's a pretty interesting tornado, the tornado that went through Jackson. Look at that. That is a clear touch to the ground. The debris swirling around the storm. Yeah, that is 100% a tornadic storm right there. 100% a storm that produced a tornado. So if you have any more information, feel free to do so. Feel free to @ me on Twitter. And as I said, here's my profile on Twitter, @Nate_Snyder. Nate_Snyder. If you have information, feel free to send it to me. I'll be retweeting it and stuff, tweeting out stuff myself. So yeah. Kind of an irrelevant to the weather, but what is your opinion on the best, safest place to live weather-wise? Depends upon your opinion of safe. If you're talking about like away from all weather elements, that's really hard. Really hard to say. But I'd say like places near Montana, Idaho. It'll be cold for the most part, but you won't get any severe weather. You might get some snow for the most part, but yeah, it's probably the best spot to not get any major weather. You don't get hit by hurricanes. You don't get hit by wildfires. Seattle's not a bad place too. Seattle's not a bad place to live for weather. Just carried a 6-foot boat and a lawnmower motor in your truck. Get the heck gone. I know, right? Dude, everyone's boating in Birmingham. Yeah, that's the one time in which I will say do not go underground or the lowest innermost part of your building. A lot of you guys are like, hey, not what you're supposed to say. Yeah, that's not the time in which you go underground or your lowest innermost part of your building. when you're in a particularly dangerous flash flood warning, PDS flash flood warning here, not exactly what you want to do. So stay away from low water crossings, small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. For the most part, basically seek higher shelter. But then up there is Yellowstone. Well, yeah, but no one knows when Yellowstone is gonna fire off. You know, you have earthquakes every now and then, but you know, to be frank, in the United States, if Yellowstone does go off, I'm pretty sure everyone dies in the United States. So I don't think it'll be that big of a deal if you die like 5 seconds sooner. Know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure the Earth will just cave in. Although, to be fair, earthquakes is not weather. You may think it's the same thing, but it's not. And so, yeah. I guess the question was, if you want to be safe from weather in general, then it's fine. Don't want to be safe from earthquakes? Well then, I don't know, go to the Northeast. They get a lot of snow, they get some gusty winds. Go to Michigan. Go to Michigan. Michigan, most likely, is probably the best place not to get any severe weather, or any weather in general. I'd say Michigan. If we're not gonna want to get hit by any earthquakes, go to Michigan. There's some events that, you know, you get tornadoes and stuff like that in Michigan, but, you know, anywhere in Michigan, you know, probably not southern Michigan, because that's like right around Ohio, the Hoosier Alley, which is a tornado alley in itself. But I'd say go to Michigan. Because Michigan, you know, you guys won't believe me to say that, when I say that Michigan does not get severe weather. No, Tay, don't, no, no. Bad, bad, no. Don't remind me that I live in a place that gets no severe weather. Severe weather literally goes south of me or north of me. Don't remind me. Don't remind me of the pain of living in the mid-Atlantic, in between the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. Well, that said 1953. Shh. It's fine. It's fine. Not that big of a deal. Put the AC on? Yeah, see, I would. It's just our air conditioning is broken. So what does it say what the current temperature is inside here? Oh, looky. It's 88 degrees. It's also 78 outside. So, I mean, I could open the window. But would it help, really? Would it really help? I would say no. Yeah, South Central PA is not the area to go if you want to see severe weather. New tornado warning in Alabama. Where's this at? Look at that. New tornado warning in Alabama. Okay, so we got activity after all. This is for Chilton and Perry counties. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We got a tornado warning here. If you live near Maplesville, Clanton, and Lomax, as well as Stanton, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building. Wait, I had to check to see if you're in a flash flood warning. No, you're not in a flash flood warning. Okay, you guys could actually get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly in a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And this is a confirmed tornado debris ball. So this thing is on the ground. So, if you know anyone who lives near Maplesville or in Stanton, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Because that's actually a tornado on the ground, and it's in progress. Right there, you can see the velocities right within this general vicinity. The greens are the winds moving towards the radar, the reds are the ones moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Just to the south of Lawley, but it's heading towards Maplesville and Stanton. So if you know anyone who lives near Maplesville and Stanton in Alabama, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. Because, yeah, that is a debris signature. It was definitely on the ground, 100%, and then the debris is starting to fan out, so it may have been briefly on the ground. But yeah. Spectrum width shows a ball there, so that confirms the turbulence. It confirms that there was turbulence with the storm. May still currently be on the ground, but it's really rain-wrapped at the moment. But you'll be able to see with the cell how you'll be able to determine that this is actually tornadic. There's a giant, giant hook right within this general vicinity. It's right along the line, and you can get stuff like this that happen very frequently. So definitely something tornadic that's moving on through here. As I said, Maplesville, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Then this will be moving on forward towards the State Highway 191 area, as well as the State Highway 22 area. This will be near County Road 341 here. And further along into all these other different county roads. So it'll be heading off towards Clanton. So if you know anyone who lives near Clanton as well in Alabama, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Still has some good rotation within this storm. The spectrum width is showing that it's still consolidated, so that it does look like there is some turbulence within that storm. That's a hook? Yeah, look at this. Here. Allow me to show you a better demonstration by taking a 3D. We're going to take a 3D of the storm, see what exactly is happening with this. Okay. It's really rain-wrapped, and it's moving pretty fast. So let's take the 3D over here. There we go. Better way of us telling as to what all is happening. So there's your inflow notch right within there. That's Centerville, Marion. So right within here, I'm looking for it. It's got a thunderstorm right in the pathway of it. That probably is the reason why it looks as ugly as it does, is because this thunderstorm kind of just developed out of nowhere and merged with it. But right within here is where I'm looking. And it's very hard to see the inflow notch. I can clearly see it. It'd be right about here. Right within that general vicinity. And so if you keep your eye right within that area, you can see how it does seem as if it is trying to, wrap around its rear flank downdraft. But yeah, that's That's really interesting to look at. We're going to have to watch out for it. But yeah, as I said, if you're near Maplesville and in Stanton, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. Because yeah, we can clearly see the hook right within here. This is the inflow. So you can notice how this is a lot of lighter reds. Then you have dark reds right within here. So yeah, that's definitely a tornadic system right here. Still has a debris ball, so the spectrum width drop still indicates that this thing is on the ground, and there still is a turbulence drop. So there's still a lot of turbulence within this cell, and we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to head off east. So Maplesville, if you know anyone who lives in Maplesville, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space now. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So yeah, that's the debris. The CC drop, what I'm talking about here is that's the, this is the correlation coefficient. Usually all this red right here is rain. That's what the radar is looking at. Anytime you see it dip like this, where it's like green and blues, that indicates a debris signature, which means that the tornado was on the ground. And so this was where it was before. If we circle this area and switch over to the velocities, you'll be able to see that there is some velocities here that indicate that there was something tornadic here. The greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is most likely where the tornado would be. This counterclockwise rotation right here. That's what produces tornadoes, and that's how we can find if a tornado is on the ground or was on the ground or potentially could be in progress. So really something we're going to have to watch out for. In Maplesville, you are not out of the risk. This is a cell that's still moving on through here, still has a debris signature, and this will be moving right into your general vicinity, so you need to take your proper precautions. As I said, get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So we need to share this with friends and family and on social media. Share this on Facebook. And share this on Twitter so that more people may be able to know what all is happening. This is in Alabama. This is south of Birmingham, near Maplesville. And this is a tornado most likely in progress that is surging on through. We have a new tornado warning north of that. That's south of, even further, just a little bit further south of Birmingham, but heading right for the radar. So new tornado warning here. This is for Shelby County in Alabama. This will be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities is starting to get harder and harder to look at because it's getting closer and closer to the radar. And you would think, well, if it's getting closer and closer towards the radar, then you should be able to see it a lot more clearly. And unfortunately, with the things of how it gets closer and closer to the radar, that's actually not how it works. Surprisingly. It actually becomes a lot more foggy as you get closer and closer towards the radar. You're not able to see everything as to what all happens. But you do have a tornadic rotation here. So if you live near Montevallo, if you live near Interstate 65 here, near in between Saginaw and Calera, you guys need to tell them to take their proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I know you're in a flash flood warning. But I don't believe if you are in higher ground, you are able to get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building. And so this is definitely something we're going to have to watch out for 100%. So south of Saginaw, south of Maline, heading towards Columbiana, you guys need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. You can see a little bit of the rotation right here. The reds are the winds moving towards the radar. The greens are the ones moving towards the radar. The reds are the ones moving away, I mean. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And you guys definitely need to monitor this storm as this heads off towards Saginaw and Calera. So if you're in between that area, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. heading off towards Maplesville, checking off on this tornadic storm again. It looks like the debris signature is actually lifted a bit. There's still a little bit of a debris signature with this storm, but the potential for it to be tornadic is still possible. But you guys really need to watch out for these storms. And it's going to be basically paralleling State Highway 22 all the way over to Clanton. So if you know anyone who lives in Clanton here in Alabama, near Lomax, south of Thorsby, near Cooper in Alabama, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Lot of activity here. Now it's really starting to kind of fire off. And so we gotta watch out for these storms as this continues to push on through. Opening another can of lemonade because I'm thirsty. So as I said, if you live in Alabama, if you're in Chilton County, or if you're in Shelby County, you need to take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Isn't that what I said? Didn't I say Columbiana? If I didn't, Columbiana, you need to get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Because you do have a tornadic rotation that's moving on through there, and it's heading off towards I-65. As a matter of fact, areas along I-65 from Urbana all the way up towards Alvester, south of Birmingham. You need to definitely take your proper precautions and get to a structurally sound building. A well-built building is most likely I just lost my train of thought. Not gonna lie, that's embarrassing. Anyways, anywhere along Interstate 65 need to kind of get into a well-built structure. 100%. Something tornadic is definitely coming on through. Yep, so 100%. Two tornadic storms. Both, one has had a history of producing a tornado, the other one hasn't. But two tornadic storms here that are really starting to kind of fire off and push on through. As I said, need to watch out for these storms as this heads on through towards Interstate 65. So lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. I live in South Central PA, but thank you for the kind words. I really do appreciate it. Now we're getting really close to the radar to the point where we can't tell where the rotation is. I'm assuming it's right here near, to the north of Montevallo. There's a little bit of rotation here. Just a little bit. So it's still tornadic, which means areas near Interstate 65 need to really take your, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building. But, that area, that tornado warning here near Shelby is really starting to get really close to the radar. So anywhere near the United States 31 and I-65 south of Saginaw, heading off towards areas near State Highway 70, over towards A lot of people say Columbiana, because they hold out their A's a lot more, which is understandable. So Columbiana, right over in those areas. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into their safe space. But we got 2 areas of tornadic rotation here within the same line of storms. These are not twins, more or less. They're just a lot of there's just some intense tornadic rotation that is moving on through here. And that's what a QLCS can do. This is a quasi-linear convective system, a massive squall line, if you will, which is what these lines of storms are that extend all the way down into Louisiana. And if I even go to a radar down here in Mobile, Alabama, you'll be able to see that these lines of storms extend all the way through. So there's your tornado warning up here. If you guys remember what the line looked like, it extends all the way through down to Baton Rouge. And there is a lot of activity there. So 100% widespread gusty wind threat here that's surging on through. And we really need to take these storms, well, do not take these storms lightly, in my honest opinion. This rotation near Pletcher heading off towards Clanton, it's trying to reorganize itself. It's trying to. I want to say that it could potentially be on the ground, but I don't think it's strong enough to do so. Or I don't see any major contributing factors saying that it is. Yes, there is a PDS flooding emerging. PDS, particularly dangerous situation. Flood warning in Birmingham. Lot of rain across the board here. So if you are, I would highly recommend to most people to get on your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. 100%. So a lot of activity here across the board. Definitely something we need to be mindful of. No longer confirmed. Well, that makes sense. Doesn't seem to have a debris signature. So it seems to be pretty modest at the moment. Yeah, respect the polygon. Anytime you're in a tornado warning, you need to take your proper precautions. Get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. Especially if you're in the flash flood warning, because you don't want to be in your basement. That will potentially flood. And so if you are in these flash flood warnings, I highly recommend getting in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So in Chilton and Shelby counties, you too have tornado warnings. One will be in effect until the top of the hour. That's the one in Chilton, heading towards Clanton and Verbena. The other one is for Shelby. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, heading towards Columbiana. And that tornado warning just got canceled. So it's just this tornado warning down here to the south. I'm actually curious as to why they canceled the tornado warning. Is it because it weakened? Yep. The thunderstorm which had the warning is weakened, so therefore it's been canceled. The gusty winds is still possible. So we still have the storm here that's heading towards Clanton. It's actually heading off a bit more towards the south. It's kind of made a right turn, if you will. So it's heading towards, it's going to head more to the south of Clanton, and it's going to head towards Verbena and Mountain Creek. So if you live near Verbena and Mountain Creek, or if you know anyone who lives near Verbena and Mountain Creek, you guys need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions. Get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you are in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, I highly recommend getting into a sturdy building, because these storms widespread could have 60 mile per hour wind gusts across the board. And so I'd highly recommend you guys staying safe rather than sorry. And so really something we're gonna have to watch out for this. People are saying Dadeville, Alabama. Where's that? It's over there. Doesn't have a lot of rotation on it. It's fine. A lot of scattered storms at the moment. So not really too much in Dadeville. It's just these lines of storms that are surging on through. Look at this hook, chat. This is exactly what you do not want to see here. Verbena, are you serious? You guys really love to pronounce your vowels. Up in the Northeast, we don't. We don't pronounce our vowels. Which makes a lot of sense. Two different cultures and stuff like that. So Verbena, you guys have a potentially tornadic situation right within here. Look at this. Look at this hook right within here. Inflow surging in just to the south of Clanton. And a really serious situation that's surging on through here towards Interstate 65. Someone wanted me to zoom out. There's me zooming out. And look at all these storms across the board here. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings across this entire line. But yeah, this really intense situation that's moving on through here with these lines of storms. I mean, look at this. Look at this giant severe thunderstorm warning. I'm actually going to take a track here. I'm placing a marker, and I'm going to see how large this span of these severe thunderstorm warnings are. This goes around 220 miles. That's how long this line spans for, and every part of that line has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. CC drop in Thorsby, Alabama. Thorsby? It's near Clanton. It's right there. I don't see a debris signature. Maybe. Nah, I'd say no. I don't think that's a debris signature. I definitely think this storm is priming itself to try and become tornadic again. 100%. And that's exactly what it did. It heads straight towards Verbena, as well as the Mountain Creek area, near the Cooper area. So Clanton's out of the risk, most likely, but you're still getting a lot of strong gusty winds. So stay in your safe space. But it's heading towards Verbena and Mountain Creek now. And you guys need to really watch out for this storm. And I'd highly recommend taking your proper precautions. Lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I'm not saying get underground, because there's a lot of flooding here. A lot of flooding across the board here, so gotta watch out for it. Possible tornado on the ground in warned area south of current tornado warning in Billingsley. Doesn't look like it's on the ground. Nah, a lot of inflow. Lot of inflow, honestly. So I don't think it was on the ground. Don't think it was on the ground. They just updated the tornado warning, so Verbena, Mountain Creek, Cooper, they're now in the tornado warning, but Clanton is out of the risk, as I mentioned. But this has made a shift towards the south and east. So Verbena and Mountain Creek, right within those areas. Guys need to get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet, because you don't want to go into your basement if it's flooded. And there has been a lot of flooding here. There's been a lot of flooding. I will say with the south of Billingsley, it still has a tornadic rotation, so there is something around there. It just isn't. It hasn't consolidated to a tornado right now. Can I look at Cobb in Georgia? Is Cobb in the severe thunderstorm warning? No, it looks like it's got a lot of just scattered storms. Let's take a look here. Cobb County, Georgia. It's near Atlanta. So Atlanta's got a lot of scattered storms. Cobb County is fine. You guys should be fine, in my honest opinion. Anything in Fayetteville, North Carolina? You guys actually have some severe storms over there. There's Fayetteville. I'd say some damaging wind gusts. I'd say damaging wind gusts. I'd stay in a sturdy structure, in my honest opinion. I think that's the best move for you all. But that's the only severe thunderstorm at the moment over there. So really got to watch out for that. So yeah, Verbena, Mountain Creek, that general vicinity, even into Cooper. You guys have a potential tornadic rotation moving on through your area. You guys really have to watch out for this storm as this continues to move on through. Huntsville, Alabama, you guys are most likely in the clear. You guys are really far north. So I don't think you're going to get any storms that'll move on through. But still a lot of action, even if it isn't tornadic. Gusty winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour across the board here with all these severe thunderstorm warnings from Mississippi over into central parts of Alabama. As I said, it covers about 220 miles. That's how many, that's the actual length of the line of storms. So a lot of activity here across the board, 100%. There is a lot of it. But it just so happens that there's more activity in one spot than another. And that is the reason why there is a tornado warning here for Chilton and Chilton County in Alabama. Verbena, Mountain Creek, this will move right over the County Road 437 areas, as well as the County Road 59 areas near County Road 500. So just anywhere near Verbena and Cooper, south of Cooper, into a Mountain Creek. You guys could potentially see something tornadic as this continues to move on through. What's up? This is day 3 of severe weather. Yeah, I know, but luckily we get a little bit of a break afterwards. Get a break for a couple of days before stuff continues to come back up. But this is May. This is May. So what did we really expect? Will Greenville, Spartanburg area, South Carolina have any storms later this evening? Possibly. There is the chance, but I just don't think it'll be all too significant, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, I definitely think you guys could see some more storms later on tonight. Tornado warning has expired officially, but I would watch out for the potential of this to be tornadic here soon. Outlook for Pensacola. Pensacola most likely will start to get storms here within a couple of hours, honestly. We're starting to get to that time frame. A lot of these cells that are starting to fire off on all cylinders. And just by this current trajectory, these storms will start to get into the Pensacola vicinity in about, I'd say, around 2 hours. Maybe a little under 2 hours. But 2 hours from now. But still, a lot of severe activity that's surging on through. And we're really going to want to watch out for these storms as this continues to unfold here. Healing Vision with the $1 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate all the support that you guys give me, whether you like the video, you subscribe, share this with friends and family and on social media and stuff like that. I appreciate you all and all the support that you guys have given me. We, our goal here at the end of May was 10,000 subscribers. We were at 7,800. Now we're at 10,320 subscribers, I believe is what it is. So the fact that we have grown this much in the short span is absolutely insane. So thank you guys so much for all the support. I really do appreciate it. South Georgia, depends upon where in southern Georgia. If you're in southwestern Georgia, you guys could get a piece of this, but it would be more into the overnight hours. But if you're in like southeastern parts of Georgia, then you guys will probably get the lingering effects, but not too insane, honestly. So we still have a couple areas of tornadic rotation with these storms. There's a report of a funnel cloud near Dust Shore, Pennsylvania. What? Chattanooga for tonight, scattered storms, honestly. Take a look here at the HRRR. Latest HRRR run. Yeah, bunch of scattered storms for the most part. Most likely will be heading on through your general vicinity at around 9 Eastern, 8 Central. I don't know if Chattanooga is Central or Eastern or not. But then more storms will be able to move on through into the early morning hours. So, a lot of activity there. Heritage Oak Farm with the $100 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Oh my goodness. Holy crap. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Holy crap. Thank you so much. And then Alman with the $2 super chat says, day 3 of donations. Congrats on subs. Proud. I really do appreciate it. Heritage Oak Farms. Heritage Oaks Farm. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Holy crap. Oak Hill, Alabama. Let's see what's over there. Nate, there's actually rotation northeast and with northeast Pennsylvania storms. I don't want to know. I really don't. I don't think I want to know. Let's go to State College. You should do hurricane content as well. Funny you should say that. I actually do. There's actually supposed to be a tropical system in the Pacific. It's supposed to hit Mexico here soon. I was actually going to talk about that a little in my video tomorrow morning, which if you want to stay up to date with my content, please be sure to turn on notifications because I upload videos every single morning talking about the severe weather and the weather across the United States, as well as what's happening outside of it. Well, that's for tropics and stuff like that. So, but everything else, yeah, if you want to stay up to date with the weather, feel free to turn on notifications so that you may be up to date with the weather across the United States. I upload my videos at around 9 in the morning Central Daylight Time, 10 in the morning Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys are want some stuff like that, feel free to stay tuned to my channel. It's down here. So that's what? Pineapple. So this storm over here, there's a little bit of rotation, but it's just a lot of jutting out within the clouds. So a lot of activity here along the line for the most part, I'd have to say. Lot of storms. We are almost there to hurricane season 2021. Yeah, I know, right? So, I'm not sure if I said, but thank you, Sam Krauser, for the $3 super chat. I really do appreciate it. As I said, Sam Krauser with the $3 Heritage Oak Farms. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Christine Miller with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I also really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation near Pineapple, but the only issue is that we're really far away from the radar. Just a lot of strong gusty winds, I will say. A lot of strong gusty winds moving through this general vicinity. Mississippi Coast. Well, good question. Gulfport and Biloxi will probably be hit by some of these storms in about an hour. Maybe a little bit less than an hour, honestly. So the threat for severe weather is there. But, it's not going to be super intense, super severe. My phone just went off. What in the world just happened? I don't know why my phone went off, but it needs to stop. Excuse me. Let's see. What do I expect weather-wise next week, Monday through Sunday? The lingering effects of a severe weather event that's going to be happening this weekend. I haven't done a lot of research on that event because I've been more or less focused with this one here today. But lingering effects of a severe weather event that's going to be happening this weekend, all the way into the next weekend. But severe weather is supposed to be really spacious, so we're kind of in a pattern to where we get severe weather, then we have 3 or 4 days off across the United States. We get severe weather, we get like 3 or 4 days off, stuff like that. Look at all of these flood reports here going down through Birmingham. The Patton Creek is overtopping the bridge at Southland Drive. All lanes at Highway 31 are closed due to flash flooding. Fire department reporting homes flooded on Norwich Place. Flooding near County Roads 52 and 95 in Helena. Water over the roadway at Fox Valley Farms Road. Highway 17 northbound between Cedar Grove Parkway and High Grove Parkway impassable. 1 lane impassable at Butler Road and Big Oak Drive. My goodness, some serious flash flooding that's happening here. And you still have that particularly dangerous situation flash flood warning, a PDS flash flood warning here for the city of Birmingham and further south. But that is some insane severe weather that's occurring, some flash flooding within those storms. Give me a second as I try to load all the roads of Pennsylvania here real quickly. I'm just going to put this radar over here in northeastern Pennsylvania, just in case if there's anything tornadic that happens near Scranton, or north and east of Wilkes-Barre, Scranton. Well, actually, not north and east, north and west. This one might crash my my program, New York. Let's see, does it work? Whoa. Hey, it did work. I'm surprised. Anyways, so you still have these storms here that are in northeastern Pennsylvania. They're there, so we'll watch out for it, but it's nothing too serious. Another report here. Water across County Road 87. Roadways impassable. This is all near the interstate, too. Yeah, Birmingham is under a flash flood emergency, so one thing that I gotta get off my chest is that if you see flooded roadways here, turn around and don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways because they can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. And that's how you see on the news. Most of these people get stuck in these flooded roadways. So if you're thinking, oh, I'm in a hurry, I need to drive through this roadway here, or, oh, it's not that bad, I can easily drive through it, do not test it, please. Do not risk your life. Do not be an idiot. Alright? Just find another way, go around the flooded roadways, and try and find a road that actually goes over the flooded areas. Still some strong gusty winds with this storm here that's heading off through in central parts of of Alabama. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts now with this storm to the north and east of Verbena, heading towards Rockford and Stewartville. This is actually a really impressive bow echo. Look at this. Strong jutting out of the winds here. So the strongest winds would be right about here at Rockford, or heading towards Rockford. But that is a well-defined bow echo here that's surging on through. And that is a sight to behold on radar. It doesn't get any more high definition than that. So if you live anywhere near Rockford along US Highway 231, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a well-built home, a well-built structure. There's still some of these areas that has a little bit of rotation. Still some of these areas that do have rotation, so I could anticipate a new tornado warning here near Prattville heading towards Montgomery. So if you live near Montgomery, I'd watch out for these storms. And if you do get issued a tornado warning, then get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. New update from the Storm Prediction Center. This is a mesoscale discussion concerning the tornado watch. Greatest damaging wind and isolated tornado threat should focus across a small part of central Alabama in the short term. It looks like it's going to start to deplete a little bit. Let's see. Any isolated tornado threat may focus near this outflow boundary as low-level flow is backed to east-northeasterly, locally enhancing 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative helicity. Outflow boundary is also evident extending southeastward from the most intense portion of the bow across southeastern Alabama. So that's the bow echo right there. And they're saying that there could be a couple tornadoes that spawn off of this outflow boundary right here. Can I check on northeastern Georgia? There's nothing in northeastern Georgia at the moment. Yeah, there's a lot of just scattered storms, so nothing really too much to report there. People are asking me to go up to northeastern Pennsylvania. There's some areas with rotation, but it doesn't look all too... It doesn't look all too interesting, honestly. How long have I been doing live streams? Since summer of 2019. So it'll be going off of 2 years now. And my channel didn't start growing until beginning of last year. That's when I started to get my name across the board. I was originally just a live streaming channel, but then I started uploading videos and stuff like that. Started to become a bit more consistent with my viewership, with my viewers. And yeah, so now I do both videos and live streams. Waxahachie is not in the riskier today. You guys got impacted by a tornado yesterday. It was yesterday, right? Most likely yesterday. But you guys didn't get impacted by a whole lot. So, that is the good news there. Macon, Alabama. Well, depending upon which Macon. Oh, Macon, Georgia. I'm sorry. So Macon, Georgia could get stuff later on tonight. Not really too much. There's not really anything severe in Georgia right now, guys. So that's the one thing I want to get clear. But these storms could move off into Georgia and be severe for the most part. The one thing I will say, I have a bit of confidence in saying this, is that I don't think Atlanta is going to be the centerpiece of this. I think Atlanta will be too far north. So I think that Atlanta will most likely be out of the risk for severe weather. They're just going to see some more rain showers, some more thunderstorms across the board here. Someone asked about Noonan. There's the chance for some severe storms later on. Macon's down here. They got thunderstorms off to the south, near there. So if you're near like more towards Warner Robins, then you do have a chance for some thunderstorms, but nothing too severe, in my honest opinion. Strong gusty winds that are surging with this. See if I can find. Yeah, look at that. That is a well-pronounced bow echo right here. You can clearly see the bowing characteristic. If I were to draw a line right here, it looks like a bow, like an archery bow. So that's why we call it a bow echo. Well, we call it an echo because the radar sends out these little beams towards the storms. They send it in the air, and then it reflects back as if it was like an echo. So if you can, you know, kind of similar to how when you scream in a cave, it echoes back to you. So I'm not checking Pennsylvania. It's just stupid storms that could be tornadic, but it's very weak. So unless something goes tornadic, unless something gets the tornado warned up there, not doing it. I'm gonna satisfy your need. Nothing up here. Just some storms that are rotating. Not that big of a deal. Clearly more impactful storms down here in Alabama. This is a well-defined bow echo right within here. 100%. What are the wind speeds on this bow echo? Well, the warning says 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts is possible. But if we do a storm relative velocity, some winds and upwards of 60 to maybe even 70 miles per hour is possible. There's actually some gusts that say 80 to 85 miles per hour is on this as well, but very prominent bow echo that's just to the north of Montgomery, heading off towards Auburn. So we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Right here's the bow echo, right there. Here's Atlanta. Here's Birmingham. That's here's also Macon. Montgomery is right here. Mobile is down here. That's where the bow echo is. So it's starting to head off towards the eastern parts of Alabama. We're really going to have to watch out for severe weather as this continues to move on through. Can you check the Lumberton, North Carolina area? You just had a storm rolling through and just wanted to check to see how it's going. Yeah, give me a second. I don't know where Lumberton is. You may have asked that question before, but I've had so many questions asked about specific areas that not exactly the best memory. Alright, so Lumberton, you're over here. You got some storms in general that moved on through. They actually have started to die out, so that's the good news for you all. So yeah, you should be alright. So when you see a wall cloud, is that where a bow echo starts, or does the wall cloud come before the bow echo? So a wall cloud and a bow echo is two separate things, actually. With the bow echo, you guys, that's actually just a lot more significant damaging winds across the board. You could see something tornadic on the northern end of the bow echo, because if you think of it this way, if you have strong gusty winds, it tends to fan out off to the left and to the right, and that actually creates areas of rotation on the tops of the storm. So you have a counterclockwise rotation that's off to the north with the winds that fanned out to the left. And then you have a clockwise rotation that develops that goes to the right. The clockwise rotation ends up pretty weak, whereas the counterclockwise rotation ends up being tornadic for the most part. So there could be something tornadic on the northern end of it, but it doesn't seem to be wrapping up at the moment. So I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of stuff that's going to be continuing to move on through. had to pop my neck because I was feeling a bit stiff. Cams of the bow. I wish we had a camera of the bow echo. We'd be seeing some amazing shelf clouds with that. Can you check where the rain is, but not the rotation in Pennsylvania? I mean, there's a lot of rain everywhere, to be completely honest. If you're talking about in Pennsylvania specifically, I mean, there's rain over here in Scranton. A lot of rain across the board. There's rain in northern parts of Pennsylvania across the board. So, I mean, there's just rain everywhere, to be completely honest. Does Griffin have a chance for severe storms? Give me a second. I have no clue of where Griffin is. Griffin, Georgia. I mean, you guys could get severe storms. It's right on the... It's like half and half. It's like really half and half. You guys could get some severe activity. But, it's going to be cutting it a little close. 100%. I'm gonna go back to this these storms down here that are approaching the coast. And pretty soon I might have to well, I might actually I'd say within the next hour to hour and a half I probably will start heading off of the stream because it's pretty hot in my room. And do not want to be here in 87-degree temperatures anymore. I will, however, because the sun is no longer out. Where it's just really cloudy. Which actually is somewhat cloudy. I will open the window and let the cool breeze in. So look at that. I will hopefully be able to live now. And, you know what? Real quickly, I know, I might be taking up most of your all's time. Let's be completely honest with you. I've been dying in this room for practically the entire day. So, I'm gonna put myself first in this situation. No offense. Just how it is. Alright, put the fan on. That's actually a pretty nice breeze. I might actually go on my roof and sit there after the stream. I'm not gonna lie. I do sit on my roof, just contemplate sometimes. Oh. My thing did not totally just fall out the window, kinda. True facts. Alright, I'm putting my BS like right here. Nice. So I held it captive. Now we have some air that is circulating into my seat. I made my bed? Yeah, kinda. I did make my bed. It's not like the best made bed in the world, but hey. It's somewhat made. Am I okay? I mean, I've been alright for the most part. It's currently 86 degrees in my room. And we have a new tornado warning. Monka S. Tornado warning for Elmore and Montgomery counties. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you guys live here north of Montgomery, near Madison, Blue Ridge. Didn't I say that there was a little bit of rotation here? Didn't I say that there was a little bit of rotation here near Montgomery? Well, if you live north of Montgomery, near Madison, Blue Ridge, Millbrook, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Right here, let's take a look at the reflectivity. This looks at the rain and stuff like that. And, right within about here. You see this hook, how it wraps around like that? All these reds that are wrapping around. That's the heavy amount of rain in these storms. And so whenever you see a little hook like this, with a little bit of a notch where there's not a lot of rain here, this green is like some light rain, right in that hook is where the tornadic rotation would be. So if you live near Millbrook, if you live near Blue Ridge, Wetumpka, as well as Madison, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I do have air conditioning, it's just broken. It's just broken. This will be moving off across areas near Red Eagle Road, as well as County Road 74, and areas near United States Route or United States Highway 231. So if you live over here along Blue Ridge, along Madison, near United States Highway 231, I highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space, because this thing could easily produce a tornado here. Easily could. You can clearly see the rotation here. The greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the ones moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And there is indeed some tornadic rotation with this storm. And so it seems actually be moving a bit more towards the south and east. So areas near Madison and areas near Atlanta Highway here in Alabama, as well as Eastern Boulevard and State Highway 152. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space as well. Luckily, it doesn't look like it's going to be hitting any towns and stuff like that after Madison. But if you live near Madison, or if you live in Madison, you need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. If you live near Montgomery, you guys really need to watch out for this storm. Actually, if you live in Montgomery, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Waiting for your answer in Eastern Tennessee. Eastern Tennessee most likely won't do anything, honestly. They're not even in the risk for major severe weather here today. If you take a look at the convective outlook, you guys are in a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, which is marginal. So, chances for severe weather is very slim. But you still have this tornadic rotation here. Potential tornado. And so if you live near Madison, you really need to watch out for these storms as this continues to move on through. If you know anyone who lives near Tallahassee, south of Tallahassee, towards Millstead, towards Shorter, even towards Cecil in Alabama, I would tell them to really watch out for these storms. And as I said, get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Jacksonville, Alabama, you guys are well north of the risk. I think you guys should be fine. Yeah, you guys are fine. Jacksonville's not going to get hit by this, most likely. New update just came in with the velocities. It's heading right over Madison, and that, I'm hoping, doesn't look like it's a debris signature. It doesn't look like it's a debris signature. I'll circle this area right within here. I even circled this, actually. I think this is the outside of the hook. Kinda. I think this is not a debris signature still, though. I definitely think it's rear flank downdraft, 100%. A lot of strong gusty winds here near Madison. But I could be wrong. This thing could be on the ground. So if you guys live here in Madison, if you guys live anywhere near State Route 152 or areas near US Highway 80 or State Highway 8, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Yeah, as I said, it's very hard for me to say if this is on the ground right now according to the debris signature. It doesn't look like it's on the ground. Doesn't look like it. But it definitely still looks tornadic. And really need to watch out for these storms. Does the 3D do it justice? No, I would have to say no because of these thunderstorms that formed out in front of these lines of storms. If those thunderstorms weren't there, then yes, I would be able to say, yeah, why not? But, yeah, a lot of activity for the most part here. Lot of activity here for the most part. 100%. So yeah, as I said, if you live near Madison, Alabama, you need to take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. You can still see the rotation right here. Green is the winds moving towards, reds are the ones moving away. It's some weak rotation, albeit. And it looks like there's no debris signature, so that's the good news. Looks like it was just rear flank downdraft, so a lot of surging winds with this one. But definitely something that we're going to have to monitor as this continues to move on through. New watch. This is a severe thunderstorm watch, which is for southeastern parts of Alabama, southwestern parts of Georgia, and western parts of Florida. So you do have the threat for some strong gusty winds with that. Small chance for tornadoes, but there is still the threat for some strong gusty winds, 100%. What's the difference between a purple tornado warning and a red tornado warning? Good question. The purple tornado warning is actually when a tornado is confirmed to be on the ground, whereas a red tornado warning is one that is not been confirmed. What's my second favorite radar to use? It's kind of a toss-up, so I guess it's more or less situational. It's either a radar scope, radar omega, or GR level 3, which is just basically a poor man's GR2. Doesn't have 3D, but it gets data really quickly, and it's an amazing tool to use for storm chasing. You still have the strong gusty winds that are nearing Dadeville. Still have a lot of strong gusty winds that are nearing Dadeville. So if you live over here near Dadeville as well, I'd highly advise that you all take shelter. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and this storm has had a history of producing damage across the board. So the threat for tornadoes is possible with this. We're really going to have to watch out for these storms as this continues to unfold here. The tornadic rotation just died out a bit here in Madison, so that's good. It actually died out completely, so it's just now surging gusty winds. I'm assuming they're going to cancel the tornado warning here in a second. Any tornadoes today? Yeah, there was one in Jackson, Mississippi, as well as the 80 mile per hour wind gusts for the most part. Yeah, there is a good set of storms that are going to be moving into Tennessee. Here near Memphis and stuff like that. There's the potential for some severe weather. But, yeah. Memphis could potentially be getting something here soon. Maybe. Let's stick a radar over there. You're from Melbourne, Australia? Well, hello! Thank you for watching from Australia. Greatly do appreciate you tuning in to the live stream. Yeah, if you guys are new to the live stream, we talk about severe weather here in the United States. We try and keep everyone up to date with the severe weather here. So we cover it whenever we think it's going to be bad. And there was a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, which is a pretty high-end risk. It's not the highest risk, but it's a significant risk for severe weather that was that had occurred here today. We had some storms that produced over hurricane force winds or cyclone force winds that most of you all down in Australia talk about. And so, yeah, that's what we had here today. 80 miles per hour. which is around 65 knots. 65 knots of wind here that occurred in Mississippi, which is a state in the United States for the most part. Do I cover Canada? If there's a severe weather event and I can somehow cover it with radar scope and radar omega, I'll try. But it honestly depends. Is Douglasville good? Give me a second. Wait, that's Douglasville in, Douglasville is over in Atlanta, right? Yeah, it is. Douglasville's fine. They're getting a lot of thunderstorms for the most part. So you guys should be okay. At least I would have to say so. Tornado warning just got canceled. That's the good news here. Did not want to deal with the tornado warning whatsoever. 100%. Did not want to deal with that. The line south of Washington, D.C. had a history of producing wind damage. Yeah, those lines in D.C. have really pushed off across the board here. Now they're starting to get towards the Ocean City areas. There's even some storms here in Virginia Beach and Norfolk that have really started to surge on through. I think I can move my radar from Sterling to Dover. I think I should be alright with that. Any tornadoes hitting Tennessee? There was stuff earlier this morning, but as of right now, guys should be fine. Will Nashville get anything severe after the current round of rain? You guys have another line of storms that are pushing on through towards Memphis. That might be able to get off to your general vicinity, but I don't think so in regards to it being super severe. What's going on with that storm near Lafayette, Alabama? I see a few chasers heading there to intercept it. It's northeast of the main bow. I'll have to take a look here and see. Lafayette. This is... Oh, with this storm. This storm right here. I mean, it doesn't seem to be tornadic by any stretch of the imagination. It doesn't look like it. But it definitely has its own supercellular characteristics out in front with some very large hail. It's not severe warned yet, but it's probably going to go severe warned here pretty soon. It most likely will. It'd be cool if Nate met his future spouse in Super Chat. Imagine. Yep, thank you to everyone who's came out to the live stream here today. Whether you've liked the video, subscribe, share this with friends and family and on social media and stuff like that. You know, you guys are amazing. You know, our goal for May, our subscriber goal was actually 10,000 subscribers. And we had 7,800 subscribers-ish at the beginning of May. Now we have 10,300 and around 40. So the fact that there has been so much activity here, absolutely amazing. We have over 1,500 likes on our live stream. Guys have absolutely killed it here today. I appreciate all that you all do for my channel. I really do. Just got off work. Has there been any tornadoes today? Yeah, Jackson, Mississippi. There was a storm that was actually heading on towards Jackson, Mississippi that produced a tornado. I actually had video of it. I think I retweeted it on Twitter. So if you guys want to follow me on Twitter and stuff like that, feel free to do so. It's Nate_Snyder. I'll actually put the link in the chat here for people who want to see that. But I actually retweeted it. Here is the tornado that actually went through Jackson, Mississippi. You can clearly see the tornado right here. And the debris cloud being spewed up within the storm right here. So a clear tornado full condensation funnel on the ground within the storm. And we were watching it. We also had storms around the tornado that produced 80-mile-per-hour winds across the board. And so there's a lot of activity here for the most part. But that was the tornado that we saw earlier in Jackson, Mississippi. Nate likes long walk through Tornado Alley, intimate dinners at the computer, and cuddling up to watch weather radars. Is it over for Jacksonville, Alabama? Yeah, I mean, the severe weather, I'd say, would have to be over for you all. Imagine if you saw that on, like, Tinder or something like that. That would be hilarious. So a lot of these strong storms are really starting to surge on through. We have a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust here in Montgomery, Alabama. So these are still some strong, severe storms. 58-mile-per-hour winds and above is a severe, the severe threshold for the National Weather Service to produce severe thunderstorm warnings. So there's still a lot of activity with this line of storms, and there's so many severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Half is down here in Alabama, half is along the East Coast. I'll actually go over to the East Coast here real quickly. Ocean City is now in a severe thunderstorm warning, and a lot of activity with this one. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this, and then all the way over here towards Milton and Lewes. There's also 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with these storms. So if you live anywhere along the Delmarva Peninsula, I'd highly recommend just staying in a sturdy structure. If you're out on the beach chilling out, it's not advised. But, you still could have some activity there. So I would try and get into a sturdy structure for sure. Any bad weather for Tennessee going to North Carolina? Probably not. Might be some scattered storms, but for the most part, it'll be localized. You're in Prattville, Alabama, just north of Montgomery, and the storm knocker knocked the fence over. We have multiple downed trees. It was crazy. Oh, yeah. That storm in Montgomery really kind of just... Did I kill the fly? I didn't kill the fly. Dang it. Anyways, that storm there near Montgomery really kind of just churned about, caused a lot of damage, even some gusty winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour. And we're actually starting to see these lines of storms that are starting to become face-to-face with the radar. So I'm actually going to take a 3D of this line of storms. And I know I'm asking for a lot because it's really close to the radar. But look at these lines of storms. You can even see the shelf cloud with this. Look at that. Shelf cloud shown on the radar here. That is a pretty well-pronounced shelf cloud here. You can see how the clouds jut out like this and then come down. That is your shelf cloud. Right within there. So, pretty strong storms here for the most part, as this continues to move on through. Go away, fly. A bunch of people ask me about all sorts of stuff. Jeez. Coleman most likely will be fine in Alabama. Any bad weather for Memphis? There's a severe thunderstorm. Yeah, most likely. It'll be heading off into Memphis. We'll take a look at that in a bit. Coleman is most likely going to be fine. Bartow County. Give me a second. Bartow County in Georgia, you guys are going to be fine. You guys are too north of the risk. Lucedale, Mississippi. I'm not actually sure if that's how it pronounced. Not sure if that's how it's pronounced, but Loosedale, something like that. You guys are most likely going to get impacted by these storms here. They're actually impacting your general vicinity right now. A lot of strong gusty winds, but nothing near severe capabilities. So a lot of activity here as this continues to move on through, but for the most part, it doesn't seem to be super crazy. Is this a derecho? Let's measure the distance, see how far it's traveled, shall we? Yeah, I would say this is a derecho. It's traveled over 250 miles. It's caused damage across the board. I would say this was most likely a derecho. It's called Loosedale. The more I know. Thank you for helping me figure out how to pronounce that. Yeah, Loosedale. You guys are getting a lot of severe, well, just scattered storms at the moment. Not too much, but you're still getting a lot. Thank you to all the people who just subscribed. We are actually a couple subscribers away from 10,400 subscribers. So that is absolutely insane. Really do appreciate all the stuff that you have done. What am I drinking from the yellow can? Minute Maid lemonade. If I can get sponsored by Minute Maid lemonade, that would be amazing because I drink their lemonade all the time. See ya, Shanta. Thanks for coming out to the live stream. Daughter's having a baby in Athens, Georgia. How will the weather be? Give me a second. I will check out as to where some of that stuff is. By the way, if I skip your comment in chat, it's nothing personal. There's just over 1,000 other people in chat. So it's not like, you know, I'm purposefully trying to skip you. It's just, you know, it's very hard for me to get a lot of stuff and, like, read everything. Athens, looks like Athens, Georgia is going to be fine, I'd have to say. I'd say Athens, Georgia is going to be all right. They're not going to see a whole lot of severe weather. Houston and Lake Charles is driving home. Is it safe? Give me a second. Yeah, I'd say it's safe. I'd say you guys are fine. If it's from Lake Charles to Houston, you should be okay. Columbus, Georgia. So most areas in Georgia as of right now are most likely going to be out of the risk until later on tonight. So places near Columbus here, you guys have a severe storm that could be moving on through. This is actually Columbus. That's Columbus, Georgia, right? See, I don't know my geography all too well with, like, specific cities. Chattanooga, Tennessee, looks like it's gonna be fine, honestly. You guys should be okay. There isn't a lot of severe storms that are gonna be moving on through your area here tonight, so I think Chattanooga is gonna be fine. So Columbus, Georgia here is actually gonna see a lot of strong gusty winds that'll be surging on through here within the next 45 minutes. So if you live over there, you guys are really gonna have to watch out for that. Do I have merch? No, but I'm planning on making some soon. So if people wanted to buy some merchandise from my channel, they can feel free to do so. Check out Discord chat, pictures of the flooding. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh wow. That is some significant flooding. They literally had to put a boat in there. They literally had to put a boat in the flooding. Pretty insane, to say the least. If you guys want to join my Discord server, please be sure to do so. We're on a no-tolerance policy right now because of all the intense severe weather. So make sure you read the rules, and make sure you read the red mode rules and stuff like that. But go ahead and join the Discord server if you would like to. Link is in the chat right there. We have around 1,020 people in the server. Lot of people here. So if you want to be one of the people that communicate in the Discord server, feel free to do so. Where do we find the merch? No clue, because I haven't made it yet. I'll reveal when stuff gets released. But for right now, you know, all the stuff that I make off of YouTube, like all the donations, all the channel memberships, you know, you see people with like badges and stuff like that, like the weather enthusiasts. You know, they pay like $5 a month or something like that to fund the channel, become like a sponsor, if you will. And so all that money goes into either the live stream again. You can see how there's like all these different graphics and stuff like that here. But that either goes into the live stream, into the stuff that's here on your screen, or it goes to the stuff, the weather stuff that I do in real life. So you guys actually, with all the money that you guys have given me, you guys allowed me to purchase my dream weather station. And yeah, this thing works like a charm, 100%. So what I'm probably going to do now with my money is I'm going to buy another weather station, and I'm going to put it on my car. So whenever I live stream me storm chasing, we'll be able to have stuff from the weather station on my car rather than just me getting out and, you know, putting my anemometer right into the wind and getting blasted and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So that's the next plan, is to beef up my car for weather. I might actually put some wrapping on my car that is similar to the colors of my channel. And yeah. So how do we issue a red mode? It's either a moderate risk or a 10% significant chance for tornadoes. Either one of the two, or a landfall of a tropical system. Go ahead, Bradley. By the way, if there's people who can't sponsor, believe me, you don't have to, okay? It's completely optional. Completely optional, alright? But just with all those funds and stuff like that, it goes straight back into the stuff that I do here, and I really do appreciate it. You know, I'm extremely grateful for what everyone has done for my channel. You know, I'm extremely grateful even if I don't get a lot of money anyways. It's just, you know, all the stuff that has happened with my channel here in general. I've been in YouTube for 2 years covering severe weather, and there's been days where I've had only one person show up to the live stream the entire time, me continuing to do severe weather coverage. You know, there'd be instances where I'd look up into my subscriber feed, look every single minute and try and see, you know, if I got a subscriber yet. And, you know, even to this day, I'm always happy if I just even get one subscriber every day. I try and strive to, you know, at least get one extra follower from my channel. Try and get as much of the word out as possible, and I try and hope that these people, you know, come back to me so that they come back for my analysis. I want to establish that trust for you all. So, you know, that's my goal here for YouTube, more or less. There could be a new tornado warning here pretty soon. I'm actually surprised they haven't issued a new tornado warning here for this storm. Because there could potentially be something tornadic here relatively soon within these areas. You should use the Torcon for my tornado risk? Probably not. Not only is that copyrighted, but it's also not the best idea to use to help people understand what the tornado risk is. That's why I try and teach people how the environment works and stuff like that in my videos. So, you know, for the people who just want to know what all happens, you know, then I put a spot for like the timings and stuff like that in my video. And then I teach them about the environment, how it works with severe weather in a general sense. And then I get pretty complex with like soundings and stuff like that. And so, you know, that's kind of what all I do there. So it looks like it's a lot of inflow, but I still would have probably tornado warned this cell anyways. Because there's a lot of rotation with this storm. I mean, look at this. You got your reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards, right in the middle. Strongest tornadic rotation within this general vicinity. And it goes pretty high up in the atmosphere. You have a pretty well-pronounced hook here. If this goes tornado warned, I would not be surprised. But areas just to the south of Tuskegee, I would really want to watch out for it as this continues to move on through. 100%. How's Noonan, Georgia looking? Noonan's out of the risk, in my honest opinion. I think they're going to be fine. I think you guys should be relatively safe, for the most part. Saw the storms in Delaware. Is it intensifying? Is it weakening? Well, the storms are starting to move off the coast, and it looks like they're actually going to head off towards Cape May and Wildwood, which I've actually been there a couple of times. It's not a bad place to go to. Actually, a good beach place. But yeah, a lot of strong gusty winds that are moving on through here, all the way down towards, you know, Ocean City. There's the threat for severe weather, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But I think the strongest area of severe weather will most likely be here at Cape May and in Wildwood, and areas further north of that. Relatively soon here. LMH007 with the $2 super chat says weather at 8 with Nate. I know, right? It's 2 minutes until 8 o'clock Eastern, and it's weather at 8 with Nate at this point. Oh boy. Jeez. Yeah, thank you to everyone who supported my channel. Yeah, as I said, we have over 10,400 subscribers now, which is absolutely insane. What is your question, Bradley? What is your question? Take a look back at Mobile here real quickly. So the areas left to be impacted here in Mississippi are areas near Gulfport and north of Gulfport. So like Gulfport, Biloxi. Areas from Slidell all the way over to like Mobile and further along, they still need to be still need some severe storms. Most likely we'll be moving on through. So we're gonna have to watch out for that. I did say that there was severe weather that was heading towards Memphis, and there is. There's a severe thunderstorm warning that most likely will head towards the northern part of Memphis. So if you live over there, I highly recommend that you guys take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure, a sturdy building. Because as this continues to move on through, you guys could definitely see some strong gusty winds and some larger amounts of hail. Not actually too large hail, but still could be something that'll move on through. Yeah, Griffin, Georgia most likely won't see some severe weather until later on today. Or later on tonight. I would have to say they'll see it later on tonight, but it'll be depleted for the most part. You have to get surgery on your back. Scoliosis, they're going to be putting a metal rod in your back. I went back to the doctor today. Well, that's unfortunate. I really hope you get through that. You know, I know... Or work through that, I should say. Because I know that can be pretty devastating to a person, but I hope you I hope you are able to get through all of that stuff. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. Okay, the storm down here near Tuskegee. I still don't have an idea as to why this isn't tornado warned. I'm gonna be completely honest with most of you. Because it just looks like it's right within the storm there. There could potentially be some tornadic rotation right within there. Nate needs some Respect the Polygon merch. There actually is already Respect the Polygon merch out there. So yeah, this cell really is starting to jut out its rear flank downdraft. A lot of this rain is jutting out, so a lot of strong gusty winds across the board here north of Fort Davis. But the potential for something to be tornadic is possible south of Tuskegee, north of Fort Davis. It would be right about here is where the tornadic rotation would have to be. So as this kind of like wraps around its rain, you could potentially get a tornado. I don't know. There's just some pretty prominent rotation here, and I just would have probably, watched out for these cells. 100%. How about that's a storm and a half merch? Honestly, that's probably a good idea for merch. I say that a lot. I'm also going to be saying at least the grill wasn't on fire at the end of every stream, too. So that's probably going to be merch. I'm going to be saying that a lot as a lighter moment. Because, at least the grill wasn't on fire. Where is this? This is still in Alabama, south of Tuskegee. These storms have had a history of producing damage. Power out, trees down. I wonder actually how much power is out here in Alabama. So give me a second here. Oh yeah, there's a lot of power out. A lot of people out with power. Over 100,000 people without power here. In Perry County, 3/4 of people who are tracked in Alabama are without power. And Autauga County here, about half of the population that's tracked is without power. So 28,000 people live there. 14,700 people are without power. There is a lot of people without power here in Alabama. A lot of strong gusty winds. In Montgomery County, a tenth of the people here are without power. 15,000 people, actually 16,000 people are without power. 100,000 people live in that county. So, yeah, there's a lot of activity here across the board. A lot of people without power, unfortunately. Did I cover the ice storm in OKC in October? Tons of people were without power for weeks or longer. It was insane, dude. I didn't cover it here on YouTube, but I was talking about it in Discord. I think it was actually in, wasn't that in January, February? Something like that. Lethal Fan with the $5 Canadian Super Chat says, "Hi Nate, been watching you quietly for a couple of weeks. Much respect, you are very good at reporting severe weather and I will continue to watch." Thank you so much for the $5 Super Chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate all the support. Ah, there's people that want to join the Discord server, huh? Well, if you want to join the Discord server, the link is in the chat, right here. We are in a no tolerance policy, so please read the rules and react accordingly. I do not want you to get banned on the spot. You know what I mean? So Yeah, we've got a lot of people that join the server. A lot of people here. A lot of people are talking as well. So, it's a pretty active place, I'd say. Can we see Georgia? Yeah, we can see Georgia. There's Georgia. And there's just a couple storms that are moving on through here, so not really too intense. Not really too crazy for the most part, but yeah, areas near Columbus, really gonna have to watch out for the storm as this continues to move on through. But areas from Hogansville all the way down along actually no, not United States, Interstate I-85 down to Columbus, all the way down to like Lumpkin, Cuthbert, all the way over to Albany. So Albany, Macon, you guys could potentially see some severe weather later on tonight. Let's see. Next severe weather I said would be this weekend, most likely. Most likely. Asked many times today about your area with no response, unsub, sorry. Like people were responding. Well, that's understandable, honestly. I hope you have a nice, rest of your life. And if you decide to come back, I'd be willing to welcome you with open arms. But I don't remember you responding in chat. For the most part. Although I've been talking about areas in Georgia for the most part, if you were talking about Georgia. And I've been saying that Georgia's been out of the risk for the most part, although they're going to start depleting for the most, as this continues to move on through to the east. So, if you live in Georgia, I've been prioritizing areas that have been actually getting severe weather. No offense. So if there's an area that's, not being impacted by massive amounts of gusty winds, large hail, and even tornadoes, I'm not going to go over to the area that does not have severe weather just to cater to one person. You know what I mean? I hope you guys can understand that, all the people in the chat. Donated last week and would love if you could give us a quick little shout out to Murph. We analyze your videos at Denver International Airport to learn more about tornado emergency responses. Murph, what's up? Welcome to the live stream. Hello, my name is Nate. Hope you have a good day. And yeah, please be sure to protect the people over there at Denver International. I know you got a lot of activity over there. So much stuff around the board, across the board. So I thank you for all that you guys do. And I'm glad that you come out to the stream to learn. San Diego is not going to be impacted by severe weather, most likely. So you should be fine, Joe. Anything new in IEM bot here? Got so many tabs open. So, what software do I use? I use GR2 Analyst. 21-day free trial. 21-day free trial. But then after the 21 days, it shuts off unless if you purchase a key. And if you purchase your key, $250 is what it costs. You can use it on as many computers as you want and stuff like that. You can customize it. You can put on add-ons and stuff like that. So buoys, I got my little buoys on here. I got spotter network stuff that happened around here. I've also got rapid satellite analysis if I really wanted to put that on, which actually I do have it on. So it's these little circles and stuff like that. Tells me what's happening in the atmosphere. It tells me that there's still some energy. Decent shear for the most part across the board. And so, very much so something that we're going to have to watch out for. Devin Proctor with the $5 super chat says, anything coming to Augusta, Georgia tonight? Liked your channel along with Ryan Hall, y'all. I am subscribed. How do we become a member? So first things first, I'm going to answer the question as to what's happening in Augusta, Georgia. Or if you guys could see some stuff later on tonight. So give me 2 seconds, please. Thank you, as I said, for the $5 super chat. So Augusta, later on tonight, we'll most likely start to see some scattered storms here throughout this evening. That'll continue all the way past the midnight hours into like the 2 o'clock in the morning hours. So you might see some stray showers and thunderstorms, maybe some lightning and stuff like that before it really starts to cool out. And then you guys could potentially have the risk for some more severe thunderstorms tomorrow. So this is Wednesday here, and a new line of storms begin to develop. Kind of just a lot of scattered storms for the most part that you can expect in the late afternoon into the evening hours within your general vicinity. So the second question was, how do we become a member on my YouTube channel? All right. First off, you guys can do whatever you want. All right. You guys can do whatever you want with your money. It's up to you. All right. Hey, it's my my YouTube channel. Cool. Pause that there. How to become a member? This is either for Ryan Hall or for myself. You go down here. There would be a subscribe button down below or something like that. Right next to this, it says join. So right here, join. And that's how you become a member. That's how you sponsor the channel and stuff like that. Another way to do it is if you go to my channel here, main page, off to the right side, there's the join button right there. So it's all up to you guys. For the most part here. Let's go over here to this. Back over to Tuskegee. You should make merch that shows how bad you are at pronouncing town names. Well, to be fair, I don't live in these areas, so you can't really fault me. Yeah, as I said, Georgia will most likely see storms overnight. Alright, look at this. No, these storms will really start to push on through. Could be some gusty. And that'll continue to push on through. New tornado warning. Is it for the cell? It's in Kentucky. There is a tornado warning in Kentucky. If you're on iOS, you need to go onto the desktop version to join. Nope, you just need to go onto, if you're on iOS, you just go onto my channel, to the main channel page. I'll have it there. A tornado warning here in Kentucky. This is for Marion and Washington counties. This is in effect until 8:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Let's add some shape files here. Try and get Kentucky here so that I can get specific roads, because let's be honest here, we haven't done any analysis of Kentucky at all. Import that roads. There we are. We might have to import Yeah, we're gonna import Indiana. Well, maybe. Probably not. I think we should be fine, actually. Anyways, if you live near Loretto, if you live near Springfield, Kentucky, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you guys live along Loretto Road, if you guys live along Manton Road, if you guys live along here near, let's see, St. Rose, Lebanon Road, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. But this is heading towards Springfield, Kentucky, just to the north of Loretto. You can see the classic hook signature that we would look for within supercell, so this definitely looks tornadic based off of rain. But what happens if we go to the base velocity? There actually is some decent velocities with this storm. It actually does look tornadic. You can see the greens or the winds are moving away from the radar. The reds, the greens are moving towards the radar. The reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So there actually is something tornadic within these storms as this continues to move on through. So it'll get towards the Springfield area in about 15 to 20 minutes. If you live over there, you have a little bit of time, but not too much time. You need to get into your safe space for the most part. April Rain Sunshine Sunshine with the $5 super chat says, "You rock, Nate. I've been with you since you had a few hundred." Well, thank you for sticking along for as long as you have. I really do appreciate it because, you know, that's a long while. That's a long while that you've been here with the channel. So, thank you guys so much. Thank you, April Rain Sunshine. I really do appreciate you all. So yeah, this is just to the south and east of Louisville. This is just to the south and west of Lexington. This is going to move down to the off to the south of Lexington, more towards the Perryville, the Springfield, and the Danville areas. So if you know anyone who lives near Springfield, this thing might actually be intensifying. So I think this thing might actually be on the ground here relatively soon. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it might actually be a tornado that could be on the ground. So, there is no tornado in Georgia at the moment. At least none that I see. There's a tornado warning in Kentucky, and it actually looks like it could potentially be trying to get on the ground. We have a delta velocity of 62 miles per hour. That's how fast the rotation is moving, so it's a weak area of rotation. But it's consolidating into an area of turbulence, and the spectrum width looks at that, and it looks at turbulence. And there is a lot of activity here as this continues to move on through. So if you live near Springfield, if you live north of Loretto along Loretto Road and St. Rose Lebanon Road, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. I do not see a debris ball as of yet. But the spectrum width usually, in order to indicate that there could be potentially, it could potentially be on the ground, is if we see if there's a consolidated ball of spectrum width, then the potential of it to be a tornado in progress heightens exponentially. So we do have a tornado warning here. It'll be heading off towards Springfield. And it still looks like it is a quite tornadic supercell here for the most part. And so we're really going to have to watch out for it. Spectrum width just deepened a lot more significantly. So that is another thing with this storm. And so we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Yeah, who knew we would get a severe a tornado warning here in Kentucky today? I didn't know. So, as I said, if you know anyone who lives near Springfield, Kentucky, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into the safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Is Baton Rouge supposed to get any more weather, as severe weather, or are you fine? Baton Rouge should be fine here for today, Jordan. But thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I'll actually double check here for you all. It looks like you're just going to get a lot of scattered storms, but it doesn't seem to be all too significant within your general vicinity. So yeah, we have this tornado warning right here. And it still looks pretty interesting for the most part. We're looking up 2,500 feet up in the sky, so yeah, there's the potential for it to try and consolidate. All we just have to do is wait for the debris signature, and it'll be your confirmation that this thing could be on the ground. But storm that's heading on through into Springfield, really need to watch out for it. Don't see a debris signature here yet, but I see a lot of inflow with this, so this thing is definitely taking a lot of energy. 100%. And it's very confined. The spectrum width is very intense within this area, so I would not be surprised if it's like a little funnel cloud, a little needle nose tornado. But it's moving on through here towards Loretto Road. And so if you live near Loretto Road, in between Loretto and Springfield, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. People asking me to do a 3D scan of this tornado warning here in Springfield. We might as well. I need to take a larger 3D. And here is your tornadic storm. This thing has a very weird inflow notch. But albeit it has an inflow notch. Look at this little cave right here, chat. This is what I typically look for. And this is how the thunderstorm takes all of its energy from the outside. So a lot of the energy in the atmosphere, a lot of the moisture that feeds into the thunderstorm, continues to feed it. That's where it takes it in. That's where it's almost like the mouth of a person. It's like the mouth of a supercell. And so that's exactly what we have right here. This is where it eats up all the energy here on the surface, and so that is what we are looking at. If you look at the lip volume, that is your supercell in 3D. It goes up to about 30,000 feet up in the sky, so it's pretty interesting for the most part. But you do have a tornadic cell here that is in Kentucky. Alright, we're going to go back to Alabama here real quickly. And we still have these strong gusty winds that are surging on through. It's now looks like that there's going to be some pretty intense gusty winds that are going to be moving on towards Columbus, Georgia, right here near Phoenix City. Most of these areas here near like Montgomery and further west, if you're like west of I-65, for the most part, unless if you're like down towards Evergreen and further south, you guys are fine. A lot of your severe weather is past you all. But if you're like near Auburn, if you're near Phoenix City, if you're near Columbus, Georgia, you guys are most likely going to be experiencing some strong severe weather that's going to be moving on through. So we really have to watch out for this as this continues to push off towards the east. But yeah, right within these areas here in Columbus, Georgia, further on through towards I-185, all the way from LaGrange down, you guys could start getting some severe weather and upwards of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts within most of these areas. So we really have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. People are also asking me to check Memphis, Tennessee. There's a severe thunderstorm that's moving on through into Memphis. Now, it looks like it's more or less a gusty wind threat rather than a hail threat, although it does warn for quarter-sized hail, so there is the possibility for that, which is hail up to 1 inch. But, yeah, a lot of activity here for the most part here across the United States. 100%. So if you live here along the border of Alabama and Georgia, from LaGrange, right at the intersection of I-185 and 85, all the way down south, you guys could potentially get some severe weather within your general vicinity. And I highly recommend you guys watch out for those storms. Doesn't look like the storms in the Carolinas are doing as much anymore. There is a severe thunderstorm warning still in North Carolina, but it's in the northern part of North Carolina. It's like south of Virginia Beach by like a little bit. So there is some severe weather still in progress, but most of these areas I can close out of the radar. I think I can close out of the radar. You know, there's still areas of rotation here near Wilkes-Barre, so there might be a tornado warning similar to what State College did post there, but we'll have to watch out for it 100%. So I can close most of these tabs. So yes, a lot of strong gusty winds, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, 70 mile per hour wind gusts across the board here. So we really need to watch out for this as this continues to move on through to the east. Can't hear or see you, only the chat is heard. Georgia is not under a tornado warning. Chat, can you guys say there that Georgia is not under a tornado warning? Actually, hold up. There we go. Lot easier that way. People are telling me to go check Twitter, so we might as well. That is a wall cloud of the tornadic storm there. Oh yeah, that is a wall cloud right there. You can see how the wall, the cloud dips down like this. So you'd see some rotation right within this storm. And yeah, that's the wall cloud there for the tornado warned storm in Kentucky. 100% could be seeing some stuff there. Thanks, Joshua. I'm trying to look here. Incredible flooding. Look at this flooding here in Alabama. Look at this. The stream is overflowing the bridge. Look at that flooding. Massive amounts of flash flooding here. This is why you're going to want to stay away from creeks and rivers. Because it's just immense areas of rain that has been dumped and channeled into. That's the reason why I say, turn around, don't drown, don't drive in the flooded roadways. Because if you drive into that, could easily be swept away. That is, insane to look at. We're gonna like that and retweet it. Boom. There you go, so people can take a look at that. But yeah, a lot of activity here for the most part. Let's go back up to the tornado warning. Let's go back up to the tornado warning heading on to Springfield. Rotation has died out significantly, so that is the good news. Definitely looked like the rear flank downdraft surged around this thing, so maybe had some strong gusty winds with this. Not exactly a tornado on the ground. But you had a lot of rear flank downdraft that was surging. KDP, yeah, there's a bit of KDP there. So yeah, a lot of rear flank downdraft with this cell. Definitely some strong gusty winds that surge on through on the southern end of the storm. So a lot of activity here in Kentucky. Not anything severe, just one thing that's tornadic, and that's heading off towards Springfield. So as I said, if you know anyone who lives near Springfield in Kentucky, I'd urge them to take their proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure. Sturdy structure or building. What radar app or program is this? This is called GR2 Analyst. 21-day free trial, but then afterwards, if you didn't purchase a key, it'll stop working so it doesn't bill you. So if you wanted to try it out, just to see what all is happening. Be my guest, I should say. But if you do want to purchase it, costs $250, but you can use it on as many computers as possible. You can customize it however way you want. You can add spotter reports, you can add more roads, you can add, you know, like buoys and stuff like that, which I intend to use for whenever there's tornadic stuff and tornadic stuff off coast and hurricane landfalls. So, yeah. So a lot of intense, strong, gusty winds that are approaching Columbus, Georgia right now. So if you live near Columbus, Georgia, you guys probably should be in a sturdy structure. Probably should be. I'd really want to watch out for this as much as possible as this continues to move on through. As I said, really want to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Trying to look through here real quickly. Trying to read some other things. But yeah, Columbus, Georgia, highly recommend getting indoors. I mean, look at this storm. It's just kind of surged on through here. And it's creating a lot of strong gusty winds. I'd say Columbus, Georgia is probably in the area to watch for the strongest gusty winds. I don't see anything else with this tornadic storm. I think it just decided to die out, which is the good news here. Add something tornadic here, but good news is like most things here that are relatively weak, it starts to fan out. Severe thunderstorm watch up here is canceled, so that's the good news. And close radar Omega and open it back up. Because similar to radar scope, sometimes it has issues. Sometimes. Tap on the dot, you have a little bit of you have your presentation with your radar. Pretty intense for the most part. Pretty intense lines of storms that could produce 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. There's 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with the storm up near Columbus, which I fully expect. There's also a tornado possible tag on that. So we're really going to have to watch out for these storms here, especially with the tornado possible tag. But yeah, if you live near Columbus, Georgia, I highly advise you all to get into a sturdy structure. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, I'd highly advise them to take their proper precautions, get into a sturdy structure. And as I said, if you know anyone who lives in these areas, tell them to get into a sturdy structure as well. I'm going to add Georgia's shape file here real quickly. To this radar. So now we have an idea as to what all is happening around here near Columbus. Now we have all the roads, so if there's anything tornadic, it'll be we'll be able to see it. But a lot of strong storms that are still moving on through here, 100%. We've had reports of damage here near Greenville in Alabama. Trees and power lines down near Highway 10. Near Stabler Hospital, and we also have multiple roads with trees down across the city. The hospital is closed due to downed trees and partially closed on Highway 31 South near Highway 10. So there's a lot of damage from these storms across the board, and it's been consistently chugging on through. Tennessee is all good, right? Depending upon where you are in Tennessee, you should be fine. If you're in Western Tennessee, that's the only area that could have some severe weather. But they don't have a severe thunderstorm warning anymore, so I think you guys should be fine. But yeah, Columbus, Georgia. Strong gusty winds. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 100% something we need to monitor. If you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to leave a like on the live stream so that we can try and get this out to more people who may need it. This information out to more people who may need it. Because that gets me into more people's recommended feeds, and if they click on the video, they'll be able to see all this stuff. The tornado in West Virginia Panhandle got confirmed as an EF1. Yeah, I saw. There was actually a video on Facebook. One of my friends actually shared it with me. Had a tornado over there near Ranson and Charlestown. And if you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe, because I do live analysis of severe weather whenever it gets bad. And it's been pretty bad all day today. We had a tornado in Jackson, Mississippi with severe wind gusts over hurricane force winds. And so I don't just discriminate to Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. I do any other area that has some bad severe weather. So if you guys want to stay tuned to my channel, as well as see my analysis whenever the severe weather moves over your areas, please be sure to subscribe. And turn on notifications if you want to be up to date with all my content. I do upload videos in the morning at around 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the severe weather, for any sort of weather that happens in the United States, whether it's severe weather, tropical weather, where hurricanes could make landfalls and stuff like that, as well as weather across the United States, just that general stuff. I'll keep you all up to date as long as I can. Excuse me. Have I ever used Radar Omega? Yeah, I have. Will that be in store for Michigan? These storms in particular, no. However, when severe weather does impact Michigan in like June, July, and August, I most likely will be live streaming these here. So if you want to stay tuned, feel free to do so. A lot of people are asking about Atlanta, Georgia. I'll put the radar up for Atlanta, Georgia here real quickly, but there's nothing that's really doing anything. Nothing really. It's a lot of scattered precipitation, a lot of rain. So I don't think there's a whole lot to really talk about in regards to severe weather with this storm. Ugh. I'm probably going to end the stream here relatively soon, guys. The threat's starting to kind of diminish a bit. We still have widespread severe wind damage across the board. And we can expect that too. But we're really going to have to watch out for this as this moves out into Georgia. But if I see anything more mesoscale discussion for the severe thunderstorm watch for this area. Strong damaging wind gusts will remain the primary threat, with the line of storms moving eastward this evening. Loss of daytime heating, the air mass downstream. This ongoing activity should gradually become less unstable. As a result, most short-term guidance suggests that a slow reduction in the overall intensity of the line should occur later on this evening. That is what the Storm Prediction Center said about these storms here. So ugh. That's what the yeah, that's what the Storm Prediction Center said. Is Noonan, Georgia still looking safe tonight? Yeah, I'd have to say so. Most of the severe weather is south of Noonan. We go back to Atlanta. Yeah, it seems most of the severe weather is actually south of Noonan. I do still see an area that could potentially be really interesting. Could be tornadic. So we're gonna stay on stream for a bit. Quite a bit. Until this tornadic rotation here at the northern side of the storms starts to deplete. Been live streaming for 8 hours. Holy crap. Ugh. Someone's getting tired. Well, I mean, I've been live streaming for 3 straight days, and most of the live streams I've been live streaming for 8 hours plus, so. Veronica Jacobs with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate all the support you guys give me. JR Boy with the $10 super chat, or not 10, the $5 super chat says, at least there was a at least 10 EF0 tornado this morning in middle of Tennessee. I mean, there was definitely the possibility. There was a bunch of different storms that produced some tornadic rotations. Can't exactly say if it was EF0 or not because I didn't see the damage or anything. But definitely could have been a tornado that was in central Tennessee this morning. Ugh. Yeah, there's still this storm here near Gabbitville, south of LaGrange, that has a bit of rotation here that I'm watching very closely. There's also a cell near Whitesville that has a little bit of rotation. So we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. What do I think the Yazoo City tornado will be rated? Honestly, I have no clue. Honestly, I have no clue. Probably... I didn't see the damage, so I can't exactly say. So if you live downstream of the severe weather event here, yeah, let's put it this way. If you're in not Barnesville, hold up. Matt, go away. If you're from Hogansville and further north, you guys could possibly be out of the risk. I'd say you guys are most likely out of the risk to like Noonan, Fayetteville, McDonough, Jackson, all the way up to Atlanta, Douglasville, Covington. Areas north of that, north of, let's see, this is what, Interstate 20? North of Interstate 20, you guys are out of the risk for severe weather. Anywhere from Barnesville down to LaGrange and south, down to like Macon, you guys could potentially see some severe weather still. Day 1 Convective Outlook just got issued, so we're gonna have to watch out for that. Has there been any tornadoes in Colorado this past week? Yeah, it's brief spin-ups and stuff like that that happened on Sunday. There was a couple tornado warnings and stuff like that. So new Day 1 Convective Outlook has been issued. So yeah, that's kind of a tornado, isn't it? Look at all the flooding. Look at that flash flooding in Alabama. Jeez. I think that road's out. I think that road's out is here. That road is out here. Yeah, do not drive through these areas right here. These flooded roadways, you could easily get toppled. Easily 100%. A lot of people are talking about the power outages here now. So let's see. Yeah, Alabama now has more power outages than Mississippi. Almost 2,000 people are out of power in Macon County, Georgia, or not Georgia, Alabama. And there's 2,400 people that live there. So that's about 80% of the capacity of the people there are out of power. 23,700 people are out of power in Montgomery County. There's 105,000 people that live there. So a lot of areas around the board, across the board, is without power. 100%. But yeah, there's 126,000 people without power in Alabama. Central Kentucky just has a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Washington County. There was a tornado warning way back when with this storm. But now it looks a bit more severe and it doesn't seem tornadic. But this is heading off towards Mackville and Perryville. So you could definitely see some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm. I don't foresee any hail. There's a tornado possible tag on this. I don't think it's going to get all too tornadic with this storm. It definitely deteriorated rather quickly. We'll say that much. But still, severe thunderstorms is possible with this. Yep, may the 4th be with you as well, the Florida Studio Ghost. May the 4th be with you. We just had a report from my spotter of a 68-mile-per-hour wind gust reported north of Columbus, Georgia. 2 to 3 inch sized branches are now down all over the road. Medium-sized trees down on the road. Power lines over the road. So I told you guys, I said, hey, areas near Columbus, Georgia probably should seek a sturdy building. And just so happens that almost 70-mile-per-hour winds were recorded here, which is really intense. And it caused some widespread damage there. So, a lot of activity there, to say the least. Upper Central Arkansas near Missouri border, and thank you. There isn't anything there for you all today. That's the good news. Most of the severe weather is kind of passed off towards your east. It's actually just some scattered storms at this point. Can we call it a derecho yet? It is a derecho. It traveled over 250 miles. It's been doing damage for quite a while. So, alright. Did IEM bot update? There it is. And there is an enhanced risk still for severe weather near Columbus, Georgia, so yeah, there's the enhanced risk. 5% chance for tornadoes here, so as soon as this passes through Columbus, Georgia, I'm probably gonna end the live stream because my requirement for live streaming is a 5% chance for tornadoes and above. And because this is a really small area for tornadoes, and this is right here in Columbus, Phoenix City, Perry, Thomaston Valley, Alabama. Yeah, Thomaston, Georgia is what? Trying to find it. Wait, they did include, yeah, Perry, Georgia. So as soon as it gets off towards like Macon and stuff like that, it's probably when I'll end the live stream. It looks like it's more or less significant gusty winds for the most part. But a 30% chance for severe wind gusts is possible. And the tornadoes is more or less localized here in the deep south, into the south and east. On Sunday in central Texas is starting to look interesting. Could be something to be concerned about over the next couple of days. Yeah, I was talking about the threat for some severe weather on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I haven't done a lot of research on that event quite yet, but I'll have more updates as to what all could be happening in tomorrow's video. So if you guys want to pay attention for to my video that I upload every morning, 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time, 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It's all in the morning. Early mornings. Well, not early morning, so morning into the afternoon. As I said, 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So there could be some severe weather. I haven't done a lot of analysis, a lot of research as to what all that could mean and what areas people could, which areas specifically could be impacted. I've just been more or less focused with the event that, could potentially have over hurricane force winds on land. Arkansas is not in the risk here today. Arkansas is not in a tornado watch. Alabama was in a tornado watch. And Alabama's power was out, so you're probably confusing the two states. It's most likely what you're referring to as Alabama. Can you check out Mississippi clouds for your parents for fear of tornadoes? Doesn't seem to be anything in Mississippi at the moment. If you're near Gulfport and Biloxi, then you might have a chance, but it's looking very slim. There is a 2% chance for tornadoes within this general vicinity, but it's just very small. Very small. When is the next storm system coming? This weekend. Sometime this weekend. Is the severe weather threat for northern Alabama over? Yeah, it is. I would have to say it is over for northern Alabama. We're going to be ending the live stream here soon. Pretty soon. Actually doesn't look like there's any areas here that's developing any rotation. It's kind of starting to deteriorate a little bit. Arkansas is not in a tornado watch. If we go to the current watches right now, you can see the only area that's in a tornado watch is Alabama and Mississippi. Everywhere else, Arkansas is not in it. Road's been washed away in central Alabama. Yeah, no, do not drive into flooded roadways whatsoever. Turn around, don't drown. Do not drive into flooded roadways whatsoever. Big mistake if you do, because you could easily get swept away. The flooded roadways actually seem a lot more shallower than they actually appear to be. And I'll show you guys what I mean here real quickly. That's not the one that I want to find here. That's not it. That's not it. Here it is. So you see this road here. So a lot of you guys might be thinking, well, this is relatively flat to the ground. It's definitely not, super high. But if you take a look at the guardrail has to go up quite a bit in order for it to be able to, become a guardrail. And so this is probably about a foot of water right here, but it just seems like it's right across the surface, isn't it? You see the water right here, the yellow line. So you would assume it would be the same thing as you get closer to the guardrail, right? Well, you're wrong, because it actually is a lot deeper, a lot steeper in that general vicinity. Same thing here, all right? You guys would think, just by looking at it, it's relatively flat, right? You know, the road goes down flat like this. This road goes down flat. You would think this would be a relatively, you know, flat area of water. Nothing too serious, right? You're wrong. Because not only do you have deep areas of water, you know, the mailbox needs to be pretty high up in order for you to be right at the window. So the fact that it's about, I'd say a third to maybe even a halfway up the mailbox tells me it's about, I'd say around a foot, maybe a foot and a half of flowing water. But this is not just regular, just flowing water. This is fast moving water here that's moving down. So the water could easily tilt your car and make it go over the roadway. Once you're stuck, you're stuck. Do not want to be impacted by all that. Thank you so much for the subscriptions, everyone. I really do appreciate it. I really do. We're actually a couple subscribers away from 10,500 subscribers. So I really do appreciate all that you guys have done for me. One of the tornadoes in Kentucky today was confirmed to high-end EF2. Which one? Are you talking about like the one that happened this morning or the one that happened just now? Because if it was just now, then no. No. Let's take Birmingham's radar and push this over here. Let's go down to Dothan's radar. So Fort Rucker. A lot of strong gusty winds with this storm, 100%. See a severe weather alert. Thanks for coming out to the live stream. Is Decatur, Georgia clear for the evening? Decatur. Let me look up where Decatur, Georgia is here real quickly. Decatur, Georgia is near Atlanta. Yeah, Atlanta, you guys are fine. So any of the areas from Noonan north into Atlanta, you guys are fine. No severe weather here for you all. In my honest opinion. Fulton, Kentucky this morning. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, we are really close to 10,500 subscribers, guys. Only a couple... Actually, no, we just passed it. Just passed it. 10,500 subscribers. Round of applause to everyone here. We've gained about 900 subscribers today. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate it. Getting closer and closer. Who knows? Might get up to 20,000 by the end of May. If we get more severe weather like this, we could potentially be in business. Tornado threat is wanting. Look at the strong gust front. Oh yeah, 100%. It's really starting to bow out a lot more. A lot more of a bow echo, which is the reason why I'm contemplating ending the stream here relatively soon. But a very strong bow echo that's surging out with this storm. Very strong bow echo. So 70 mile per hour wind gusts is possible with these storms. Do you know if anything is coming towards Gastonia? Give me a second. I will show you, I will figure out where Gastonia is here first off. Gastonia, North Carolina, you guys should be fine. You should be fine for tonight. You guys could see some more thunderstorms there tomorrow. But, yeah, there's still a lot of activity there with those storms. Lot of activity. It'll be a marginal threat for you guys tomorrow. I will say that much. Yep, I said anywhere from Noonan and north, you guys are in the clear for the most part. You're getting some you're getting some storms that are not exactly severe at the moment. Once those pass off, you guys are clear for the day. Some large hail that's heading towards Griffin. Look at that. So there is a little bit of some severe activity that's here near Griffin. This supercell that kind of just decided to form. "60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail with this cell. It's heading towards Brooks and Griffin and Highland Mills as well as Williamson. But the line is really starting to deteriorate. So yep, see you, Dark Free Soul. See you later. Thanks for coming out to the live stream. This thing even has a little teeny hook. Let's take a 3D of this cell. I'm curious. Curious what this looks like. Right within there is an inflow notch, but it seems to be a hail inflow notch, not a tornadic one, so you still have that inflow notch there. This is a supercell. This is a not just a fluke one. It's just, you know, it's a hail supercell. It's a hailer. The threat for hail is there. 100%. Threat for Thomasville, Georgia. Strong gusty winds tonight. Later on. Probably won't be able to see me live stream it. I actually probably will end it here in a second. But some gusty winds for the most part. Oh, there's Thomaston. Thomasville in itself could see some gusty winds, but not exactly a massive widespread risk, in my honest opinion. So I think you guys will see the latter stages of the event towards the overnight hours. It's definitely something to watch out for. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna end the live stream here, guys. Honestly, you know, there still is the threat for the small chance for tornadoes. Small chance. But, I think I'm gonna wrap it up here for this evening. So, I'll give you guys an update as to what the severe weather could be looking like for the future here tomorrow. Also be giving you all an update as to what the weather's going to be like for the next couple of days. But the next severe weather threat, I'll be updating you all in my video. 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys want to stay tuned for that, please be sure to turn on notifications. If you haven't subscribed already, please go do so. That would be greatly appreciated. People have been asking the storm reports. How many tornado reports has there been? There has been 5 filtered tornado reports, 235 wind reports across the board. There has been quite a few wind reports here today. So a lot of activity for the most part. Any severe storms for Philadelphia, PA tomorrow? I wish I would have chased it, but no, unfortunately it'll be pretty marginal. But if you want some more information on what all is happening, as I said, stay tuned to the to my video that I'll upload tomorrow morning. And yeah, if you guys haven't already, as I said, please be sure to subscribe, like the live stream, Share this channel with friends and family and on social media who might enjoy it. Because I do a live analysis for whenever severe weather does get poor. We live stream from the beginning to the end. So we started at the beginning of the event, made it all the way until the end when the storm started to deteriorate, or starting to deteriorate. And so, yeah. We'll hopefully be doing some more live analysis of some more severe weather that'll happen in the future. You guys, when that does happen, please be sure to come back around. Because I will be here, I believe. I hope. So, thank you guys so much for coming to my channel. I really do appreciate it. And I will see you guys in the next video and or live stream, whenever you guys decide to see me. So peace out, everyone. Thank you guys for coming out here today. Yeah, at least there wasn't any grill on fire. There wasn't a grill on fire here today. That was the good. At least there wasn't a grill on fire. I'll drink to that. At least there wasn't a grill on fire. Thank you guys so much. Peace out, everyone. Mm-mm.